and John Stokely.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's great to have you back. We just wanted to go over a few things from yesterday and some thoughts and give you a night happening today. So, reflecting on yesterday, I really heard three things. One was that this stuff is real. When I say this stuff, I mean the application, implementation of Gen AI and AI. Yes, there will be some money lost. Some people will invest in the wrong things. Yes, there'll be projects not done. But there are organizations who are adopting, and you have to make sure you don't look at the averages, you look at who are the leaders. And these leaders are growing a capability which can take anywhere from 24, 36 months, and they're starting to learn faster. I'd like to get the RISE model up there again, if we could. The most important thing that we'd like you to think about is, if we could have the slide up, please. Okay, good. Where are you in this journey? And, are you at the beginning where it's research and experimentation, or starting to do islands of innovation? That first part is really around education. That's why we as a company are very focused on news, research, and education. And the first part that we've seen successful is a top-down, bottom-up, that is senior management support and involvement, hands in the clay, as Paul says, and then the bottom-up capability, because this is not something you can simply describe. It's like swimming, it's like working out. You have to do it. You don't get fit by reading fitness books. And that's the first part. The second part is really about making it applicable for your business in area by area by area. We heard that from the private equity folks. We heard that from the venture capitalists. We heard that from Bill Fandrich and the folks at Quantum Gears. These are implemented things that are creating value. But then that gap in the middle, so the first part's really about education. That gap in the middle is about engineering. Okay, it's about how do I go across the sea? How do I get to this new land? And in order to do that, you have to engineer two things. One, true change management. How do I think about making my organization a different organization? Because as Shakar said at the beginning, the new sources of competitive advantage are going to be more about process and that incredible process improvement than simple barriers or ownership and kind of a Porter model, okay? And doing that engineering has the other part of the engineering the organizational change. The other part of the engineering is engineering the economics of silicon intelligence. We saw in the token explosion that Rizwan from Quantum Gears talked about, as they were at scale at Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the beautiful thing here is that it's really showing you the future. They have 115 agents. Everybody's talking about agents. These are implemented in a highly regulated, critical environment, interacting with over 500 applications. So if you want to know what that future token explosion looks like, you can look to Blue Cross Blue Shield as an example, and then you look at what they're doing in partnership with Quantum Gears, is they are engineering that so that that cost doesn't go wild if you're just buying it, as compared to just buying it from a Google or Anthropic or whatever. And the critical thing is, as you go to 3 and then 4, the E and the S and the E of this model, you do not want to be dependent on the cloud providers, because that would be like being a car company and having only one steel provider. You don't want to be hostage for your silicon intelligence to one or two very powerful providers. So we really think you ought to think about education on the front part, engineering on the second part, and think about where your organization is, where you want to go, and how fast you want to get there. All right, Paul?
Great day yesterday. If we can get the mics, I'd like to find people to share what they learned, but before that, we have a highlight reel. If we can show that.
right. Thank you, Suraj.
We take learning seriously. We're doing a lot of Gen AI 101 and 201 education. So if that's of interest to you, please let us know. We have 3 instructors that have trained thousands. But so one thing to really learn, yes, we've got a couple more right here. Who over there, please.
Great. Oh, thank you. I think the biggest thing for me was AI is not a contact, is a contact sport. This whole notion of not using free and and having, especially the higher levels with the company, kind of mandating down what people should do versus getting their hands dirty. It's just to learn how to use AI to be better leaders, not necessarily running the operations, but that it is a contact sport is just really spectacular.
That's great.
Well said.
Another one? Who else like to share? Toby?
Yep. Sir.
Who else after Toby is interested?
I can do it without Mike.
Yes.
So
Okay.
as optimistic as I am and have been about the possibilities in healthcare, I became even more optimistic listening to the stories and the experience from people in the hallway and in the sessions about what this technology can do for the broader ecosystem of healthcare. The big obstacle is the humans and the leadership structures, and I think that whole space into the ones that get it and do it, and the other kind of, as you said, watching from the sidelines.
Yes, it's interesting. Dr. Halamka, and then I was talking to Ryan Vega, who's also here, the note of how healthcare education is just going to shift from memorization to navigation, which is going to be an amazing shift.
Great. One last one.
Hi there. So 3 things actually. Number one, there are multiple ways of getting to where we need to go. Connections are important, and conferences like this, for me personally, are such a great way of learning from everybody else. And I think we really need to learn from each other, from each other's mistakes, and of course from successes, but more so from mistakes as well. That's really what my key takeaways are.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All righty. And with that, I'm going to turn to my dear friend and colleague, Jeffrey Report. Jeffrey.
Please welcome to the stage Professor at Harvard, Jeffrey Report.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to see you all here. I'm glad to hear voices coming from the room because the method in the madness here, as our colleagues help us with these boards, is we're going to attempt to do something unnatural, which is to have an HBS-style case study here in the room. And I do want to just mention there's some wonderful benefits to this. This is about a company we talked to here. So this is a graduate course version of what we talked about last time for those of you who are repeat attendees of this conference. But it's a legal tech company called Harvey AI, by any measure, the most successful among the legal tech companies. And if you don't mind, now that we've got boards here, I'm going to come off the stage and just explain what we're up to. So first and foremost, welcome to a virtual HBS classroom. Those of you who have been to the school know that our classrooms look like amphitheaters. I can tell you that it's much more comfortable being in a luxurious ballroom like this. That is one advantage. Another advantage is using whiteboards. At the HBS, we use chalkboards. So you can visit us back in the 19th century anytime you want if you come to our campus. The third thing to say is that when we talk about doing a case and discussing a case, it involves sitting down the night before and taking a 30, 35-page document, working slowly through it. It takes a couple hours. They have 4 or 5 assignments. And the new and improved version that I want to bring to all of you is you're here, and I hope you prepare. It will take all of 5 minutes. That'll save you the 2 hours last night that you didn't have. And then we'll be off and running. Does that sound good? Okay, so let me jump right into this. When we get to the end of just a quick snapshot, I'm going to give you just a quick briefing on Harvey AI. We'll jump right in. So first and foremost, we'll see if this little pickle, folks in the back, thank you so much. So first and foremost, for those of you who don't know it, What is Harvey? So this is a vertical AI platform, a classic application layer company, one of the first ones that was designed to aid legal and professional services. So you can see up here, tax, law, finance. The idea behind that it's designed to assist law firms not with one thing they do, but with lots of things they do, from legal research to document drafting to contract review. They did it early as a partner of OpenAI. So starting with GPT-3 and onwards, and you saw the timelines for that yesterday, heavy emphasis on causation and safety. You may wonder who's behind this, and like all great tech startups, each of the founders is just celebrated their 15th birthday. So you can see them up here. Two guys, I sort of think of this as the chocolate peanut butter combination of startups. You've got one guy who just graduated from USC Law School, and that's Winston Weinberg on the left. And on the right, Gabe Pereira could not be more read from the standpoint of having gotten a PhD in neuroscience from Oxford, having spent time at DeepMind, which, as you know, was acquired by Google, because Google DeepMind is now part of Google Brain. Those two are Google DeepMind as they become merged. So immense pedigree on the legal side. Admittedly, this is a company that started in 2022. So talk about legal pedigree, kind of interesting because Winston had practiced law for all of the year. We're talking about a law degree and a little exposure to practice, and then boom, here comes this company. I think that's working. I press this button. I'm going to try it again. There we go. So what is unique about Harvey's approach? So Harvey took this sort of philosophical belief to the business, which was that the only way that you break through domain, the way you build breakthrough domain-specific vertical application is you sit down and you combine technologists with humans. They brought lawyers together with AI engineers to create legal process that could output essentially the AI generated equivalent of legal experts. They built it initially, as I said, on a variety of GPT models, including chain of thought reasoning models with one in the latter years, and now have brought in inputs from multiple models, Anthropic, Google Gemini, 100 models per query. And you can see some of those quality statistics there. Just main things to know about the product to the kind of success that it's had in the marketplace. One is that it is customized, but as for any of you who are in software where you have a custom implementation, might be a bit of a red flag or a warning flag, but nonetheless, Harvey has managed to scale while doing a fair degree of customization. They put in heavy emphasis on workflow integration firm by firm. Ease of use is a big selling point here. Lawyers may be sophisticated about technology, they're not technologists, and so that matters a lot. Needless to say, there is no law firm interested in security and data privacy as a primary objective in handling proprietary client data. As a result, you see a bunch of SOC 2 type certifications, as well as security advisory board and councils and so forth, quite robust. Maybe the most remarkable thing, and this is the miracle we talked for the last day about generative AI, is this is not just not just tech stack that speaks 50 languages, but it speaks 50 languages in 50 legal jurisdictions. It is bilingual times for language, for legal understanding, for case precedent, for legal statutes, judicial decisions, and so forth. Also, the fine-tuning of the model has essentially something that came up a few times yesterday, which is the risk in models like these of hallucination. And the current metrics that we didn't have when we talked about it last year is that hallucination vis-a-vis foundation models is reduced by 70 to 90%. And this is up against Claude or Gemini or a GPT as a generic foundation model. And the thing is full integration with Soft 365 Suite. You all know what big law firms look like in terms of staffing. This was the initial target market, which was to go after big law. By the way, one of the interesting things here for the viewer students of distance history, ordinarily attackers spin from the bottom and roll up the long tail before they pivot to selling to enterprise. Harvard made a very interesting decision, which is to go after the largest of big enterprise, meaning the firms that have billions of dollars of revenue, global presence, thousands of attorneys, and those were their target. And you can see these are largely leveraged or pyramid organizations, partners at the top, associates in the middle, support staff and paralegals down below. You can see some range of what those ratios look like. And Harvey is selling in a way that enterprise likes to buy, meaning selling seat licenses denominated per seat. Okay, that was successful. meaning the big breakthrough in 2022 was that Allen and Overy, so-called magic circle firm in London, which has subsequently merged with Shearman and Sterling and become A.N. Shearman, they were an early adopter. So for those of you who are in the business of B2B selling, you know how crucial it is to your first print or lighthouse account, and Allen and Overy was that. As you can see, the merged entity is a huge firm with $3.5 billion in revenues, about 4,000 lawyers, and then Ashurst, Reed Smith, McFarlane's, and of course Winston Weinberg's alma mater, O. Malvini, all signed on as well. The interesting twist in all this, oh, and I should say, by the way, just the bottom line here, enormous growth, almost a doubling of legal tech spend from last year to the end of the decade, from 24 billion up to 46 billion. So an extraordinary opportunity for anyone selling technology, not just AI, into legal. It may not be surprising to many of you, we got into just a little bit last year because it was just beginning, which is that it turned out that if big law wanted to buy what Harvey had to offer, it turned out that a bunch of corporate counsels wanted to do too. Starting with Deutsche Telekom, PwC did a big global deal, Verizon, all of them saw immediate productivity gains by dint of adopting this. I love the quote from the Deutsche Telekom general counsel. I guess when you're in Germany, you say nice things about the Swiss. And so she says, Harvey is like a Swiss Army knife. It simplifies tasks such as document analysis and all these other rote things that attorneys do, freeing us to focus on strategic priorities. So in a sense, a two-pronged target now of big law and big corporate. And then we're saying that none of this happened over the last 3-4 years without the incumbents noticing. And the incumbents here are really, it's a triopoly of LexisNexis, Thomson Reuters, which controls and owns Westlaw, and Bloomberg Law. And all of them have been doing the rational thing, which is getting into the business of acquiring AI-powered startups to build into their offer. And meanwhile, the folks in the venture capital community on Sand Hill Road have been exceedingly active. Did a bunch of Harvey lookalikes. These are a bunch of familiar brand names to anyone who is in the room in the legal practice, but maybe with one or two observations worth making. One is these are not Swiss Army knives. They tend to be point solutions around specific things like legal assistance, contract drafting, or contract review. The other thing worth saying is that these are the most pedigreed VCs in the world who are lining up and writing huge checks. The latest statistic is in this last year, over $1 billion of venture capital has gone into legal tech alone. So I'll just give you 2 quick snapshots of where we're today, and then we'll open it up for discussion. One is just to let you know that a lot is in the financing world. I mean, since the last time we talked, Harvey raised 2 rounds, each of $300 million. The one that came earlier in 2025 in February was raised at a $3 billion value. Interestingly enough, the business is moving fast enough that over the 4 months between February of 2025 and June of 2025, they raised another $300 million in marked up valuation by 66% to $5 billion. So it's now a 4-year-old $5 billion private market valuation company. And again, most pedigreed VCs in this deal here, and close to $800 million raised to date. And so what's the state of the business? The state of the business is roughly $100 million ARR projected for this year. You'll see here a headcount of about 350 people. They have about, depending on how you count it, a huge number of accounts, 500 accounts, 45,000 lawyers in 42 countries. Seat utilization is high. I think the most impressive things you can see here are at the bottom, meaning gross revenue retention. As of you know, GRR is a metric for how much of the business you have acquired in a year do you still have, and it's to 100%. And then even more blockbuster thing here is that net revenue retention at 167%, indicating enormous success actually growing accounts through cross and upsell once you have them. And I do want to say that one of the funders in this deal, which is Sequoia, one of the storied VC firms, had this to say about Harvey. First, lawyers, next, professional services, and ultimately, all of knowledge work. Okay, so that was it. That took 2.5 hours of hard labor in the middle of the night, working alone. I pressed that in 5 minutes. Do you all need a break? I know it was very exhausting. All right, so let me, I'm gonna put this down and let me pose a question. And the question for all of you is a bit of a devil's advocate question, which is if Anthropic OpenAI could announce tomorrow morning that they had introduced a legal copilot that had largely the functionality that Harvey has, then why does Harvey even exist? And maybe put it differently, because it's a question you can ask lots of the application layer companies, which is to say, are they actually businesses, or are they features waiting to get absorbed by one of the big hyperscalers or foundation models? Can we start there? Which is, we really have a $5 billion valuation, but everyone knows there's enormous failure rate. I actually have access to a microphone, so I can run over here. I see a hand over here. What do you think? What would you guide us? Are they waiting for acquisition, or is this a business?
No, I think real business, because I think that the power in the business is the data. So these firms all have proprietary data information that they want to keep proprietary, work the way they work. Now, the law stuff, the code, the stuff that's publicly available, that's fine. But for the organizations that want to make sure that they're maintaining their intellectual property as it relates to law, this seems like a pretty sound approach.
Wow, interesting. So part of it is separate from the functionality, the privileged access that Harvey has established by dint of its success to proprietary data. Proprietary data, firm by firm. Yeah, please.
So my first impression would be that that OpenAI would be more like a generalist. They can be good at like several topics, but these are more like specialists. And also, like if you could see, they have specialists like humans backing all this information, and an advisory board that is going to make sure that what the technology is advising is something that it's accurate. So I think like this interaction of technology and people in a special area is something that is needed.
Interesting. Okay, so we've got not just a specialist positioning, but you're actually telling us that the fact that you've got a bunch of expert humans involved in the business, I see you pointing sagely to. Oh, marvelous. So part of it is actually the human specialists in the business.
I don't see proprietary data. I mean, you've got litigation's public. I don't see where the proprietary data comes from. And $5 billion valuation, the founder should exit and be an employee of one.
Now, wait a second. We were on such a roll of positivity and support.
Hey, $5
and
billion,
then suddenly,
$5 billion positive.
Cold water. Well, completely unannounced. Wait, so your indictment is...
My dad went to HBS. That's probably why we call him the wet blanket.
And so it's turned you into a lifelong cynic. But wait, I just want to make sure I understand your point is that anything that goes into a court of law becomes public data. So there's a huge amount of, to use a legal term, discoverability here in terms of access to data. Your comment about the $5 billion valuation is that from a hyperscaler perspective, that's nothing.
From a serial entrepreneur who hasn't had a $5 billion valuation yet, that's where that perspective is from.
Okay, so you heard it here first. I'm going to proudly write this on the board. $5 billion, Will says, is pocket change. Okay. Oh.
You succeeded. Like you're a founder. You made.
You're
a founder. You get to a $5 billion valuation. Get smart. I've seen guys not do it and end up with donut. So hear me this time. You get to a $5 billion valuation from scratch. Great job. Don't go for $1 trillion.
Okay, so I'm now going to correct this. This is now the Rob Report edition. $5 billion is by anyone's standard generational wealth. So you're saying to Winston and Gabe, each of whom are now 17 years old, guys, you got it good. This is a time to exit, not a time to roll the dice again. We have somebody over here. Yes. Sahar.
Yes. So I think there's a lot of investment from the VCs here, and they're actually counting on this company to grow more. They don't want to lose that equity and just sell it off to ChatGPT or Claude. So I think, and they have a bigger advantage here, so they want to keep that.
So there is an argument here, which is that the VCs are in a position to brute force a win. This would be the Masayoshi Son vision fund philosophy, which is you take an idea and put enough capital behind it, and you can make it into a winner. We have somebody over here.
Yes, and I'm going to say it's trust. And when you look at the hallucination numbers, and how many times have we seen in the news that a lawyer put together a briefing and it had citations that were not even real?
Yes, you're referring to that wonderful famous case of Stephen Schwartz Esquire, who on the behalf of a client who was injured on an Avianca Airlines flight, sued them and delivered a bunch of case precedent, none of which existed. And the judge said, how can you have presented things to a court of law that you made up? He said, I didn't make them up. I got them from GPT. And when they asked him why he didn't check, he said, I did check. I asked GPT if they were real. So that's absolutely right. So having people are specialized, people that you trust. Do we have somebody over here?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hi. So I am cheating a little because I have a front row seat to this because I'm in legal tech.
Okay.
We have a company that is being called the new case text, which is pretty cool. After a 650 exit, we'll take that comparison. And we're here in Boston. So anyhow, we're a little bit gossipy in legal tech. And the story with Harvey is they actually picked up the phone and called Sam Altman. That's where they started. So they have a very deep connection to OpenAI. So I would say that's kind of the play for them. Although they are so funded up the wazoo that an exit is extremely unlikely at the sort of amount of VC they have right now. So they can't really exit right now.
And your point is simple math, right?
Yeah,
that for
exactly.
Kleiner and Co. who came in at a $5 billion valuation, they need to exit at a $10 to $15 billion valuation. And that's if they were looking for PE returns. If they're looking for VC returns, they need a 5 or 10x.
Exactly. So they're kind of in a funny position, and they really are an interesting company. If anyone wants to talk more about it, I'm around. But I was talking to Harvey we were at the it's a conference we were presenting at, and we went over and talked to Harvey, and they are actually getting their case law from Lexis, who's also an investor. So they are a very interesting organization. And they said to me, when I said, why don't you have your own case law? They said, because Lexis and Westlaw own the law. And I said, well, we'll talk about that. So anyway, very interesting company.
Yes, and by the way, I mean, one fascinating bit of an update there is that one of the ways they solve the LexisNexis problem is to do a strategic alliance with LexisNexis as of this year, so that you can now go into Harvey and access their proprietary stream of legal information. Gentlemen, sir.
I'm his father. I went to HBS. Anyway,
But I hope you came out with a rosier and more optimistic view of life.
Indeed, and you're about to hear it right now. Building on some of the things that have been said on the positive side, they are way down the curve in terms of understanding this whole business. They focused, which I think you need to do to succeed as a startup.
Yep.
And you can never assume you're smarter than your competitors, but if you focus, you can know more about your domain and your target market than anyone in the market. And you strive to become the best in the business. They have a huge asset, which is their high satisfaction client base with a 98% retention, which means it's going to be really tough if ChatGPT or Claude announces a product that goes head to head with Harvey. I think they will have a tough time cracking into the market. And then the last comment I want to make is different. They've gotten this far. They've got high client sat. There's low turnover. What's impressive about what they've done on the technical side is they've figured out how to maintain a customized product without having their maintenance costs eat them alive. And I think that's something that in this room, if we want to build AI apps and sell them to a target market, we all need to understand how to do. I haven't figured it out. I'm hoping maybe sometime today I can meet someone that's done it, or maybe I should go talk to Harvey and figure it out, because I think that's really, really important.
Thank you so much. So, and by the way, very fair in the sense that part of their applications of AI are to do customization, meaning what look like custom software implementations, workflow integration at much lower cost than people would have expected, hence their ability to scale. Yes.
Hi, I hope what I'm going to say is not going to get me into trouble, and I hope there's nobody from Harvey over here. So definitely they had a first mover advantage, right? Which is huge. But we also saw from your slides that there are other players who are entering the space.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Harvey is doing active customer reviews, because I have a lot of folks, who are in the legal community, and I'm hearing some different things that it's not as effective. So initially it is, but then afterwards it hits a plateau. So the main thing is going to be, if they stay in the game, is like, how do they make sure that can differentiate themselves? And it's really giving the bang for the buck, right, for anybody who's subscribing to it. So yes, the first mover advantage.
And we're saying that this would come back to our friend Will up here, which is, can they continue to deliver? They clearly have got a pole position in the industry right now. Let me use that as a pivot, which is to say, there are certainly, like all startup ventures, even a $5 billion private market valuation, there are lots of reasons to be skeptical, and no picture like this is without risk. Let me ask a different kind of question. And this is, in a sense, let's rotate our perspective 180 degrees from our critique of Harvey, either as investors or industry analysts. Now let's talk about being your managing partner of one of these scaled law firms. And you find out, because of Harvey's application, and again, it may be that it's brilliant, or it may just be that it's good enough. But whatever it is, it has reduced your labor costs for a core function within your very scaled firm by 70%. And now the question is, what does that mean to you? What do you do about it? And let me just say specifically, one version of this is that you turn around with this wonderful windfall, and you go to your clients and say, I want to share the savings with you. Oh my God, why is this so funny to that end of the room, but not this? I guess these are attorneys, and these are the people who are clients of the attorneys. Oh my God, if only I didn't pay $1,500 an hour. So this is, in a sense, okay, cut prices. Can you imagine billing less? The other version of this, I suppose, would be celebrate, because you now have much fatter margins, and you might even say, before we even worry about larger margins, maybe I just erase that and we say, hey, you know what? This gives us an opportunity to cut jobs. And since payroll is the #1 item in SG&A at any law firm, if you tell me that in one big swath of my practice I can cut 70% of labor rate, then I could probably get 70% of payroll, which may be 30% of payroll overall. And as an equity partner, I'm going to take a very big bonus home next year. What do you do, Toby?
So a couple of things on that, right? That is going to happen also to the providers in this space. But what the flip side of that coin is, there are too many lawyers. And I know a lot of people just think that automatically, but in a funny way. But when there are too many lawyers in a market, and you can tell this by looking at the current entry-level hiring, which is next to zero, there will be price competition, really fierce price competition, and some of those will not survive, right? And the big companies will crush some of the smaller companies. What these guys have is a deep context advantage with a really good service model. Their numbers are just a function of being early, not being fantastically great, right?
Yeah.
So what happens in that market is the technology moves ahead, and typically wave 2 innovators kill the wave 1 innovators. If somebody buys UiPath and turns that into an intelligent Gen AI, I get context automatically, and I am a process wizard company, you kill every company like this. So that's the distant future, maybe 3 years from now. And to Harvard's point over there, the way you scale that is just with typical a set of rules and a typical set of process things on top of your process master. So yeah, they're dead in 3 years, and drunken sailors on shore leave, VCs putting in, another $2 billion in 4 months. That is poison. That will end up killing.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that there are a couple things going on. If it turns out that we are the rare lawyer who wants to share value with a client, then what we're seeing is price cuts. one way or the other. That's what shared value means. If what you're saying is that there's intense competition and we're oversupplied on attorneys, maybe already, but certainly when AI can automate a bunch of these tasks, that we're going to see something which involves fierce price competition, meaning a race to the bottom on price, meaning hourly rates. So either way, you wind up with a price structure that changes and goes south. But there's another implication in Toby and what you're saying, which is if I've all of a sudden got the power of a paralegal and 4 associates because I am on a team with a generative AI called Harvey, then the question is, I don't need a firm to give me leverage. In which case, are you now seeding the market for a bunch of attackers who, by the way, will come in and because of their low cost structure, drive prices even lower?
Yeah, because this market and 20 markets like it will now become very margin sensitive. I had a contract for a CEO for a startup sent to me. I put it in a couple of the Gen AI things, fixed the contract, made it better, sent it back to their lawyers, and they were like, wow, this is fantastic. Can we talk to your law firm? And I felt like creating a fake law firm and giving them a bill, but I didn't.
I think we've all had that fantasy using GPT. Oh, thank you. Do I get to keep this? So what do you all think? Is there anyone who actually thinks that we ought to, over here. Yes, wait a second. These are the folks who thought it was so amusing that the attorneys would cut their prices to share the savings with the client. What do you think? Are you in that camp? Which is like a good attorney should say, I'm not worth $2,000 an hour. I should bill maybe 500 plus I have a GPT subscription.
You're right. I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction, which is even more more optimistic than that, which is that they reinvent the labor pipeline. It's a labor disruption. They look at how they've been creating lawyers and say, this doesn't work anymore. It doesn't make any sense. And whoever comes up with the new way of training the next generation of lawyers wins.
But wait a second, if you're saying that we're going to reinvent staffing, then one of the implications, the reason we're celebrating is that every lawyer can now do 3 lawyers worth of work. We can bill 240 hours a week and they're only 168 hours in the week and that's just one person.
But you can't ignore the pipeline. You can't ignore the next generation of lawyers by getting rid of the bottom.
Oh, okay. Karen has brought up the very sobering thought, which is that if there are no entry-level positions, where will the lawyers of the future come from? I love your pink suit.
Oh, thank you very much.
Spectacular. I don't know if you can all see it, but this is like a breath of springtime here in the fall. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I didn't want to, never mind, we're not going to go there. Anyway, following her train of thought, what if we keep following it backwards to the law school and then you start to ask, what is your version of the Krebs cycle that needs to be interrupted that allows for legal to be more available in ways that we had never thought of before?
Wow. So now we're talking about reinventing the practice of law, reinventing legal education. I loved your point about when John Halamka talked about the idea that out at Mayo, the building was part of the care team. So if you really reinvent it, there's very radical thoughts. Paul?
Just like 5 minutes.
Oh.
Sorry.
That is such a downer, and I thought Paul was my friend. Oh, man. Okay. Yes.
So I was going in the same direction. I think, so the legal education market's a $4.2 billion industry at 2033. So it's a very growing market. Yeah. I think they can not pivot, but rather expand into a new vertical, make it a platform where you can have online legal education across the globe and scale as a vertical. Because what
are you suggesting that should be Harvey's business, which is to invent a new kind of lawyer and do their own legal education and compete with Harvard Law School, God forbid?
It should be to train the next generation of lawyers so they are ready with technology, with the education, with the right platform.
Wow. So this actually sounds like a very good prescription for every knowledge worker job, not just in legal, which is how do you train people for a completely different configuration of job? Do you have a microphone back there? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hi. Law firms have a bit of a business model crisis on their hands in that with Harvey being accessible to their clients, the low value work that essentially fed the bottom is now disrupted and they don't have that sort of absorption spend. And then secondly, they are very wedded to a T&M type model of selling, and they've got to start to think about how they're delivering value and packaged nuggets in order to address customer concern. I've heard stories of a lawyer who was told by a customer he wanted a problem solved, and the lawyer said it would cost $200,000. And the customer said, I only have 50. The lawyer went and generated a solution with ChatGPT and only charged him 10. And the managing partner was like, what the heck did you just do? Right now, you can't charge more than 10 for that ever again, but it was worth 50 to the customer. So just sort of rethinking the pricing model and the work delivery unit is an issue. The leverage is gone because of the low value work moving into firms, into accounts.
Yes, and maybe worth remarking that all of this suggests that we are going to dramatically reprice, not necessarily revalue, but reprice the nature of the work itself. I just want to be mindful of the fact I realize that one of the occupational hazards of running around the room is that you don't see the clock at the front of the room, and that's why Paul is reminding me that we have to wrap up. I do want to assure you that at HBS, we don't do 20-minute case discussions. We really run them for 80 or 90 minutes. And so that's a bit of an infomercial. Please come and visit the campus and have a real case discussion that goes on the full length. The only problem is you have to read that document the night before. So I just want to say, I hope this is just a little bit of, obviously, very brief opportunity to like dip our toes into some of the issues here. One is this whole question, which is being ferociously debated in the venture capital world about application layer companies and whether they are, if you think of a spectrum of feature product business, the question, have we built a bunch of feature or product businesses that are destined to be absorbed by the foundation model builders of the hyperscalers? It is also absolutely something we're seeing in every aspect of the economy, which is this whole question of what does it mean to reinvent work around these capabilities and what does that imply in terms of pricing? And the final thing you might say is that any disruptor strategy to Harvey would by definition be something that looks more like Grammarly and less like the Bloomberg terminal, meaning that Harvey has come in as the Bloomberg terminal to create a de facto standard in the industry, and they're selling it because it's at a very high price. They're selling it top down. But most tech innovation we know of comes from the bottom up, as we said a few minutes ago. And that would then be the question of, can you empower individual attorneys with something like Harvey in a box that might be available on a freemium offer that they bring into the firm, which then would change all of this all over again. In which case, maybe the place we should end is Will's point, which is no matter how extraordinarily successful this looks, wow, is this fraught with risk? Not just because it's overcompeted and the incumbents are striking back, which they don't orderly do in every industry, but then on top of that, there are a million iterations that we're going to see in this industry before we know what the future actually looks like. I just want to say thank you to all of you for the leaps of faith and jumping in, even in this very big room. It's a real pleasure, and look forward to the rest of our time together today. Take care.
Now, please welcome to the stage Chief Data and AI Strategy Officer at ThoughtSpot, Cindy Housen.
Good morning. Boy, that made me want to go back to school. I am thrilled to share with you today some of the best practices I've learned to give you ROI from your AI, from my 30 years in this industry, from my 5 years as a Gartner Research Vice President, and from the last 6 years working at ThoughtSpot, the agentic analytics platform. And I'll dare say that it's an absolute privilege to work with our top 20 customers on their data and AI strategy, that really they are, I would say, at the higher end of the maturity curve that Paul and John have shared with you. So I'll start by asking you a question. How many of you saw this headline floating around social media last month? Raise your hand. Keep your hand up if you felt absolute euphoria about that news. Like, thank God everyone else is failing. It's not just me. Who felt that euphoria? None of you? A few of you. Thank goodness, right? How many of you said, I don't believe that headline? Yes, because you all read GAI Insights newsletter that warned you, look past the headline. I actually call the headline unfortunate clickbait because they left out a lot of details, like it was failed to realize revenue generation even though there are cost efficiencies for generative AI. If you read the full survey from Nanda, we can debate the fact base used in any survey. Always look critically, what is the fact base? But there are some important insights in this. First off, that shadow IT has shifted to shadow AI. If a business unit deploys generative AI, they're not necessarily calculating ROI and reporting it to the executive team. They're just living the value. The other important insight that buy versus build, buy an AI solution is proving more valuable, fast time to value. And experimentation, it's okay. We're all learning. This is like day one of the dial-up days of the internet. The pace of innovation is incredible. Experimentation is not a failure if you learn from it and if you time box it. It's the endless experimentation that is a problem. The other thing that I know from Gartner's annual CDO survey is that CDAOs, CDAIOs, whatever the title is, they're not good at articulating the value from data and analytics AI investments. They've grown up through IT. They think of themselves as cost, least cost to support. So for those of you that have a role or work with these people, it's about honing the skill, the why. Why are we deploying AI? Why are we using data? What is the return on investment? So another survey stat. Google just released this survey, over 3,000 respondents. 88% are winning here, are achieving ROI. How many of you like this survey stat more than the other? Yeah, you're not gonna cherry pick. Nobody would cherry pick. Some of you might use this number when you want to go get funding for your project, and then you'll use the other number when you're running late, right? Nobody's gonna do that. But I think it is inspiring just to see the breadth of the range of value statements. So I wanna share with you 5 best practices to ensure a greater chance of positive ROI. The first is pick the right use case. We are not short of ideas. We are longing for ideas. And I look at this quadrant 2 by 2, and I'm going to give you a third element here, the size of the bubble. So on the y-axis, you have the value. What is the likelihood it will improve revenues or reduce your costs? The x-axis, what does your data look like? Is your data ready enough? Or is it fragmented, siloed, dirty? Everyone has that, but can you hone in on one use case where it's also not PI data as your first experiment, which might be high value, but also definitely increases risk? The size of the bubble. Overlay the cultural readiness, the hunger for change. Because humans, we are resistant to change. And some business units will say, it's good enough. We've always done it this way. So if you look at, then, instead of starting with the highest value use case, I'm going to start with A. The cultural readiness is there. Data is clean. It's not the highest value, but I can get a quick win. And I have learned what are the blind spots of Gen AI? How do we bring the organization forward? I'm going to come back to B, the highest value use case, or E into F, because the people are resistant to change. I'll share with you as host of the Data podcast. You can listen to Anand Iyer, the Chief Data Officer at Ecolab. They work on the water cooling systems for a lot of data centers, clean water. And not only do they think about what is the value to Ecolab, it is the value to the customers. How much did we save on your cooling costs using data? How much did we improve energy consumption? The second, a focus on people. And I loved the CEO of Melissa yesterday morning talking about how they paid attention to change management. This is something we often overlook. We focus too much on the tech, not enough on the people. So I'll give you an acronym. We're asking somebody to break a legacy process. You have to understand their WIFM. What is in it for me? And that might be take away the drudgery. Oh yeah, take away drudgery of my work, or elevate my career. If you fail to paint a picture of how their jobs will improve, or let's be honest, if the job might go away, what is their next job and what is the path they need to do to get there? They will block you, they will undermine you, and they will wait for you to leave the organization. Listen to what Karen Stroop, and you get to hear from the WEX team in another breakout today, what she had to say on Data Podcast.
I think ambiguity is paralyzing. People don't know how to navigate through it. They don't know where to start. They don't know what it means for their jobs, what it means for the future. And so I think our role as leaders fundamentally is to help build confidence and help people navigate through that ambiguity so that companies can learn and they can unlock the power that's being generated today. So I have 3 key lessons. One is helping manage people and their things and their confidence. 2 is around clarity over certainty. And the 3rd is around speed to learning.
Thank you, Karen, for sharing your insights there. The 3rd, elevate AI literacy. That cannot be an afterthought. In fact, it is a life skill. And yet, 84% of Americans fail basic AI literacy skills. We could debate the hurricanes. Is it going to hit Florida? It's based on past data, predictive model. It's not a sure thing. Will my Ford Mustang Charger make it to the next E station? It's not a sure thing. Is Boston going 2 feet of snow or 3 feet of snow in the first fall? We don't know. Now, with generative AI, moving to probabilistic systems. It's trying just to guess what is the next word, almost in Mad Libs type way. And as an industry, we are very uncomfortable with this. Lloyd's Banking, they make AI and data literacy a fun part of the annual summer camp, and they even make something called data escape rooms to teach the whole organization.
Now, I'm looking at your background. So if anyone sees the video, you'll see this fun background, Data and AI Summer School. And Lloyd's recently won an award for your education efforts. Tell me about the summer school.
So summer school itself is something that we run over the summer, as you'd expect, for a full 2 months. It's fully virtually enabled. So the other really great benefit we have in Lloyd's is that we run something called flexible summer, which broadly means that during the summer months, actually colleagues can broadly work from anywhere. Now we've had
the 4th one, embed analytics at the point of impact. And this is a survey from NANDA, the success rate for buying versus building. The head of software engineering, Aria at Verisk, they're a data product company. They went from a buy versus build. He said also you have to think about time to market as expectations are changing.
Here's my message to our leaders is that let's pay close attention to market trends and more importantly to time to the market. We are right now witnessing that very rapidly the user experience expectation from the clients and customers being evolving and changing very quickly. Right now, seems like moving on from the traditional searching, playing with the filters on products to find the data. Right now, their expectation turns to be they like to just type their question in their mind and get the answer instantly. So that's the world now we are living today. And for doing that, and then if you are operating like an organization, our skills, you need help. Then again, coming with the mission that we have. And this is not all about having the AI-powered product into the market, but the main question here is that when do you want to have that AI-powered product and hand it over to your customer? Do you want to have it in the next 3-4 months, or do you want to have it in the next 12 months? Well,
and I think about how they're a data company, so they have an external data product, but I think about organizations like Sephora or Dell, where they also have a portal for their suppliers to also get these data insights. This last one, I want everyone here, if you're in a position of power, to prioritize AI ethics before you start designing and building. And think about, how do you want AI to shape humanity? And I love in this morning's Women in Analytics breakfast, somebody stood up and said, are we going to make the same mistakes that we made with social media and wait to see the consequences? Our industry already has several suicides and now a murder credited to ChatGPT. And this is Mr. Solberg. He had mental health issues, but he started to believe that his mother was setting out to poison him. And for months, he had conversations with ChatGPT. We know that LLM-induced psychosis is real. I want you to compare, though. So the Wall Street Journal shared just some of the prompts that came out leading up to his suicide and the murder of his mother. And on the left-hand side, you answer some ChatGPT that reinforced his fears. On the right-hand side, you have an answer from Claude. They're sonnet models that typically score much higher on AI bias and the benchmarks. And notice on Claude, it's actually saying, okay, if you think she's poisoning you, you need to do something about this. But maybe you're imagining it. Have you gotten some help? Talk to a friend. So how do we make these safeguards? What killed me is the head of an AI company said, we need to start talking about this. Talking? I'd rather we have a little more doing now. You, as the buyers and designers of AI, you have choices about when you factor this into your design and deployment. After you've already built it, the escalating commitment is rather high. If you're hoping regulation will figure this out, regulation moves too slowly. I find it interesting that Italy just last week passed some legislation that children under the age of 14 have time limits for using these chatbots. So I would say collaborate with your stakeholders, including external stakeholders earlier. I want you to be more like Amy Smith, the head of data for the Met Police, who has dedicated her career to using data and AI to reduce harms against young women. Also, for fun things, how many police officers should they have at the Taylor concert? These are my 3 favorite resources on this topic. I think if you follow these best practices, you'll be the AI superhero in your story. I thank you. I encourage you to listen to the Data Chief for more inspiring stories. I hope you'll join me and my colleagues ACE at the breakout this afternoon to get a little more hands-on ThoughtSpot. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Paul Beier.
Excellent job, Cindy. Thank you so much. We're running about 10 minutes late, so I'll do mine in 5. This is a big topic. Our team took 1,000 hours this summer and worked on our buyer's side. And this is a question we're getting a lot from companies. How do you make sense of all these different tools out there? And I just want to give you the touch on the highlights here in 5 minutes. We had in-depth conversations with 30 companies, 1-hour interview, a product interview, plus a talk with a handful of the customers here. And it was really, really interesting. This market is really moving very quickly, and we consistently find ourselves finding different parts of the market that other vendors didn't know. So These are the major findings. We talk a lot about this, and we'll skip it. I mean, agents are certainly hyped up a lot, not being used a lot in the enterprise yet. You know, a real push from build last year to do-it-yourself folks to buy. A lot more companies now are knowing that they have to get live this year, and they're telling us, boy, I need to get live. I don't have enough data scientists. I can't build all these tools here. I'm looking for a much wider. So we saw that both from talking to companies, but also hearing that from the vendor interviews we did. Own your own intelligence. A lot more companies are moving beyond pilot theater to really getting serious about understanding it and really want to understand, what does it mean to own my intelligence? Am I going to have control over the cycle? Am I going to have control over who accesses data here? So all the different elements of this is increasingly important. A lot of these companies, which all increasingly moving much towards interest in on-prem or in virtual private cloud deployments, rather than just a hosted solution you did for AI, for instance, with your pilots. Haven't been paying attention. Unbelievable rise in the open source community out there in China. 10, 15 open source models are 90% as good as OpenAI. There's certainly, when Deep came out, a lot of instantly ban it. And we've been very surprised at how many companies are comfortable using DeepSeek in their trusted hyperscaler. So using DeepSeek or Quinn, which is another Chinese model, in AWS or in Microsoft Azure or others. So that low-cost opportunities to get open source, or how you define open source, in it is becoming very real. Goodness, yeah, vendor volatility was stunning here. So last time we did this update was in December. Our team looked at all the different notes from a vendor that we talked in December, and 6 months later, and people like myself have been in the enterprise space for a while, your roadmap over 18 months doesn't change that much. Yet we saw vendors who were going on-prem, moving to hosted, vendors changing their models, that some had proprietary models and went open source. There were two that were open source models, went back to proprietary models here. So incredible churn in the vendor roadmap. So you got to really watch that as you think about your roadmap for your deployments. We saw this yesterday. Total cost of ownership explosion. So the per token cost is going down, but the amount of consumption of these tokens continues to go up in a very, very meaningful way. This is not Salesforce software. You can double and triple the number of users, not have incremental cost. What are we doing on the vendor side? We have a valuation that's based on a 5-point scale. Happy to share more about it here. On the foundation models, not surprising, OpenAI and Anthropic continue to be the major ones out there. Those three and Google are the leaders. But we got some real ones coming up here. Mistral has really made some progress here. Meta stumbled a little bit, but there's still a lot of companies that are betting on that as an open source alternative. Zuckerberg spent, $1 billion. We'll see how that experiment's been working here. And down the bottom left, our ratings really rated on how much market traction you have. If you don't have a lot of traction yet, you don't score this methodology. But the small language model, something Ramesh talked about yesterday, is really starting to show up. Liquid AI is one of Liquid AI and RCAI are two companies really focusing on small language models, which are really going to be used more and more when we see AI applications that have multiple models, maybe a routing model, a model for cheap queries, a judging model, and then another model for intelligence. Glean, I don't know if Glean's here. Hear about Glean, a lot about Writer, and then a few other ones we're really interested that came up in our interview. Custom GPT is out there today. The no-code, very cost-effective way to get your teams up running. It's a number one thing we tell companies, that you should have zero risk projects for AI for less than $5,000 of putting a no-code front end on your website. Most of the companies still don't have that. You can GAI World, we use their product for that. It's an unbelievable way to get your organizational learning. Vantik's another fantastic company who's presenting here today. So that's a highlight. If you want deeper brief, Ankash, who heads our research, and I are happy to have a call with you. The here is that things are moving really, really quickly, and the vendor claims are through the roof. We calculate at least $200 million, just $200 million of incremental marketing just this year. CIOs are telling us they're getting double and triple the number of cold calls. That Bedrock sales rep solve every problem. Every single one of these 30 vendors said that they have an AI enterprise agent framework. So you really, really need to think through carefully who you're partnering with and double those claims. Let's keep the ball rolling, and we'll go, Mike, and your panel.
Please, to moderate our next panel, please welcome to the stage Executive Fellow, Harvard Business School, Mike Grandinetti.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So I just want to acknowledge Paul and John and this conference and what they created here in Boston. Guys, great job. Well done. Thank you for having us. Really well done. Okay. So when Paul asked me to program a panel for this year's conference, I had no preconceived notions of who I would want to bring on the panel, right? And what we were looking for was the antithesis of companies doing pilot theater or in pilot hell. And so my mandate was, can I identify some visionary early adopters who embraced generative AI well ahead of the pack and went through a very disciplined process to scale globally? And so we have three representatives today. Monica Caldas, the global CIO of Liberty Mutual, who also was named the MIT CIO of the Year 2025, amongst many other awards that she deservingly has been given. Brianna Jimerson, who is VP of Product Marketing within JP Morgan and has been an instrumental part of their LLM Suite team that has won an American Banker Innovation Award. And Josh Gagne, who's been doing AI for a long time in his role as a research scientist and as the head of epidemiology at Johnson & Johnson, but he also co-chairs the Global AI Council, okay? So three people that, what's remarkable to me is that as an 8-time entrepreneur, I studiously avoided calling on companies in regulated industries. They were late adopters. They were way too conservative. You would run out of cash if all you tried to do was sell into insurance and banking and pharma. Boy, that has changed. And so, Monica, I asked you this question once before. What has happened? Why this inflection point where the three of you here are representing sort of the avant-garde of scale, global scale? How did that happen?
Well, maybe I'll set the record straight on insurance first.
Yeah.
You know, Liberty Mutual, we're a 113-year-old company, and I don't know how many of you would say, oh, you're an innovative company. Show of hands. Come on. Okay, so this is important. I'm gonna set the record straight.
Please.
We've actually been incredibly innovative in our 113 years. If you know prosthetic arms, for example, the Boston elbow, we were the company that partnered with MIT and surgeons to get that across the finish line. And there's a whole host of other things. In our most recent history, we were, this is the third year that we've been listed as the most innovative company list in Fortune, and then top 10 across the globe on AI utilization by Evident AI. So there's external factors that have, so maybe validation. So hopefully, can I see a show of hands? Do you believe we might be innovative? Okay, come on. I did a good job. So anyway, to your point, I think it makes sense, right? We're regulated. We operate in 28 different countries. So therefore, it is really important for us to make sure that we hold our customers' data with utmost privacy, as well as meet all compliance rules. And when you're thinking about 28 countries, there's a lot.
And you're also regulated state by state.
State by state.
Yeah.
So 28 plus 50.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's a lot there, and absolutely right. But as it relates to what we've been doing, and if you think about our cost of goods sold, we don't actually know the cost of goods sold of our product. We have to be predicting the cost based on a lot of data variables. So AI, we've been doing classic AI for, as you might expect, forever.
Right.
And so when we think about where we're headed, Gen AI we just knew, we had conviction that we needed to go to the next arc of this so that we can serve our customers better. So hopefully I will dispel the myth.
Yeah.
And maybe my fellow panelists can help. But just because you're regulated does not mean that you're manageable. Not with Gen AI specifically, especially.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. We're all
Okay, good.
All right. So Josh, I'm gonna go down to the end of the chair line here and say, you've had a long history with machine learning, predictive analytics, right? Long before Gen AI showed up. So what was it from that previous experience that convinced, again, an iconic 100-plus-year-old company in a super regulated space that there was something there with Gen AI that led you to move so quickly?
Yeah, thanks, Mike, and thanks to Paul and the organizers for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah.
I'll start by saying I think that one of the reasons that Johnson & Johnson is where we are with respect to AI is that, just like Monica mentioned, we're a more than 100-year-old company, and innovation has been part of our DNA since the very beginning. We've been using AI, machine learning, data science, intelligent automation in lots of our processes to help solve big healthcare problems on a global scale. Within our epidemiology team alone, we've been using machine learning for decades for predictive analytics and other activities. And importantly, over the last couple of years, what we've realized is that we have a lot of experimentation going on, a lot of pilots, and we've really tried to shift the focus from broad experimentation into focusing on a more strategic approach to scale what works. So it's really within a test, learn, and scale framework. In doing so, we have developed a strategy which we liken to a lighthouse, where at the very top, we have a pillar around really bringing to market products that are AI and data enabled for patients and for our customers in the healthcare systems. In the middle of that lighthouse is using AI in discovery and development, in supply chain, as well as commercialization of those products. And then at the base, it's all of the employee productivity and improving the employee experience. But it's really built then on a foundation of data, technology, and talent. And when we think about examples within each of those three layers, one exciting one at the top is really what we're doing in the context of cardiac ablation for atrial fibrillation, where an electrophysiologist needs to guide a catheter into the left atrium to perform a very precise procedure. And traditionally, the imaging has been two-dimensional, but with a series of two-dimensional ultrasounds, we now can apply in real time deep learning algorithms to reconstruct a three-dimensional model so that the electrophysiologist can, with great precision, guide the catheter to exactly where the procedure needs to be performed. In the middle tier, I'll say that one of the biggest investments that we make in the development process for pharmaceuticals in particular is the large phase 3 studies that allow us to understand the benefits and the safety of our products. Those trials are often global, often involve thousands of patients from multiple countries, and it's a huge investment. But with predictive analytics and machine learning, we've been able to really push the envelope on identifying the sites that are going to provide the highest yield. So where are the sites where the patients are being seen for the conditions that we hope to treat? And if we then do a ranking process through the predictive analytics, we can identify those sites that enable us to recruit our studies more quickly and ultimately reduce the development timelines to get products to patients faster.
Thank you, Josh. So Brianna, JP Morgan, founded in 1799, and obviously the biggest bank in the US, and Jamie Dimon, probably one of the most visible business leaders in the world. And so at the very onset of this Gen AI revolution, Morgan Stanley was making a big deal out of their, how they were arming their wealth managers. Bloomberg was building and training their own model. Moody's came out. Morningstar came out. JP Morgan said, we cannot use Gen AI within the four walls of the business. And then something shifted. And here we are 2 years later, and you have 200,000 plus users of the LM suite. So how did you turn on the turbochargers and go from you were forbidden to use Gen AI to we're now 50% plus adoption within the company?
It's a beautiful question. Thank you. And thank you also to Paul and the GAI World community for having me. I think what's at the base of your question is, why did JP Morgan decide to give the power of AI to the people? And why did they decide to give the people the power at that specific time? Now, JP Morgan, which is, I believe, as you mentioned, the most profitable bank in the US, what they decided around Gen AI at the very beginning was they need to be in lockstep, not just with regulators in the financial space, but also very forward thinking. So what JP Morgan did was decided to invest its capital, invest its people and its resources into understanding how can Gen AI be valuable for everyone, from asset wealth management down to branches and banks. So at the end of that discussion, LLM Suite was born. It launched internally in 2023. And when you think about ChatGPT, as I mentioned last night, the value there is it made itself a consumer bill in the consumer wallet before it became an enterprise bill within the P&L of companies. So instantly, we have consumers building a vocabulary at the same time as financial leaders. JP Morgan saw that happening and decided that they needed to prioritize the needs of the business while also upskilling the hundreds of thousands of employees. So to your point, today we have 250,000 employees onboarded onto LLM Suite, which incorporates both OpenAI models, Anthropic models, and it has really made JP Morgan really a forward leader when it may seem like in the beginning there was a lot of hesitation. But as a result of that hesitation and that deep work on the data analytics side, on the protection side, the firm has been able to weave AI into the future of how they'll be doing business. And it's truly only the beginning. I cannot stress that enough.
And we're going to talk more about that. Okay,
Yes.
great. So Monica, you used the word conviction earlier.
Oh, yes.
So again, 7 years at Liberty, 4 years as CIO of the retail business, 3 years as global CIO. And you were trained at GE, one of the great management training grounds over the last 2 decades. How did you get conviction, and who else needed to share that conviction with you to move forward?
I think conviction starts from understanding what problems are you solving. And for us, we are a very purpose, mission-based company at the core. And if you think about our products, what we sell, insurance, it might seem, okay, it's a policy, I have a car, but it's so much more than that. And if you look around, events that have happened around the world, for example, the Morocco earthquake in 2023, we were there with our parametric insurance product. And what that means is it gets our customers back on their feet quicker. So the purpose is very meaningful to us. And so back to conviction, we orient it to, well, what problems are we solving? We know risk is going up around the world. We know that we need to think about how might we serve customers better. And so the question internally we were asking ourselves is, okay, the products and services we have and the tools that we use to deploy them, if we now have new tools in the marketplace, how are we using them? And are we going fast enough to shift in how we sell products and services?
Right.
So it started there. That's where the conviction started. It wasn't about, as a CIO, I think sometimes we get excited about shiny objects. And we were very disciplined in saying, this isn't about deploying a tool. It's about a new capability and how might we rewire how we operate. And so that's where the conviction came from. It was a real problem we're trying to solve. That's point one. Number two is, as an enterprise CIO, you have to think about, okay, how do I do this at scale? Right? Because it's very different if you're solving for $1 billion operation versus a $50 billion operation. And so for us, we were thoughtful in having an execution plan that said, okay, what are the fundamentals? What are the foundational capabilities? Infrastructure, your data readiness, your core systems. What are those things that need to be put in place or are in place? What do we need to do? The next step function. The next was about features. Well, what are we deploying? We're very thoughtful in saying, back to the insights that we just heard before, it's not about tool proliferation, it's about platform orientation. Otherwise, you die by 1,000 paper cuts, and it's not productive, and it doesn't help the mission. So capabilities was really important, and then bets, which was, how do we actually place some experiments out there and have them meaningfully connect to value so that you can create results. So fast forward to today, we've got, similar to JPMC, we've got over 28 different large language models that are available to our employees. We have 34 productionized use cases deployed. We have another 80 in the pipeline, about ready to go to production before end of year. We've got 300 in the backlog. And we've got real results as well, not just turning things on. So it's very important for me that if we're talking about change and rewiring, that you also ask yourself, how am I changing? How is my function changing?
Yes.
So in engineering, we are also changing. So we've improved engineering velocity by 13%. And I know you see a lot of headlines with layoffs and whatnot. We decided for us, our workload is so high that we harvested that and redeployed that capacity. And as a result of that, we were able to, for example, in our small commercial product, we've deployed Gen AI capabilities through our engineering pipelines that improved time to quote by 20%. So I could go on because our list is pretty deep, but that just connects the conviction to the results.
I love it. And just very quickly, improved engineering velocity by 13%.
Yeah.
Vibe coding / agentic coding, what role is that playing in your operation today?
So for us, engineering velocity, we connected it to high performance engineering. What is that? Back to the discipline of what are the fundamentals, what capabilities are you deploying, and what bets are you placing? So very disciplined execution, not just throwing tools out there and using words like vibe coding and then it's 2 people. We've got a 12,000 person engineering shop. So we can't just throw things. So under this umbrella of high performance engineering, we then created those practices. First was standardized tools. The second was modernize the platforms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. To answer your question directly about tools, yes, we have deployed GitHub Copilot. We also are doing a proof of concept with Cognition on their Devin product, which is an agentic AI, and we're deploying that specific agent as a junior analyst to work on toil. Software engineering, you've got these repeatable processes that are not differentiating you. And quite frankly, if you're an engineer and you're a software engineer, you don't want to be doing that work anyway. So we partnered with our engineers to say, well, what bodies of work, what tasks in the body of work you do don't actually add value. And we zeroed in on the toil and everything that happens within that. And then we said, okay, here's where we deploy it. So we're very systematically deploying it to create that result.
GE trained you well. Okay. Josh, I'm going to head it back down to you. So big headline in the Wall Street Journal, maybe back in, I don't know, April, May, talking about how you J&J, had 900 experiments that were running simultaneously, which is quite a bit. So how do you, as the co-chair of the CIO Council, how do you think about we're going to just allow people to experiment and lots of redundant pilots, I assume. How do you manage a process at that scale? And then how do you pull back with just that handful of use cases that you've ultimately landed on and doubled down on?
Yeah, it's a great question. And for 2 years, ever since Gen AI really began to take hold, we allowed large-scale experimentation across the enterprise. It's actually up to 1,500 use cases that have now come through our governance process where they're reviewed by various functions for various purposes. And in that process, through testing and learning, and then eventually scaling what works, we picked up on a couple of really important themes. One that you mentioned already, which was that there were a lot of common solution patterns that we observed. So a lot of similar types of use cases, then folks working on similar types of solutions. A lot of it was around the usual summarization, querying, drafting, but then there were also things specific to our industry and company around how do we respond more quickly to complaints that come in about our products? How do we generate evidence for health authorities more rigorously and more quickly as well? So that was one learning. Another really important learning was that with 1,500 use cases, not all of them are really bringing a lot of value. Some of them are very incremental. And so we've taken a deliberate approach as we've implemented that lighthouse strategy to say, let's really focus on the high value use cases. And by that, I mean, we have developed an agentic AI roadmap within our centralized IT group to focus on single solutions for those common use cases. And then in that review process where those 1,500 use cases have come through, Another really important part of the evolution was that we had a very centralized review, and we tried to push more of the review around the business value. And is this use case going to drive value either for patients, healthcare systems, or the business, back to the business owners or the leaders within those businesses to make that adjudication? Because the centralized review process, one, had the potential to create a bottleneck, but two, didn't have the right people to weigh in on that value piece. So those have been two of the things we've been really focused on in that journey.
That's great. So Brianna, your Chief Data and AI Officer, Teresa Heitensether, if I pronounce that correctly, okay, has been interviewed by every media outlet in the world about her perspective, and she is all in on AI. And what makes her interesting is she doesn't have a technology background. She's run many large businesses for the bank. And so she says every decision we make is through the lens of how do we make the business more impactful. And she also goes on to say that we're not going to mandate the use of AI. We want there to be so much business value that the JPM employees will actually want to use it. So what business value has this group actually delivered? What are some of the metrics that you can share?
Excellent. I love this. I would say one thing about Teresa Heisner, she is has been within the firm for over 20 years, came from securities, so she knows how the sausage gets made. And she really understands not just what does it take to make JP Morgan profitable, but what does it take to keep the data, to keep the countless types of information that the firm has relevant. So to answer that question, I would say JP Morgan has not mandated use of Gen AI, right? There's no checkbox associated with your end of year performance that says, how many prompts did you do this year? That doesn't exist. What we have done and what the firm has done with over 250,000 employees has been leading with curiosity. Because again, we have to remember that we are all professionals within the finance space. We consume information, news about Gen AI, the future of finance, et cetera. And then to come into your place of business and to feel like you're being hit over the head with this, AI hammer, no one wants that. You're not going to have a good time. So instead, by focusing on what are the parts of your everyday that spark curiosity and creativity, and how can we build Gen AI tools within JP Morgan and LLM Suite that further that? And then what are the parts of the workflows that have to happen on a quarterly, annual, weekly basis? And how can we make sure that that happens perhaps through Gen AI as well? So to answer your question, it has been a lot of leading with education. And as part of that education, having people feel like they have skin in the game, giving them access to the roadmap, encouraging people to become beta users and beta testers. That's how you build out this real global federated network of evangelists. That's what we've done at JP Morgan with Gen AI. And it's excellent to see it kind of take off, fire, like catching a fire throughout the world, as full regions and parts of the business and LOBs are excited to bring to you the business use cases that they found through a hackathon with analysts and associates. Right? Like that's the story of JP Morgan, and that's kind of how the bank is going to stay relevant. And Teresa has mandated that curiosity, I would say, but not the usage.
Great, thank you, Brianna.
Of course.
So Monica, if I had $1 for every time the word agentic AI was mentioned this year, I'd be ahead of Elon Musk and Larry Ellison on the Forbes 400 list, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paul had spoken earlier about, every one of the vendors that they vetted on their buyer's guide claims they have an agentic framework. So let's get down to what's real, right? So Walmart comes out maybe a month or two now and said, we got ahead of our skis a bit, and we rolled out so many agents that we've kind of confused everybody, including our customers. So what lessons can we learn when a company runs nilly-willy into a fad?
Yeah.
And maybe says, maybe we were a little bit too ambitious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I understand the why, but I think you've got to really connect the culture of the company, the industry you're in, and design what's the best path forward. And so for us, I go back to we're selling a product that if people need it, it's because something bad happened.
Yeah.
And so we're very thoughtful about how we deploy agents, how we touch customers, how we leverage the capability. So you'll hear me say a lot about disciplined and having a methodology by which you deploy these things.
Right.
because of the space we're in, and it's probably shared, with both companies here as well. And so that's our mantra is, while we have a North Star and similar, we have a roadmap, we understand the maturity level, we also have a disciplined approach. So that's point number one. Point number two is we then say, back to the earlier speaker on mapping out the use cases and the opportunities. For us, we also do that, and we think about, okay, where is judgment needed by a human? Our perspective is that the human will always be at the helm, but maybe not in the loop or on the loop. And those are different for us. We have a delineation on that. Right. And so then you start to connect the dots on where you deploy the agents. And so we've been doing that internally, deploying them internally. And I'll give you an example. We have an agent called Libby. And Libby is your help desk support agent.
Right.
And we use Teams at Liberty Mutual. And so we deployed Libby through Teams. She's reached out to every single 40,000 of our employees around the world simultaneously. We actually tested that load balancing on that, and engaged and said, Libby, introducing what the agent does and how can I help you? And I know, I was watching this, and at the beginning of the morning, people were testing and they were like, Libby, how many devices do I have? Because we count that, we manage that. And Libby was going, I don't know. And someone said, well, this is where you go to go find out. Go do that and then tell me how many devices I have. By that afternoon, we asked the question again, and Libby was able to answer the question. Wow. Now we're moving Libby into the space of, we're connecting her to, so this is through ServiceNow, MoveWorks, next thing is the other platform. So connecting all that together, I see people writing that down. Yeah. Connecting all that together to say, okay, Libby, monitor the devices, and when you see there is an issue happening, engage in a way to actually rectify the situation. So there's an example of an agent. We're deploying other types. We have another one called Sydney, and Sydney is based on a foundation, a knowledge base of how we execute big, large projects and programs at the company. Right. And so we have documented, we do a lot of retrospective, so we document what went well and what didn't go well, and we have a body of work similar to like consulting companies do. Yeah. Except ours is all internal. Right. And we then demonstrated, well, what is good look like? What is not great look like? And now we have Sydney sitting on top. So if you're doing a project, small or big, you can engage with Sydney and say, I'm doing this project, I'm having this trouble, what should I do? And Sydney will recommend, you should do this template, you should consider these questions, et cetera. So that's where we're at. Key lessons learned, to answer your question, a couple things. One, you have to do 2 in a box. And what does that mean? That means you cannot be doing this to a user of the service. You have to do it with them. Right. So really make sure you're solving the problem. Right. So that would be one. The second one, which I think you mentioned as well, which was the power of the firm. Use a cross-functional expertise. While we run technology and we're an engineering shop, we don't know all the nuances of what happens at the front line. So engaging with everyone across the company and really solving a problem that's going to create value for the company. And I think the other piece is, this is enterprise scale. Yeah. And so what does that mean? There's both functional requirements and non-functional requirements. Think about security, responsibility, the governance, et cetera. Yeah. So those have been some lessons learned.
Thank you. Josh, I'm going to bring it back down to you. So as I travel the world doing executive AI training, a lot of members in the C-suite are very frustrated when you look at sort of the adoption of Gen AI across the organization, right? And there are big gaps. And so the president of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, nicknamed the Viking, which I love, okay? I wish I had that nickname, right? And he's mandated the use of AI. And he's come out and said, if you don't use AI within the bank, you will never be promoted, and quite likely you won't be here much longer, right? So you sit on this global AI council. Can you mandate usage in a large enterprise of AI? Is that something that you think might work if organizations are failing to get the adoption rates, sort of the more traditional way? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I appreciate Brianna's response earlier around not necessarily requiring that AI be used, but really incentivizing it when there is a real business need. And that's what we're really focused on. I think there are three aspects to that incentivization. One is, first, it starts with, is there a business need? And when there is, the teams working on those projects, if we say, AI can help you do this more efficiently or more effectively, that's a win-win. And so that's number one. Number two is ensuring that as much as we can, the tools are embedded within the workflow so they don't have to create their own workarounds. So sort of greasing the skids, if you will. And then number three, and Monica, I think, mentioned this, is making sure we've got the right champions in place at the highest level, but throughout the organization. So it's important that our C-suite be talking about AI. It's also important within each of the functions and business units that we have those champions that are championing the cause, but the selection of those people is critical. The people that are really going to be promoters are the ones that are going to be most effective. As Brianna mentioned, everyone comes into the workplace having read and heard a lot about AI externally, and they've all had their own experience internally within the workplace with AI. So they've all got their own opinion. So really finding those promoters and trying to work with the detractors through some of that. But I think so much of it really comes down to that prioritization and making sure that first we're leading with the business need and the business case.
Being cognizant of time, we're going to do a lightning round really quickly. I'm just going to ask you for a one-sentence response.
Okay.
I'm going to come down the row, starting with you, Josh. So we all have to be aware of the things that we maybe haven't done what would have been the best at the time. But that's what we did. What's the one thing you would hope that J&J might have done differently in retrospect?
I mentioned before we engaged the business units in that review process. I think we did it at the right time. We could have done it sooner. Biggest thing is to avoid bottlenecks in your governance, because once you create a bottleneck, you may never catch up.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Brianna.
I would say, I think one of the things that JP Morgan at the very, very beginning of the journey could have done better would be maybe to collect information and just to collect, again, on that curiosity point, some information around what are people finding the most value in, where do they want their business to go. Now, obviously, that's big to what we're doing going forward, but in that kind of silent point between ChatGPT and LLM Suite, we did a lot of research, but I think you can always do more.
That's great. Thank you, Monica.
Change management. I would say digital transformation. I always use a rule of thumb that the amount of dollars you invest to do the project, it should be 1-to-1 to the change management work you have to do. Gen AI, I think the rule of thumb is 1 to 3.
Yep.
So the work you're going to do, you invest $1, $3 for change management. While we were doing that, we could have done that earlier and had a real approach to doing it in a more holistic way.
Okay. Next question, I'm going to start with you.
Oh.
And that is, as you think about, you talked about your roadmap, obviously only what you can share publicly.
Yeah.
But what's the next major milestone as you go forward?
The next arc of what we're doing it's threefold. One is we've got to do this core system modernization at a much accelerated pace. The second piece is next gen data strategy. Cold storage archive, not going to be good enough. You need that data. Third is all about the AI backbone and building AI capabilities across all the layers of your stack.
Yep.
And not just thinking that GPT is good enough. You've got to actually build it everywhere. Infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Brianna.
I would say, well, JP Morgan right now, it's fundamentally rewiring itself to be an AI bank and to be a bank AI at the center. A lot of that you're going to see more of on the roadmap. Also introducing ways to bring more agentic experiences to different parts of the business. And lastly, I would say, do not be surprised if in the next year or so you see an increased investment, especially in the engineering resources. The firm already has hundreds of people working across Gen AI, but we really are trying to think, how can we bring the best world-class talent globally into the firm to build our AI story.
Great, thank you. Josh?
For us at J&J, it's also agentic, but it's really bolstering the foundation of data, tech, and talent to make sure that we're set up to really bring forward the value of agentic AI.
That's great. Paul, I want to land this thing on time. So let's let me thank Monica, Brianna, and Josh for your insight. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Adam Rappaport.
Good morning, everyone. I'm back. You gents want to just come up now and hang out? You're welcome to. I'll introduce them as they stand up. We have Ajay Joshi and Abhishek Mehta. And Brittany Box.
From Treseda.
Yeah. Abhishek and Brittany are from Treseda. That's right, yep. And Ajay over at Cyphersonic. So they'll be up after me. Let's get going. We don't have a lot of time. You might notice I don't have my laptop. I'm going mobile on this one. This will be fun. They have this cool little thing. See if that works. We good there? Yay. So how many of you have experimented with Grok, the app that you can download? Anyone know? It's from XAI. It's actually one of the most powerful state-of-the-art models, even though they've only been in development for like a year. But they're doing some great work. They have amazing engineers. And hopefully I can get this to stay. I'm going to do a live demo with Grok here. I do have a prompt ready to go at least to save us that much time. But this is going to be a similar vibe coding experiment to what we did yesterday. We're going to start by asking it to give us the prompt for text to image. Then we'll generate images. I'll use my voice to iterate and explore and create new images. And then we'll make 4 videos that we can put on social media promoting the conference, all in about the next, oh, they're giving me 3 minutes from now. That's very generous. All in the next 2.5 minutes. I should have plenty of time. So I'll put that prompt in there, research GAIworld.com, then give me a brand-aligned 200-character max text to image prompt for a social media poster for the event. So Grok is investigating GAIworld.com. It's going to browse the site, gather some details on its purpose and any events. Hopefully after that, then it'll figure out, yep, there we go. Create a vibrant social media poster for GAI World 2025 AI Conference, abstract, wavy gradient background, etc. So we will pop right over. Here's Imagine. This is the tool built into it for image gen. Just paste that right in there. And you'll see it actually already did the character check as well, so I know. And there we go. We've got the first posters loading now. Accelerate your transformation, September 29th to 30th, Boston now. These are kind of cool. And you'll see one thing I love about Grok is it generates them really quickly. So you can sort of just go through and explore, and maybe you find one you like. This one's pretty cool. So you open that, and then it will iterate off of that because you've signaled the intent that that's an interesting one, and continue to create new ones. Maybe we like this one, but actually, I'm not feeling the vibe with the rocket, personally. So what I'm going to do now is I want to just work with this one. So I'm going to hit this speak button in the bottom right. And now I can just start talking to Grok. And I say, look, I love this poster, but get rid of the rocket. Let's start there. And also, I really like those constellation things down at the bottom. So let's get more of those. Yeah, that one's cool. But put those constellation things back in. Let's make sure that we definitely have those in there. I like those. Maybe it didn't know what I was talking about. Let's see what it's getting us. Except, let's do more like yellows and oranges. I'm not so much feeling the purple and blue vibe today. Yeah, that's good. Even more yellow and orange. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. So those are pretty cool, right? And I still got a minute here. So you notice it's still going. No, come back. These ones here, I like these. You notice I just hit that button, the little play button in the corner. I'm going to hit play on all 4 of these. And what that's doing is it's now, you can see the progress bars. It's actually generating these into short videos. So that one's almost done already. And you'll see it start playing right there, right? Second one's at 42%. Last one's at 24%. So they'll all be done soon, but you can see we can just bring that up. Oh, its voice is still on. Grok's trying to help me make new posters. There we go. We'll come back and you can see. So we've just stopped. We're done. There you go. We just made all those. And then you should come on social media and promote your event. But there you go. That's Grok in 3 minutes. Next up, I believe, Ajay. Is that right? From Cyphersonic Labs. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thanks. I think they had the wrong slide deck. They had the wrong slide deck, but that's fine. I'll just speak without using the slides. So good morning, everyone. I'm Ajay. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Cyphersonic Labs. So everybody here is excited about Gen AI. But one common problem that I'm sure everybody's facing is there are a whole bunch of data security and privacy issues. It's very easy to say, oh, I'll take this data, I'll train my model, I'll start using it. Sounds great, but where is your data coming from? How are you protecting your data? So wouldn't it be wonderful if there was a way in which you don't have to worry about data privacy and security at all? Run GenAI inference, even do GenAI training without having to worry about data privacy and security. That's where we, Cyphersonic Labs, comes into the picture. We are essentially building Gen AI that never sees your data. Let me say that again, Gen AI that never sees your data. And the way we do it is by keeping your data encrypted at all times. So today, for the tech in the room, they know that we keep data encrypted in transit and at rest. But when we are processing the data, we have to decrypt it. That's how it happens today. But with our technology, you don't have to decrypt the data. Data encrypted at all times. So the way you would do it is if you are a financial services company, healthcare company, services, doesn't matter. You have your hundreds or maybe thousands in the near future AI agents running. They could be running on-prem, could be running in the cloud, doesn't matter. What you do is you encrypt your data, send it to the AI agent. The AI agent will decrypt your data. It will process your query in encrypted form, generate an encrypted result, send it back to you, and only you can decrypt. So that way you have complete control over, the owner of the data has complete control over data. Tomorrow, if you say, I want to fine tune my model, I like some private data just sitting behind these privacy walls, how can I access that? We can help you with that. We can help you encrypt data, train your model without having to decrypt any of training data, add more value to your training model, get a better model, and then make the most of it. So that's us, Cyphersonic Labs. We are happy to chat if you have any questions. Unfortunately, the slide deck is wrong, but that's fine. You can reach me. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm Ajay Joshi, and have to chat more. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I have a quick question before I start. How many of you wake up every morning and say you're very excited to do entry? Nobody? One person. You just did that, exactly. So what we're talking about is how to say to a company that we started almost 10 years ago is thinking about a world that is driven by AI and agents, yet we believe it will completely change how humans and businesses deal with data. And that's our talk. My colleague, Brittany, I'm now the CTO apparently, but I'm the founder and CEO, and Brittany's our Chief Commercial Officer. The question that we started off to try to share with is we are a minted unicorn out of big data era. Our question then to us became, all right, if we had to be re-energized in AI, can we actually play a game we started playing years ago, which is make data accurate for very large companies through very large systems, so they good for any intelligence. And the reason why we exist is businesses are very complex to run, the simple reason being humans. If it's human processes, you know the usual stuff that happens with them, a lot of issues. When there are so many humans with all of the issues, what's did to solve them, and if human shortcomings is we made tech. Tech became incredibly powerful. Became also something that was sold to every business on the planet for a large promise of intelligence, which we never realized. However, the market itself, which we believe will be completely disintermediated, about, is worth $1.3 trillion a year. All based on the idea I asked you in the beginning, how many of you are excited about doing trade? The problem being intelligence is linked directly to data. Data was built by the humans, cue the issues. If we have to move forward, I've given you the reason why the market is worth $1.3 trillion. So here's the solution. Bringing over to you.
Yes. Unless you've been living a rock recently, the two most popular letters in the alphabet are A and I. Agent being an equally important word in the dictionary. In a world where data is generated by agents versus humans, the need for intelligence for every business and the thirst for data only increases. In this agentic world, what we built for the agentic universe is the Tristata Data Intelligence Plane, which is something we announced earlier this week, from agents, by agents, and for agents. And although pigs may never fly, we believe pig unicorns can, and they will. For those of you who are interested, we're also hiring. There's a QR code in the bottom corner. And that's it from us. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Now, please join us in the Boston hallway for a networking break with our sponsors and exhibitors. Breakout sessions will begin promptly at 11:10 a.m.
World, day 2. Tell us a little bit about what you took from the conference. Like, what are you learning?
Great. So I'm so glad that I came. I actually came from North Carolina just for this conference. So I'm very happy to learn a lot. I've been sharing experiences with different people. I'm more on the HR kind of business. And I
You know what? I'm actually in the HR space as well. So yeah, for me, one of the cool takeaways was the fact that we have to keep humans in the loop, that change management is key. I've been saying that every day. So to hear this from a participant is outstanding.
Yeah. 100%. So what I've learned, I've been here also for the AI Boston week. So it's so important to have these inside communities in every organization, so people can feel comfortable about learning from others, can share tools, because sometimes it can be overwhelming.
Sure.
But if you have a community to support you on this way, that is very important. So organizations can help other employees and build communities to learn from each other. So I really like this learning from these sessions.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, Maricela, for joining. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back, and I am here with Mike. He's straight off of the stage. He's actually an executive fellow at the Harvard Business School. I was just teasing him. I am wearing my Wharton scarf today.
I love it.
We love Harvard. We love Wharton.
Yes.
Okay, so Mike, what were some of the key takeaways from your conversation? Because it was fantastic, and I talk a lot. I don't want to give what I took away.
Yeah.
What did you take away from being there on stage with the panelists?
Yes, thank you so much, Crystal. Really love the opportunity to have a chance to sort of share some of the insights that I got. So I had 3 great panelists: CIO of Liberty Mutual, the co-chair of the AI Council at J&J, and person who's responsible for driving change with the adoption of Gen AI within JP Morgan.
So I am ex-JP Morgan too.
Oh, is that right?
Yes,
Cool.
I am.
So if you look at sort of the common themes, right, I think all of them recognized very, very early the incredible transformative power of AI because of the nature of these organizations, right? These have always been innovative organizations. Highly regulated, right? So they've had to always innovate their way through these regulatory bottlenecks. But none of them looked at this as a technology in search of a problem. All of them were very disciplined in saying, how do we identify the most high impact workflows and use cases that we can conduct? And then they used a tremendous amount of discipline to then measure the impact and ultimately which ones should withstand sort of the test of time and should actually be doubled down on, right? So they allowed a lot of different experiments to blossom, but at the same time they cut back. Yeah.
So I think I heard, was it true? Because I'm here in the live studio.
Yes.
But I think Johnson & Johnson had 900. Was it 900 or 9,000?
900.
Okay,
So they ran 900 experiments
simultaneously.
And JP Morgan, I think, has 400 or so. So we're talking global scale, right? We're not talking about a handful of pilots. And you can imagine what it takes to wrap your arms and your head around 900 use cases and be able to then measure the value and the business impact of each one of them and to prioritize which are the ones that we're actually going to invest in long term and scale globally. Okay. And so we hear a lot about what people call pilot theater or pilot hell, which is you never get beyond the pilot phase because it takes a tremendous amount of orchestration. So not only did they really broadly learn from their experimentation, they were disciplined enough to figure out which ones that were worthy of scaling and then made the investments to go do that. And a lot of that is on the human side. I heard you saying that you're on the HR side.
I have the HR lens.
HR has become far
hot.
more.
We're hot
You
now.
are hot right
Yes,
now, and I'll share how hot you are. So
Okay,
there's a
we're
company
on
here.
fire.
There's a company here in Cambridge called Moderna, and you might know them
Oh,
because
yes,
they
I know.
created the RNA vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So they actually promoted their chief HR
I
officer
saw that, and we talked about that.
to run technology plus HR, right? And I think we're going to see more of that, because I think what we're realizing is as we deploy agents,
Yes.
agents are going to be just other teammates. And so you need a holistic perspective on how do I manage a hybrid team of humans and agents.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they all saw the value of bringing in the HR perspective and this humanistic, buy-in around change management.
No, I very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
From all the classic models, right, with ADCAR and Lewin.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that I heard from Monica was, okay,
Yeah.
we need this change management, but in terms of investment spend, correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong,
Mhm.
I think it was $1 investment in tech, 3 in change management.
That's exactly
1 to
right.
3 ratio.
That's
Like,
exactly
that is
right.
significant.
It's
That's
and
powerful.
I've never heard anyone articulate it so precisely before.
Mhm,
And I think
mhm.
it's a very powerful metric.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of people who don't understand that, they believe it's all about the tech. They get it backwards.
Yes.
And it's $3 of tech for $1 in, of change management. And those are the ones that are in pilot hell right now.
Okay, fantastic. So tell me this.
Yes.
We've heard talks like get in the game or get left behind.
Oh my God,
We
yeah.
have in workforces agents, laggards, leaders.
Yes.
How do we incorporate this notion of you do have to understand and leverage AI from the individual as well as from the organizational perspective.
Yeah.
And I heard your question around, can a company mandate usage?
Right.
To, I did work at JPMC and I heard Brianna say, okay, we're encouraging people to, go forward with intellectual curiosity
Yeah.
in this space.
Right.
Do you have any general best practices? Because I think my hypothesis perhaps is usage and adoption of AI is like your culture within your organization. And what
Right.
I mean by that, Mike, is you have a culture, and
Yeah.
for organizations imperative, they must in fact dictate what are our values, and
Right.
then you train on them and you role model with your executives, and then you continue to train and you reiterate until it is part of your DNA and you have operationalized the
Yeah.
culture that you want.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, it's being already, it's organically creating, and it might not be the culture that you want. So my question is, around this AI adoption, where is it mandated?
Yeah.
Is it I don't know, guardrails? I think you need more than just just like try if you want.
So let me share. So I'm doing a lot of exec ed training of
Okay.
senior leaders through Harvard and Carnegie Mellon and
Mhm.
NYU Abu Dhabi and a lot of other schools.
Mhm. And I teach adjunct at NYU.
Very cool.
And I've just received an appointment to teach a class at Brown.
I love it.
Yes,
and
I'm
I
so
teach there
excited.
too. We've
You
got to
do?
connect
Okay,
when
we
this
have
is
to
over.
connect. So
Yes.
we're connecting right now.
I love it. And so what I'm seeing
Mhm.
is that right now there is very spotty adoption.
Okay.
And the
Yes.
C-suite is very frustrated.
Mhm.
And in some cases, right, you've got people that are just signing on to open up a ChatGPT account like in the last week, which is just amazing to me that you can be a C-suite leader
Yes.
of a credible organization
Yes.
and have never touched, right, which says so much about a lack of curiosity.
It does. It
So
does.
the thing that I think has worked that
And
I've seen,
generational too, right? Because we're
there's-
having this conversation with Paul too, and GAI Insights does a lot of executive and partnering with organizations to deliver this AI upskill.
absolutely, there's no question.
Same message, right?
Older folks are more intimidated in general, right? And I'll
Don't
give you an
date me. You don't
example.
know how old I am
I'll give
now.
you an example, right? I'm in Saudi Arabia training the largest commercial construction company in Saudi Arabia.
Mhm.
And an older gentleman raised his hand and said, I'm not very technical. I'm not sure if I can be here. And I said, well, let me suggest something. I said, you just asked me a question so I know you can speak. And you
Yes.
have a laptop in front of you so I know you can type.
Yes.
So you have all the technical skills that you need today
Mhm.
in order to be able to complete this workshop.
Mhm.
What I've often found is if you bring these employees together, you put some champions at a table with some who are late adopters,
Mhm.
and you get them to work together on a business use case or a workflow that is meaningful to them, and then they get to see with their own eyes, oh my God, I can't believe it did this, right?
Right.
Seeing is believing for some people, right? They have to touch it and see it. They don't just infer it, they have to touch it. So what I'm seeing is a lot of times the CEO has to drive an experience
Yes.
for his senior leadership team,
Mhm.
because until they're bought in, nothing is going to happen.
Yeah.
That senior leadership team has to buy in. and model that behavior.
That experiential learning is so powerful when you can get your hands in the game. And I think John mentioned a quote by Paul that you have to get your hands dirty in the clay, something like that.
Absolutely. No, you cannot learn these tools by reading about them. You've got to play. And they're advancing so quickly that even if you think that you're fluent in them and you haven't used the most recent model, you've got to go back and figure out sort of some of the new nuances and continue to learn. This is a nonstop process. It requires a real disciplined commitment.
Now, let me ask you this. We're hearing in the news, like I grew up in the management consulting industry. I worked for, Gemini out of undergrad and then Accenture in their organization and change strategy practice out of MBA school. And so I think we just saw a recent article from PwC announcing that they're cutting like 1/3 of their new hire minted MBA workforce. In addition to Accenture, there's an article, and you can get these articles from the GAI Daily News.
Right, sure.
But yes, a plug for that. And I love the fact that it's every day. So if you guys log in 7:30 a.m. East Coast time with Paul and John and Luda and Ankash and the team, then you have in fact get an opportunity to hear, the latest news. Accenture, I believe, was also written up stating that there's some of their employees that I'm restating it, but they're not actually going to make the investment to reskill. Like it's not possible. And so in your experience and best practices, I know you're working in upskilling and education. What I hear you say is a continuous need. What is going to happen if we have these young kids coming out, less jobs, perhaps less opportunities to actually learn how to do something? Because I grew up like modeling, but now I probably wouldn't get that job right out of undergrad.
No, I mean it's a huge public policy issue. It's a huge economic issue, and we're seeing this, and it's also Wharton Harvard Business School, so we're not immune. The number of newly graduated MBAs, newly graduated undergraduates from even the top schools in the country, there's far less job offers for them. And we're just at the very beginning of this, right? And so last night I was at dinner with Paul, and there was a woman at the table who her son goes to the WPI, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and they're not teaching AI to the students. I call that malpractice.
It's a disservice to them, right?
As I teach my courses, we lean into AI in every session, right? And of course, I have to change the way I assess my students. I can't give them a Harvard Business School case study the night before, because you're going to plug it into ChatGPT and it's going to crack it in 30 seconds. But if you're an educator not helping your students learn how to use AI, not just in the university or MBA, in the high school level.
And I think in elementary, I saw this post on LinkedIn in reference to, don't quote me that I'm getting my news on LinkedIn, but that the desk in elementary school in China, they're now building in AI into it. And it's so interesting because I remember when I graduated from business school, I think, well, maybe before that. Okay, so when I graduated from undergrad, I learned PowerPoint, already after having graduated from undergrad. Okay, at a consulting firm. But these kids, I remember after Wharton Business School, staying back for this program called LEAD, and they brought in high school students, I think in the 11th grade, to have, an opportunity to learn about business and be away from your family. And those kids were presenting and delivering and creating PowerPoints and models that I learned, out of undergrad. And so this pace of change in education is very large. And so when I look at I have a 13-year-old, and you can look at your 2-year-old. They are learning now how to use AI, and they're going to be so much more tech enabled than perhaps me, for sure. I'm kind of low tech, actually.
But no, listen, this is something I'm very passionate about. I see so many faculty members not wanting to adopt AI, and I think part of it, quite frankly, comes down to a lack of willingness to change the way that they taught. They've gotten comfortable, right? They know what their material is, and they have a certain syllabus and a certain teaching plan, and they want to just continue to do that. Education, like every other industry, requires constant change.
Again, this notion of the theme here is change management.
Absolutely.
Pushing people past their comfort zone and continuing to engage as the world.
But you mentioned China, and I am giving a lot of keynotes now at K through 12 conferences to educators to try to convince them that they need to sort of step up their game. China has a school today that has 26 million Chinese students engaged. It's very AI centric, and
is it? You said this was an elementary school?
No, this is a K through 12
K through
school.
12. Okay, yeah.
But they are driving remarkable improvements in all of the relevant, reading, writing, and arithmetic scores that you can imagine. China has something called a super teacher, right? These are the best of the best, and they're regarded as sort of every parent wants their kid to study under a super teacher, and what they're seeing is this
And they're
AI.
human beings?
They're human beings.
Okay, just checking, right?
Yeah, but then you take this new AI platform, and it actually outperforms even the super teachers by a significant percentage, right? And I'm not saying we're going to give up on human teachers by any means, but I'm saying if you're not using AI in the classroom to make the teacher more effective, to make the teacher more complementary, then we're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, my favorite professor from business school was Maro Yen. And I had the luxury and the honor to bring him in to speak at some event, when I was working at Morgan Stanley, which was really amazing because he was actually speaking about his work in research. And I posed a question because we're talking about AI and we're trying to encourage. And I said, well, in your classroom, because I'm far out of it by now, 20 years plus, what's your perspective on using AI? And I was so pleasantly delighted by his response. He's like, this is the way of the world. I want and encourage my students to use it within guardrails, right?
Right.
That's powerful.
Yeah. That's great. I hate to do this. I have to go run an exec ed workshop.
Okay.
So I got to race across town to go do that. But Christine, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed
it's my
speaking
total
to you.
pleasure. Thank you for joining. And
is this being recorded as well?
No, we're live. We're live.
But is it also being recorded or not?
I believe so. We'll have to check in with Paul. So we'll give you a snippet.
Awesome.
Enjoy.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you
Enjoy
so
the
much.
rest of the
It's a very
conference.
powerful discussion.
And we're connected on LinkedIn now, right? We connected now.
I believe so. If not, I'm going to connect with you right now.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, thanks.
Hey.
Chief Product Officer, and Fitech is on it, CTO is on it. We have our global solutions team, the leader of that team on it because he's customer facing, seeing all the questions the customers have, and for bringing that back to us. And then we have a director from our engineering side. So and the goal is to also expand the committee as we need bring in more people. So the goal there is we meet once a month, and we have drafted a policy that we have implemented for a couple of years now. But what we do committee is projects that are ongoing, any issues that have come, we address those. We look also so supply chain risk. What tools and technologies is our team using. Just have an inventory of that as well. And part of it is also to encourage the adoption, so give recommendations. So if we have different tools that may be doing the same thing, we want to understand, what are the teams thinking about, which one is better, we can kind of make that recommendation as well. So it's both from a governance perspective as well as encouraging the adoption of AI within the company.
I'd love to understand operationally how sort of the steering committee makes decisions and whether you have an ability to stop something based upon cyber risks. Tree, any thoughts there?
My issue is a little bit different. We have needs for AI transformation within the business itself, the product, the business, the operational improvements, and just general technology. The steering committee for us is a way to make sure that we mitigate the biggest risk, and we see the biggest risk in not doing things quickly enough, fast enough, not adopting or transforming quickly enough. And from that perspective, we see our job as not stopping things, but actually allowing things. So we're trying to allow things easier, better, faster, cheaper. Now, in those conversations, it's going to be, have you considered this? Has this been touched? Has this been considered? These are the things we're already doing.
So sort of a coach, in a sense.
Exactly. We actually, someone told us that the word governance is used as a cudgel in our company, so we renamed it. We're not AI governance, we're AI stewardship. So we are exactly, we're guiding them towards
catchphrase to keep, right?
AI stewardship, but it also changes for us what we are trying to do in this space. Instead of trying to stop them from doing things, we're trying to help them do what they're trying to do faster, smoother. Now, the reality is that it does increase our risk overall technologically, but it significantly mitigates the business risk, which is, in my mind, trumps the technological risk, the whatever technological risk that could be introduced. And so we use the committee not to stop, but to steward in the right direction, whatever conversation comes up, whatever the problem or risk we might see.
Great. Richard?
Yeah, we have, we call it an AI coalition, functional team, has representations from legal, security, technology, IT, who else, procurement. And we all understand the risks. We also understand that we don't want to create too much red tape because it's all about time to market, right? And we want to be fast and nimble. We want to be able to provide the ability for, especially our engineers, a sandbox so that they can break things, blow up things. So I agree. Governance does have a connotation to it.
Yeah.
I call it guardrails. So we have guardrails, a framework to keep our employees and our development safe.
Guardrails, ship, all sounds very supportive, but the reality is there's still a lot of risks happening. And I mentioned earlier this concept of shadow IT, shadow AI. Thematically, we're here. How do you help coach, steward, et cetera, when new opportunities arise, new situations, you're seeing these things? How do you go into a practical sort of use case, maybe, in how you actually supported and coached an organization?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's more of an honor system, to be honest about it. And you don't want to be draconian and just be strict. You want people to experiment. That's the whole point of this, right? We're all learning AI and anything that provides within that capability now because it's moving so fast. I mean, LLMs are changing daily. New technology, new agents are coming out daily, hourly. And so you have to be courageous and brave enough to actually take that risk. But that's also, you have to work with the business to understand how much risk are you willing to take and how much investment are they willing to take and lose during this journey. So I would just say, just closing that thought is, it's an honor system and be like a steward along that journey.
For us, the most important thing is, and this is what I tell my team, is we're using AI to teach us to use AI so we can teach others how to use AI better. And that means being elbows deep in AI. Every one of my teams and most people in the team are playing with AI, and it's almost directive. You have to. Why? Because everyone else is, and if we don't know, touch it ourselves, we won't be able to guide them. Now, as soon as we do, minds are geared differently than majority of a technological world. We see the bad things first, so that allows us to say, hey, we do this in monthly or biweekly tech demos internally. Come, hey, this is what we've done. This is what we found. By the way, don't do this because this is what happens, and this is what happens. But we don't mandate. It's not a policy. Must not be done. We say, this is what we found, and we don't recommend you do this. By the way, these are the tools that have been checked, verified, approved, and these are some of the results that you can rely from the one talks yesterday on employee education, employee training. It's one of the most important things that we now have with education on AI, how to use AI safely. We don't say that out loud, but that's what happens during these conversations.
That's great.
Yeah, I think for me it is, and I think it's not just with AI, just with any CISO role, is to be looked upon as an enabler, right? You don't want to be looked upon as a person who says no. Yeah. And the reason for that is also because you want to be brought in early on when projects are launched, and that will help keep track of the projects, right? And then in terms of people coming to you and being telling us about their projects, we can then identify potential issues or recommend guardrails or mitigate the risks that we see, which they may not be looking at. So I think that is the primary goal, is to collaborate with, be the collaborator that people come to you as a strategic partner, bring your their ideas, and then we can then guide them and steer them in the right direction from a technology security perspective as well as a compliance perspective. But you need to be looked upon as an enabler. If the team looks at you and says, okay, if I go to this person, he's going to be saying no, they will come to you. They will do it anyway on the side, and you will have no idea of what is happening. So I think that's key in making sure that you have visibility what is going on.
Just to add to this, for those of you in the room that are not in cybersecurity or cyber resilience, if you're working with us in your organizations, or if you're not working with us, you should be. And when you're working with us, I think bringing up and having this conversation, reminding us what we are there for. And it's not for security, it's for you to do whatever it is that you're trying to do. And in that context, how can we work together with you? Oftentimes, we need to be reminded of what business is about. And it takes two to tango. So for us to be able to steward and guide, it does take some level of recognition from you, from the practitioners in technology, that you understand it as well and are willing to work together.
Sound like the nicest CISOs in the bunch, right? Making friends everywhere. Can you, each of you, share perhaps AI use case and how you've been involved? And perhaps in a learning mode here, what was distinct about, let's say, this use case, this project, from your perspective? What did you have to do differently beyond the enabling?
So I can give two examples. One is my team developed an AI-related product, and the other is helping the company develop a product, involved in that product. So the first one I can give an example, which most of the CISOs are aware of, is sending security questionnaires for customers. We get a ton of those, and that's a low-hanging fruit. Sales cycle is dependent on that. So unless we finish the questionnaire, sales guys are not going to move forward. So that's where their endpoint is that, hey guys, you need to answer these things fast. So one of the things was using AI to automate that so that security questions can be answered faster. So that helps the business directly in terms of revenue generation by lowering lowering the sales cycle time, and also we feel good if we have turned on something and given it back to the customer. The other one was also building a trust center, which again makes it easier for customers, prospects, anybody who wants to understand your products and your services from a security perspective. You can trust center. Now my team do that using vibe coding. So that was their entry into AI from that perspective. From the company perspective, we recently launched a product which basically is I can call it a chat application, but it uses AI to help our customers build interfaces much easier or get the information that they're looking for. That process, from my role as a CISO, our team was involved in ensuring that we have the proper guide rails in place. So if we took that, if you can look at it from development perspective all the way to releasing of that product. So that's where we ensured that the fundamentals of development and going from development to production were followed. So that we directly played in helping and guiding a product.
Samir hit it on. The tie directly to revenue is usually the winner for us. So
always.
The very first one, like speeding up the sales cycle. Exactly. But the result is that the technological stack that we needed to work through and understand to make that happen allowed us to then help an internal team, something pretty similar for internal use, not aimed at contracts, aimed at something else, building a RAG was used elsewhere. So my team did it for a specific use case that was immediately beneficial to the business and gained necessary experience to then be able to expand it internally. And because we know now we can combine our paranoia and our technical chops in this case, we can now be beneficial immediately, right at the very beginning. We always want to be there early, and here we get to be at the early stage. So that was sort of one use case that allowed us to expand.
Can you share what that use case was?
Actually, I think someone was talking about this yesterday. It's a universal assistant for the company. We're talking almost like an executive assistant level of the company. So this thing summarizes context from the data, from all of the various data sets, and then makes it available in a way that makes it easier for the employees to find whatever they want to find. Nice. About a pretty similar use case technologically, but very different data sets. And from that, the second use case is now being built. We're talking actually about we're working through creation of an executive assistant for the whole department, for the cyber resilience department, which will keep our context, all of work, sort of electronically downloaded, allowing the team to plan and strategize more efficiently, not forget things. And guess what? Now that's becoming, the IT department says, whoa, what is it you're doing? Wow, we don't have to remember all those things anymore, and we can talk to it. We can talk to our hands. Amazing.
Do you like your virtual buddy there?
It's
okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
So similar to the security questionnaire, our teams constantly get asked about policies and procedures. So we created a co-pilot or an assistant to help answer questions. We trained it with all our policies and procedures, not just cyber, but also legal and all the department policies, so that it just reduces all that churn of questions coming our way. So that's worked out really well. And then from a product perspective, we're like the gentleman that both said, we're enabling. We want these products to go out as fast as possible, but we want to do it safely, right? Safely, right? So, but you don't want, because you don't want it to be that headline in news. That's like our worst case scenario. But we want to do our due diligence to make sure that these products are built safely and they operate safely.
So what are the gaps that you don't have answers to yet? I mean, we all keep talking about in the event, things are moving so fast, et cetera, new use cases, lots of enthusiasm. What are the gaps as far as technology they wish you had?
So the technology is developing for this. It's understanding what data is actually going in the LLMs, what's being added to the prompts, and then where is that data going? Is it going to a third party, a fourth party, or is it just disappearing? There's technology there that's out there now that's trying to answer that, and it's still, in its infancy stage, but it's developing. So for me, I think that's the area that's probably one of the hardest challenges to solve, because now your data it's everywhere. It's integrated, because you want to get. I mean, this is where the value of AI is. You get to look at data at scale that we've never seen before. And that's really productive, but it's also very dangerous. So that's why you have to have these guardrails, make sure that you have good, and I think people don't realize this, you have to have a really data governance program in order to enable AI in your organization. So I'm sure a lot of practitioners have started to look at what my access control, or my data controls, where is that data coming from, where is it leaving? Having that foundation will allow you to just move very fast with AI.
It's not a new problem. It's the oldest problem in the world. What is business doing? Does business even know what it's doing? Can it tell what it's doing? Can it tell what it planned to do? And is the technical reality matching what the plan was? And now we actually have the technology to help us aggregate that enough. We have enough of technology stack to be able to process vast amounts of data, actually understand what data do we have, where do we have it, who does it belong to, what's happening to it at scale, and speeds be able to adjust the picture. So we are now getting to the point where we can now solve the problems we could never solve before, and verifiably confirm for the business that what it planned to do is actually technologically happening by looking at data moving around. And so I say it's not a new challenge, but it's the new solution. So I'm very excited and very, very bullish on this whole thing for us and for the business.
Yeah, for us, since we're in a heavily regulated, healthcare industry, data is again the key, element there. And in order for you to take advantage of AI, it all depends on the quality of the data you have. So And once the data leaves, you have no idea where it's going. If you do not know where it's going to be really tough. The data problem is critical, that the quality of the data and understand where data resides at any time is also important. The other thing that I see, and just looking forward, is the issues that we're going to have with agentic AI or agents. And going forward, those are the gaps that we will need to fill in a relatively short amount of time, where agents are now going to be given access to different systems, and that problem is already manifesting itself. And so that's a gap that we will need to address pretty quickly in terms of governance around the agents as we give them access to our systems.
So I think we've got a minute or so for any questions from the floor. And if anybody does have, please raise your hand. But as we wait for that, would you all make a prediction as to what the cyber role looks like, the SOC, the operations, you mentioned sort of a digital speak to me. I mean, what do you think it'll look like 3, 4, 5 years from now? What is your role going to be?
Hopefully we all lose our jobs. And I say this because on daily basis, what we do is work ourselves out of a cleaning up what business didn't think of and make it run properly. Eventually, if we are really good at our jobs, will mean that we will no longer be needed. With AI, that is probably going to speed up, or has the capability to speed up, which might mean that we're all gone. But I think because, again, technology is going to keep moving forward. This frees us up. This gives us an opportunity to get ahead of technology once again. So I think I can't tell you what technological challenges we'll be facing, but I know the technology that's sitting here now is going to allow us to free up cycles to look at that, and it comes. So that's the positive / negative, if I can combine it.
Right.
I have no clue. I can look in my crystal ball. All I know is it's just, I've never seen technology so fast. I mean, we're moving to next phase of AI where it's multi-agent, agents acting autonomously, taking action, making decisions. And how do you get visibility into that? And how do you get a guardrails or safety into that?
I personally think your job is more important and are bigger, more automated, but more important. Samir, final word, please.
Yeah, I think we are in a phase of really big transformation that's happening, and it's going to affect our roles, how we operate the Security Operations Center. There's a lot of automation that will come in, a lot of work that our security analysts will be taken over by agents. And then it's going to be from a leadership perspective, I look at it and say, okay, what kind of talent do I need on the team, right, going forward? Another aspect, what kind of individuals do I need? Because if the standard solid jobs are gone, then I would be looking for people who have that intrinsic AI, knowledge, or they can use AI and bring new ideas to the table. So I think a lot of it is going to change, both from the automation of the processes, but also from the way your teams get structured and the kind of talent you are going to be, on your team going forward.
Awesome. Well, help me thank this amazing panel. We have a question. Awesome. Thank you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So Robert Monaco, I'm a North American practice lead AI for Valera. I'm seeing a shift in governance conversation, and I wanted to get your opinion on the nature of governance. Has typically been in IT organizations a look back, right? You fill out documents, you file them, and you're good to go. But now we're dealing in a world of bias drift, these model change, the data changes. Are you seeing a change in governance, or is that keeping up in terms of how these applications are dynamically behaving or going to behave?
So from my perspective, I'm seeing more participation in governance than I have before. I haven't seen in the past. It's not to say they didn't care, but because they know that the technology is moving so fast, they have to keep a pulse on the technology, because if they don't, it'll just pass right by them.
I think that they're hopelessly behind, not lack of trying. They're trying and oftentimes, like with the EU AI, causing tremendous damage to the evolution and growth and trend, all this value that is potentially there. But at the same time, they're not as draconian as they used to be. So I think partially because of the work we're doing, trying to kind of marry the two with the business value being the priority factor. And I think it's changing for the better, although again, I think it's still behind.
Yeah, in my case, I would say it's a mix of both. Like the management in our company is aware, the governance is not, taking a front seat, but I think it's incumbent to also make them aware of the new risks that are there so that they understand where the risks are. And then once they understand that, then their governance follows after that. So I think part of our role is being an educator and influencing that behavior that you think necessary in order to protect the company from risks.
And if we forget, you should remind us that that's our job.
We have one more question.
Great. Yep. Wonderful.
I'm going to mention the B word, blockchain. So you don't have to, you can all roll your eyes and you can move on. Or we can talk about the view of a data trust layer and its alternatives and decentralization from peer-to-peer mechanisms to get ourselves out of that validation and have it be quote unquote true. Lastly, to tie it to this conference, is, in your opinion, blockchain one of the ways to make all this wonderful AI slop to science more reliable?
I'm curious. Thoughts? Anybody experimenting with blockchain as an answer?
It's based on intent. What is the business intent? And if the particular intent business is trying to achieve for that intent, blockchain is a viable tool, and that will be a technological conversation, then by all means, there's massive value in proper utilization of blockchain, specific for what you're talking about. In my personal experience, it's pretty narrow to fields where we know almost everything, or know enough to be able to put some rigid structure in place like that. But it is a very individual response, I think. It has a place, but I wouldn't say it's the panacea or anything.
They say the same thing about AI.
Yeah, so for me, in my organization, we have not talked about blockchain. So it's strictly just AI.
All right. Any final questions? I think we're out of time. So again, help me thank this amazing panel. Samir, Dimitri, Richard, appreciate you being here. Love the insights, data governance, put yourself out of a job, but I think the job gets bigger, honestly. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you touched upon like
I haven't called it blockchain. I have
talking about
These guys.
and at that time they were like, okay, we blockchain, maybe
Maybe blockchain.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent as usual.
Okay.
Really, thank you. Appreciate it. Mike's, yeah.
Yep. So you'll be off. So this your panel. Yep. And they're over there.
Yep.
Right. All right. Let's go and do the music and the title that up. I'll jump on that. Thank you. Can you take off your badge? Just leave it on the seat. You don't want to see the mic. Thank you.
The show goes on. Come on, guys. I think our voice of God's taking a break. That's fine. This panel, we're talking about employee engagement, and delighted to have three great panelists here. And let's start by just introduce yourselves and give just a snapshot first of what your program is, what maturity level you are, how many employees you're using, and what tools. And I think that'll set the stage for some follow-up questions.
Okay, great. I am Karen Stroop. I'm the Chief Digital Officer at X, and we started our program pretty much 2 weeks after ChatGPT made its big announcement. We had a board member who was on stage yesterday who was very provocative, and we basically leaned into the belief that we believe that AI will change how we work fundamentally. It's just a question of when, not if. And so that was the foundation of our program. And from then, have led, we've really tried to eliminate or reduce the fear of AI and encourage people to use the tools. So we leaned into tools, we leaned into training, to incentives, to leadership, which we can talk about. Right now, we have 75% of our employees who use some form of AI a week, 50% who use it daily. So we feel really good about that. And the tools range from, we're a Google shop, so access to all the Gemini tools, ChatGPT for some, and then we have a proprietary internal agent called Finn that helps us with our work.
And it's global, right? 6,000 global.
Yeah, sorry, 6,000. We have 6,000 employees globally. We have about % of those are the accelerators. So we lean into the adoption curve and really try to help the people who want to run fast. Those are our early explorers.
Yeah, Andy.
Very interesting. So my name's Andy Stetzler. I'm an enterprise aide at Gates Foundation. And actually, our journeys sound very similar. We rolled out Copilot and GPT roughly a year and a half, but we've had enterprise agreement for about 2 years. We did some pilots and some internal benchmarking and some we have standards for safe and responsible AI use, and we kind of set some groundwork first, but very similar. We've rolled out the tools. Our organization very believes in the future of AI. Where that will go. Very similar. We have about 75% of our staff using ChatGPT or Copilot weekly, and we've done a whole slew of things from learning activities and hackathons and training events and lunch and learns. We have our own internal training team. We've built tools. We have other teams that build more like sophisticated enterprise AI tools, and so we've really leaned in. And I think from an organization, we're bought into this AI journey.
Yeah, and Andy, ballpark, how many full-time and full-time contractors?
Yeah, about 2,500 FTE employees globally. So we're a global organization, and then a slew of other contractors, probably upwards of 1,000 to 1,500.
Great.
Hey, Roy. My name is Venkat Vedam. I'm from Manulife. Manulife, we're a 160-year-old financial services company. Primarily started off as insurance, but I'm part of the wealth and asset management organization. Overall, 40,000 employees globally, and then close to 10,000 in the wealth asset management space. One thing that I was thinking about as the other two panelists were talking about is how generative AI, this phase that we're in, is such a great leveler. Because I feel like, and if I answer the question straight away, it feels like I'm repeating you too, because it's the same thing. We started the journey a couple of years ago with the same set of co-pilots and internal version of the tools, and then have individual business aligned teams developing bespoke solutions. But where we are trying to do things internally in terms of adoption is, firstly, 100% of the employees, including contingent workers, contractors, they all have access to common tools. That's the Copilot.
So you said 100% of the 40,000 have access to Copilot? Yeah.
The basic Copilot.
The basic, okay, the free version, okay.
And we have an internal version of ChatGPT that we call Chat MFC.
Yeah.
So both are available for all of our employees. Likewise, for all the developers, we have 100% developers have access to GitHub Copilot. So the basic security tools are to make sure that everyone has access to. But there's a difference between does everyone have access to are they empowered to, or are they enabled to? And that's where we're focused on. And at various levels, we have adoption and education teams that are thinking about how do we conduct sessions, sometimes top-down educational sessions. Other times, it's more peer-to-peer knowledge sharing sessions so that folks can think about practically what does it mean to us. So we have 100% of employees enabled, access to the tools, but also we're trying to make sure 100% employees are enabled and feel empowered to use the tools.
I want to go first, and then I want to go to you. and challenges. On the tool side, we've seen a lot of companies try to figure out if they can go with Copilot or Copilot and multiple. How do you guys think about that? Is it every employee gets a choose or one, and we hope a department has enough continuity to put a gem together, or?
Yeah, so for WEX, we lean into both sides. So first, we have enterprise-wide tools that we are rolling out and have rolled out at scale. So as I said, we're a Gemini shop. That is a foundational tool that everyone has access to. Others in that camp. But what we're also leaning into is the experimentation. And so we have an easy process, relatively easy process for people to add tools they want to experiment with. So we're getting ready to experiment with a sales optimization tool. An employee can go in and say, hey, we want to experiment this. It'll go through all of our security, governance, privacy, etc. things, and we'll approve it for a pilot basis. And then you can have a runoff. You can have, we ask that people have metrics that they're piloting against and saying, how does this tool perform versus other tools? And ultimately, we believe that we'll end up with one tool, but we don't want to limit ourselves at the beginning. So really embracing that experimentation up front. And then from an architecture perspective, we have a principle that we build everything as a two-way door decision. So from a customer experience, we know where we are. We have a North Star. Which tool, which partner, we don't know. And, it's a race out there. And so we're building to be flexible and interchangeable in terms of who that might be.
Yeah. And you've dealt with it, right?
Yeah.
Half departments using Copilot, the other half using ChatGPT. You've got one compliance team.
Yeah. So I think kind of similar in the sense of, where we signed like enterprise agreements where we have like, for example, our data is not going back to inform their models and, that sort of stuff. We have those tools available to everyone, and that's like input our internal data into those tools, rubber stamp, you can use those. But I think even within that context, it's very challenging of like, for example, like when do I use Copilot? When do I use ChatGPT? I get asked quite frequently, specifically with other nonprofits, like, hey, I can only afford one. Like, what do I go with? And what I say, like, I love the ability that we have the flexibility that we can use multiple tools and pilot and experiment and compare, which is a luxury. I would say for people that just only can afford one, go with one and ride their roadmap.
And does it matter which one?
No, if you're a Microsoft shop, obviously Copilot is a preferred tool because it's like integrated into your tools. If you're a heavy map shop, but we're also seeing that GPT as a preference. It's the verb. I ChatGPT'd it. No one's saying I Copilot it or I Gemini'd it or and so like a lot using that tool. And then there's also like the shadow IT component of it as well that I've heard of like, hey, well, I use Copilot as an organization, but also people are just using GPT. So I feel like I need to go sign enterprise agreements. I feel like there's kind of a race. There's a lot of parity. There's always like, what tool do I use for which? And they're kind of one-upping each other. And it's an interesting place to be. And it's great that
when a department wants to do a GPT or a GEM, do you have one tool you recommend? Use Microsoft Studio, or are you still experimenting?
Yeah, we actually have a matrix right now that's living of like, hey, this is our current tech stack and this is where things shine. So we kind of leave it up to the customer at the point.
Okay.
But we do give recommendations based on that current tech stack. But yeah, that could be, probably the future when you've got all things built in all these different areas. But we're still kind of in that experimentation phase.
We've been doing a lot of GAI 101 training, and we've got 2 companies now that trained on Copilot, and then they went back and retrained on GPT because the shadow IT stayed on ChatGPT because the preference was so strong, including some of the executives. So it's a challenge to pick the right one. Yeah.
Yeah. You may feel like I'm ChatGPT paraphrasing the responses because we're in the same journey. But yeah, one of the common questions that we have in this educational training sessions is, which tool do we use? And that was part of the reason why we started this peer exchange of ideas. So we don't have to tell the answer. Their peers can tell the answers. These are the situations where this internal tool works for us, especially if there is internal knowledge base, documents in SharePoint, then this really works. And not all of the employees have access to the Pro Copilot. They will have the SharePoint, everything connected. So most of them have access to the basic Copilot, which is a chat and with web search. That's what the other response from peer exchanges has been. The internal tool is not connected to a web search, so it doesn't have current knowledge. It has SharePoint, internal company documentation, but it doesn't have current knowledge. So the general response that folks get is, if you need internal knowledge grounded in internal company values and responses, use the internal tool. If your current response is if you need a web search, then use the Copilot tool. But that's only those two tools. But as we go about thinking about any document research type of agents and other capabilities that we're building, we're looking at the same approaches of building a matrix, a capability matrix, to say these are all the functions, these are all the capabilities, and these are the tools that go with each of the capabilities.
So look, is it 5 minutes or 17 minutes? Okay. Wow. All right. Good. Okay. Thank you. Well, second stage. Yeah. So we've seen, and sure, if you've seen as well, probably multiple companies say, "Great, this is our usage. We rolled it out. We look at it each week." Not just a number, but we've got 5 or 6% power users using that. It just drops off like that. Do you guys see that? Is problem? Do we? I've got 2 or 3 organizations. Well, we've got to get this up. Other ones like, yeah.
I feel like you should answer this. Go first.
Thank you. That's true. And one of the one of the ways that we found success with that is conducting these frequent knowledge sharing sessions. And also within Manulife, it's a remnant from the COVID time. We have what's called a Fuel Up Friday. Every first Friday every month, the app is allocated for learning, and also
the first Friday each month.
Each month, yeah.
The whole day? Half a day.
Yeah,
okay.
half a day.
And that's global?
Used to be the whole day,
or?
and it's now shrunk to half day. But yeah, so we have some structured programs for folks to join office hours or attend like webinars to listen to like one direction sessions, but also like knowledge sharing sessions, or give them access to LinkedIn learning or pursuit learning type of opportunities and we build course curriculum or course paths for them to learn. But all of those, what enabled is this regular just to say, this is what's happening across the company. These are the new things that are happening in the industry. These are the new features in the tool. So those opportunities, we use them as a way to not just educate, but also continue driving engagement. Yeah. So the graph falls, and then there is this engagement session, and then it picks up.
And the theory, I guess, is that at least more education engagement, that might get those hours up.
Yeah.
Get those hours up is a thesis that with more exposure and cultural norm changes that
it gets a big boost, and then what we've seen is that it stabilizes at a much higher level.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that exact curve too. I know a lot of organizations have, and we're really focused on that middle section. We're not really. I mean, there's different communities. We do have a power community to the right side, and then there's the left. We're kind of really focused on lifting up the middle, and we've done a whole slew of things. One thing that we've learned is like that continued drip campaign of information, whether it be the training, the lunch learns, and the newsletters, and the hey, at your all hands, we're going to have 5 minutes, and we're going to demo a use case and a win, and just encouragement and incentivize. We're doing a lot of things to lift that up, and we're continuing to see month over month growth of just general use. I mean, it's kind of incredible. Like every month, I'm like, when are we going to flatten out? And we have not flattened out yet. It's been almost like linear, just continued growth from just volume within the platforms, which is interesting.
So, listen, so the early adopters, they're gone. The left tail, they're the skeptics, going to get the
the right side is like, give me the API and get out of my way.
Okay.
Like I'm good. You're just give me the tools. But yeah,
it's good. Yeah.
So I think our journey is very similar to Andy's. We seem to be on parallel paths. Several things I would add that are a little bit different. So we have for our power users, we call them AI accelerators, and we really lean in and support those folks. They have a very vibrant community where they're sharing with each other, they're sharing out. I don't worry so much about the tail of 25% who aren't using it. I don't think everyone's going to change. And so I don't feel like that's a good ROI from an investment perspective. They'll either get on board or they won't. But that middle section is where we focus quite a bit. And what I've seen there is there's interest and there's willingness, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and the uncertainty is paralyzing. You don't know what to do. You don't necessarily have the motivation to change your behavior. And a lot of this is habit change. And so at the very beginning to my habits, with my leadership team, I did an accountability chart and said, like, how often are we using AI each week? And at my leadership team meeting, like this was in the early days, I pulled it up. There was either, worry or shame. But we created some accountability, but it really changed my behavior because I felt like I had to lead from the top. And if I wasn't using the tools and figuring it out and talking about the challenges, that others wouldn't do it. The second thing I'm thinking about now, and maybe this isn't as nice, but Melissa mentioned the carrot or the stick yesterday. And we've really leaned into the carrot for the last couple of years. But I see places where I feel like people need to be leaning in and we're not moving at the pace. And so I'm starting to embrace the stick a little bit. The stick might be you have to meet with me every week because this is a place where I can see that the industry is changing. But I think that the people who are going to run are running. Yeah. So it's what are the motivations, shall we say, to unlock middle at a faster pace. And it's blocking, but I want to see it keep.
When we got a lot, you guys are down the road. What do you know now that you wish you knew 12 months ago?
Yeah, maybe if, I want to just follow on one of the things that we just talked about. The 25% is interesting because there was one example where we built a document research tool that was geared towards analyst workflows. And there were a few folks, as you can imagine, the 25% that were skeptical. The first question they would ask is, if I have access to ChatGPT, Cloud or whatever, where you use your tool? And I don't trust you guys to be any better than this external. We continue engaging with them in some of our knowledge sharing sessions. And one of the guys, he kind of did a rapid fire questionnaire against saying, they'll throw a couple of documents at you and show me how your tool can do. And then obviously it's not our credit, it was all the work that we had done working with his peers, building the prompts, building the guardrails, building the workflows that make sense for business. And our document, all the questions he threw at us actually converted him. And a couple of weeks after the knowledge sharing session, he spent half the time talking about, he was so excited about it, how he was actually adapting his work around it. So I think there is still value to that carrot, but I think the answer is engagement. But obviously, I agree, and that's what coming top down is the stick approach to make sure that it's not necessarily saying your job's at risk, bringing some transparency in terms of adoption, and then make people accountable. If you're not using it, then you're actually leaving money off the table because you could be doing so much more.
Yeah. And probably particularly about the local manager, But what's one thing you knew, Andy, now that, boy, I wish I said 12 months ago?
There's a lot of different ways, I think, to answer that question. I think for us, there's also no regrets. When we first rolled out the tools, it was like, let's get it out as quickly as possible and let's move quick. And so we didn't have a lot of these foundational things. We weren't going to just wait months and months to do these things. I think one of the biggest things was, this is a more, in the sky, this is a people thing. This is not a tech thing. This is not a rollout tech thing. And we have a team that rolls out technology. We're really good at that. We were really good at building a team that comes in and is like, I'm going to train you to use Copilot and ChatGPT. But that's not the problem. It's a people problem, and bringing people leadership along early is something that I would recommend, as well as other leaders across the organization from that people lens. I think that would be the
and does it have to be enterprise level or the department level?
Yes.
Okay.
Across the board, it's something that's I think is very important.
Would you, Karen?
So first, I think it is all about leadership. As much as technology is important, it is about the mindset, and it's at leadership at every level. If you're not encouraging, experimenting, showcasing, and so we need to make sure that as we, the senior leadership team and leaders across the board, that this is important to them and that they're learning externally, that they're role modeling. And the people shift that is happening, going from AI replace me to AI will help amplify me and help me be better at my job. The other thing I learned is I think in the early days, we focused a lot on the technology itself, which technology is going to win, et cetera. And we kind of forgot about some of the truisms, the fundamental never change. And the truism is technology is in service to the problem you're solving. Mm-hmm. And I see some of these teams they fall in love with the technology and the solution, and they forget that they're solving a problem. And so the rapid experimentation hypothesis, like that loop, we actually sometimes forget. And so making sure that there are some things that are consistent throughout this journey, regardless of how the technology changes, I think is actually really important for leadership to reinforce.
And yeah, our learning has been the same thing. We focused, I can still remember some of those early sessions where we talked about what is GPT, what is an LM, what is retrieval augmented generation, what vector databases. And people paid attention, but it was for nothing, right? Because that was not solving any of the real problems. So if one thing that I would have changed based on what I know a year ago, not go into the details, talk about real use cases.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing because we see this a lot too. Is like people GPT hammer to things.
Oh yeah.
You know, and so like really, it's like, oh geez, are we helping people build a tool? Are we like trying to solve their business problems? Because like a lot of times the answer is not a GPT or an agent or whatever, which I think is interesting.
How do we deal with the skeptical or pragmatic CFO? So wait a minute, we're distracting my 4,000 employees. You're telling me there's big usage here. Where is it showing up in the P&L? What kind of program is this? A belief system, or how do you justify spending a minute on these programs?
The one thing
that ever happened?
Yeah. The one thing that works is drip, drip, drip. So instead of saying you're going to have this massive outcome 2 years down the line, and instead of saying you can't expect anything right away, we build pilots and then show value with pilots, and then we're not there yet, but we're trying to make sure that those pilots, the benefits from the pilots, kind of feed themselves. So we can show we executed the first version, the savings we got from it, we reinvest into the second pilot, and then brought in the scope, and then we recapture that 6 months down the line and then invest. So that's the idea, but yeah, we're not solved that yet.
Yeah, I think for us, I think at the Gates Foundation, we're maybe a little bit unique we're unique in quite a few ways. But I think one area is that our executive leadership and our chair very much believes in this technology, and they are bought in. And so this is an investment, and this is a belief. And we have the space for experimentation. We're not turning on the tools and saying, now what's the ROI? Some of that comes, and we have some measures, and we are looking at some things. As an organization, we are in the experimentation phase, and that is acknowledged. And I think having that top level support of that is really important.
Yeah, so we talk about this a lot as a public company who has to deliver in all time horizons. And fundamentally, we do believe in AI. Our board believes in it, our leadership team believes in it. And so there is fundamental commitment, which is great. If I think the short term, what we gravitated towards is finding those impactful use cases we can show ROI. Originally, we were trying to track the ROI of every project across the organization, and it was exhausting. And we didn't really get a return on trying to track the ROI of everything. But picking the big projects and having the strategic messages, I think is really important from winning the heart of the CFO. We also play the long game, which is talking about how we could be disrupted if we're not investing in this. And so what is the future of experience? What's the future of architecture? How are other startups potentially solving these problems with new tools and new capabilities that could create more value? And that would lead to an erosion of our customer base. And so it's like deliver, prove worth in the short term, and create a little bit of inspiration and fear for the long term.
That's great. I know we're fighting lunch here. Questions in the audience? Who's got a question? Everyone's hungry? So let's, the last question I want to, how do we think about our employee base? So we've got these amazing tools, we've got core competencies in many of our positions, not all of them. This is redefining knowledge work. Do we need to redefine core competencies going forward here? If you can't adopt fast, you shouldn't. I mean, what do we think about the core competency coming into the new employee base?
Yeah, I actually think the core competency is something that we should have been looking for all along. I look for curiosity and passion. And I think those capabilities are incredibly important to reimagining your existing work, exploring tools, look externally. You can't teach that, but you can teach everything else that sits around it. So I would say go back to our roots, look for people who are curious and passionate, maybe hardworking, and get down on those folks.
Yeah, I'm going to answer this with a little bit different, answering this question a little differently, because I believe especially a younger workforce, you know, they're growing up on these tools, they're using it in high school, middle school, college, right? And eventually use will just come, adoption's going to come. Like, I'm not really worried about that bottom tier. Like, I think things will just change. I think what I'm really most interested in the enterprise perspective, though, is around how we're using it for more of like business transformation, not just for that productivity use. Thinking about like how are we actually embedding it into the way we work behind the scenes, and so that question of like what is your adoption, like no one's going to ask that question anymore. It's just going to be 100% because it's like choice, that's a process, and this is the way things work. So I think like it's kind of a lens, like, you know, kind of also to think through.
And Andy, if you think about the average person in Netflix or Amazon, the average person doesn't know that AI is solving the problem, nor do they care. And I think that will be part of, if you fast forward to the future, it's just how we work.
It seeps in the background, yeah.
Yeah, I think my answer is twofold. Right? One, for folks who are building solutions or developing solutions, I would look for folks that are curious and have the hack mindset, who can quickly explore and develop solutions. For folks who are consuming that, in addition to curiosity, I would also like for folks, at least part of the team, to be skeptics, so that at least skeptics not in the way to block things, but verify.
Balance, yeah.
I proud of it, but I drive a Tesla, and self-driving. I always think about how to connect that. How does that connect to AI solutions? It works all the time, and when it doesn't, I have to be paying attention, and that's the same thing I want in the team. So I need someone who's always going to be questioning. I think that's one thing that I always think about in building the team. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I know we're fighting lunch, we'll end up here, but really appreciate the panel. One thing that we see a lot, GAI World, is talking to companies that are just starting, 0%, 10%. So a lot of really great wisdom here. So thank you, everyone. Help me thank the panel here, everyone. Thanks, guys. Lunch.
Okay, so that was a great first half of our second day at GAI World 2025. I'm here again with Pam Boris, and she is one of the leads of Women Applying AI. And they had a fantastic breakfast this morning, sponsored by AWS. So Pam, we're really interested in learning about the agenda, the format, key takeaways from the session. Please share.
Yeah, Crystal, thanks again for having me back on the broadcast. Hey, everybody. We had a fantastic breakfast this morning, bright and early at 7:30. We had about 12 different tables of conversations happening.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, each table had sort of its own topic area, everything from how to build real agents to future of work. Mine
Mhm.
was on AI upskilling, which is an
I
area
love
that
that.
I'm
And
very
we've
much
heard
passionate
a
about.
lot about the need for that during the session.
100%.
So can I ask you one question,
Yeah.
logistic-wise, before you
Sure,
go forward?
of course.
So I love the fact that you had a variety of different topics.
Right.
Were people assigned seats, or did they get to choose where their
No,
interest
people got to choose the
Okay,
table they
awesome.
wanted to sit at.
Mhm.
But the conversations that were going on at every table seemed like they were riveting.
Okay.
So it was
Fantastic.
absolutely fantastic. So
Mhm.
some of the things we talked about when we talked about AI upskilling is, not to discount the issue of culture in the organization. So at the table, we had a very large nonprofit organization. We had a small startup.
Mhm.
We had a woman who's a VC. We had somebody who's in a mid-sized company. So all the different dynamics of the type of job roles and the tenure of the employees and all those things contribute to their AI enthusiasm and AI literacy. So we said to make sure to not take
forget
that
that.
into account 100%. And similarly, addressing the fears that people
Mhm.
have
Mhm.
verbally out loud, just
Yes.
get them out of people's minds, because you can't always predict what somebody might be afraid of when it comes to AI.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's job loss, sometimes it's environmental concerns, sometimes it's ethics and bias. So you have to get those named, because until people can handle their mindset and get over their mindset, you're never going to be able to learn any new skills.
You know what? I remember this saying from our executive coaching, I believe at JP Morgan Chase, and somebody says that you have to name it to claim it. So
Yeah.
in order to get past your fears, acknowledge them. And I love the fact that the Women Applying AI is creating such a supportive community for women and allies to come together and to learn. I remember Luda saying at the launch, you must learn to lead, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100% true. And that's what we're trying to do, and open it up to all women at all ages and stages, all aspects of their AI journey, whether they're trying to reposition their career,
Yes.
whether they're earlier in their career and they want to future-proof it. That's what Women Applying AI is all about. So we do encourage all of your viewers, Crystal, to go to womenapplyingai.com and go to our application page.
Okay, perfect. I'm actually going to put that in the chat as well.
Fantastic.
And I have to mention one more aspect that you brought up in reference to culture. So I know you were here yesterday.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're super familiar. Like, I have the cheat sheet here for myself in reference to the GAI Insights RISE model, right?
Right.
And that's their maturity model let's see, RISE is research and experimentation, onto islands of innovation, onto the orchestrators of AI adoption, and then the intelligence leverager. So this is an enterprise-wide perspective on taking the organization through their maturity model for applying AI.
Right.
And one of the things that I thought was very cool about how John positioned this journey was likening it to AI land, and how culturally things were going to be different in terms of norms, language, rules of engagement. And you mentioned culture today in reference to how important it is to realize that culture is also a key facilitator, or could be a headwind in terms of how people individually go through that model. So can you tell me just a little bit more about that? Because I think it's so fantastic to acknowledge that, I don't know, I grew up in a different place, I learned different things, we did things differently. I didn't talk about, finance or AI at the dinner table. So
Right.
give us a little bit more insights on that, because I find the community to be so welcoming, and I want to double click on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So much packed into your question there, Crystal. I love the model that GAI Insights has pulled together. I think it's really smart. There's a lot of different maturity models. I was just in another session
Tell
where
us.
somebody was talking about AI, doing a 2x2 of AI literacy and AI maturity, because those are actually two different things. So there's a lot of models that are emerging. And again, it goes back to your organization. What are the business drivers? What are the business imperatives that you're trying to do? Focus on the business problems, and then again, experiment, and then
Yes.
put those into operation. And then you can move together as an organization, but each individual has their own individual fears. So you can't assume that all of the people in a certain department or a certain demographic
Sure.
all have the same concerns. Everybody's got slightly different concerns. What was it? Name it, own it, to
Name it to claim
name
it.
it to claim
Yes.
it. I'm going to use that. So yeah, name it to claim it, and then put words around it, and then build your upskilling around it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to let you go
Okay.
before you tell us more
Yeah.
about how you as a woman in your business and in your life are applying AI.
Yeah,
So tell us about your business.
100%. So I wear several hats. So in
Okay.
addition to my role at Women Applying AI,
Mhm.
I have my own firm, which is called Bridge Marketing Advisors, which is a fractional CMO service, mostly for B2B software companies.
Okay.
And I have seen that I really feel like marketing is sort of a canary in the coal mine of the white collar job bloodbath that you are hearing about and
Wow,
seeing
yes,
about.
yes.
And, you know, women are not the predominant, but more than 50% of marketing roles are held by women. It's just been one of those roles.
Super
So
interesting, because I think that stat probably applies to my space as well.
Yeah.
HR, people agenda.
Same,
Yeah,
exactly
same,
the
right?
same. Yep.
Mhm.
And I work in marketing for HR solution providers. So
Okay.
a lot of parallels for
Mhm.
sure. So we need to be an active agent in future proofing our careers. So
Right.
I have found that by bringing use cases, talking about use cases,
Mhm.
AI is a team sport, and a
Mhm.
marketing team can really coalesce around an AI upskilling initiative when
Yes.
they're working on use cases together, when they're solving problems together,
Mhm.
and really, building together. So that's the core of what I do in the training part of my business, in addition to my fractional CMO.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
another question for you.
Yep.
GAI Insights has given all of us an opportunity to create this avatar, talking about who we are and what we love. So you don't have to share your avatar.
Yeah,
if you did it
I
or
haven't
not.
built mine
You don't
yet.
have to, because what I want to know is, what would you consider to be your superpower, and what do you love about the work that you're doing? Because
Yeah.
I'm all about love.
Yeah, you are always all about love. It's funny because that's one of my always go-to interview questions, right? Is what's your superpower, particularly for marketing? I'm always surprised by people who are stumped by that,
Mhm.
but you're going to practically stump me.
Uh-oh,
I think
sorry.
actually people development, people leaders, and
Yes.
finding each person's individual drivers, interests, those things that just sparkle and make them light up, and
Mhm.
helping them to bring more of that into their work and their
Yes,
life
yes,
is really
yes.
important. Because I think a lot of times you're in a role. I know too many people who are in roles. They're very good at those roles, but they don't really light them up. But
Yes.
you end up kind of doing it because, particularly for women, because you've been successful, so you've been promoted, and then 10 years later you wake up and you're like, I don't
Where
even like
am
what
I?
I'm doing,
Yeah, I hate
right?
this. Yeah.
So I really like unpacking for people where their superpowers are, and then today, how do you help AI make even more of that for you, right?
Yes.
Help enable you even more. So I think people can really be operating more than ever before at that intersection of what lights them up, what's valuable to society, and what they're really, really, truly good at and enjoy.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. So thank you so much for chatting with me.
Always.
You know what? We know one another, but we don't know one another well. So I have a very personal question for you.
Okay.
Because we have a session on the agenda this afternoon around what should we teach our kids. So do you have any kids?
Yeah, I do not have kids. I always say I'm a professional aunt, but
Are
I
you?
am the go-to godmother
Okay.
for all of the people in my life
Fair enough.
because I love their kids. It just
Mhm.
was never my choice to
Fair
have
enough,
children.
fair enough.
But doesn't mean I don't want to bring up
Help
the
build
next
the next
generation.
generation
So
of
I'm
leaders.
actually usually the person that friends and family call when somebody is like in that transition, whether it's going from middle school to high school to college, college
so I have
to
to talk
work.
to you about Vera transitioning.
Oh, yeah,
from
I
like
bet.
8th to 9th, or
Yeah,
what is it? No,
it's-
it's 7th to 8th. So that's middle. That middle
Yeah,
school.
that's
middle,
right. So all of those transitions are really tricky, right?
Mhm.
Again, I love working particularly with young women, seeing what makes them light up, right?
Yes.
And often I say the same things their parents would say, but
Mhm.
because I'm another trusted
They-
adult
No.
who cares about their future, but I'm not like in their ear every 2 seconds,
They
they
probably
maybe
will
listen
listen
to
to
me
you
a little
more.
bit more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I love doing that.
Okay, so there is an old, I can't remember the date, but there's an old HBR article that I thought about in terms of you sharing how you love to find what's best in people, find what they love, find their skills, and help to leverage that to do something awesome in work. And the article was something about why parents are the best managers.
Yeah.
And so I look at it in that way. You know, I have 2 kids, one very, very different in terms of interest, in terms of skill, speed to uptick on skills, right?
Sure.
Very different.
Yep.
But I think as a manager and or as a parent and or as a trusted advisor, it does behoove us to in fact find out what drives a person and allow them to be successful with what they have, right? Because we all have some superpower and we're all different.
Yeah.
So it's so important to leverage that.
Yeah.
And I think your point about tying that to AI, really fantastic.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I am going to let you go. Don't want to stump you,
Crystal,
but
no
thank you so
worries.
much.
Thank you so much for having me on
My
today.
total
Appreciate
pleasure.
it. Thanks
So
for
what's
being
next?
here.
We're in Boston AI Week. What's next?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, we've got the
For you,
second.
like, what do you love doing?
Yeah. Well, we've got the second half of GAI World today, this afternoon, and then I'm going to a panel conversation tonight just across the street. There's so many things going on here in Boston, so I'm excited about that because some of the panelists are friends of mine. So a local law firm is bringing that out. I'm going to a breakfast tomorrow for the venture community. There is just. It's just, one thing after the other here.
Perfect.
And then Friday, I can't remember if I told you this
You
already,
did, but tell us
Crystal.
again, because
I'm going to tell you again because you might have some new folks on.
Yesterday.
Exactly.
Yes.
So one of the things Friday, even though by like 6 o'clock Friday, girl, I want to put on my PJs and sit on the couch. Nope. We are going to go to the MIT AI and filmmaking.
Oh, I want to go so badly.
It sounds really cool. So I am bringing my husband to that because he has done a little bit of work in filmmaking as like a side hustle. So he's super into it.
Okay, cool.
So that's a good way for us to finish the week with something fun, but I have no responsibilities there.
Yes, okay.
So I'm just going to be able to be, movie watcher and keep my mind open to all the creative approaches that can be done with AI. So, again,
Amazing.
great
Sounds
example of how
delightful.
every
Yes.
industry is being disrupted by
Absolutely.
AI. So
You are so right.
Yeah.
And you know what? I also appreciated getting to know you a little bit
You
better.
too, Crystal.
Stop by anytime.
Of
And
course.
hopefully I will. I'm going back to Jersey today, guys, but I am really enticed to perhaps come back for Friday.
100%. Okay, I'll see you soon, Crystal. Okay, bye.
You are a co-founder of Women Applying AI. I know that you are overseeing the marketing stream. I know from having talked to Pam Boris this morning that there was a Women Applying AI breakfast this morning. So I want to know, from your Women Applying AI lens, what have you taken away from the conference? What's resonated with you? What key messages would you like to share?
I think what I'm learning is that everybody is still learning.
Yes.
And
I think leaders are learners, right?
Exactly. And I think there's things to keep up with and things to be aware of that are kind of like what's evolving, how it's evolving, and how you can apply it and what that means. And also being curious and not being afraid to ask questions. I'm a former professor like you.
Yes.
So to me, it's like it's really important to ask the right questions.
Yes.
And not be afraid. And everybody here seems really open to asking questions, and everybody here seems open to sharing what they know, which is super awesome.
Yeah, I agree. And I think on the latter, we have to give amazing kudos to GAI Insights for creating and nourishing this community of connectors and leaders. And one of the things that you mentioned in reference to asking the right questions, one of the things that I have heard from the conference main stage is that having this notion of intellectual curiosity and not being afraid to ask and share and learning from leaders, learning from lessons, what went well, but also what went wrong, so we can learn from others, is such a key, I think, differentiator and a critical success factor in this world of AI. Question for you. I know that you are a founding member of Women Applying AI, but can you give us a little bit more insights around how you are applying AI in your life? So it can be personally, and then also I'd love to learn more about Chit Chat Digital and how you're applying AI there in your business.
I am a co-founder of Chit Chat Digital, and we are a marketing strategy and content firm based out of Quincy, Massachusetts.
Okay.
And I use AI. I use a whole bunch of different ones to help produce collateral, marketing collateral, and not the strategy so much. Strategy actually comes out of Melissa GPT, my brain. Oh,
I love that.
I disappeared. Yeah.
It's the background that's in. We're using StreamYard here, which is the same platform that is used on the daily Insights show from GAI Insights at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time every day. Got to give a shout out because I love the news, the articles, the opportunity for free. I mean, you're investing your time, but to learn and to keep abreast of the various changes within the AI space. So log in if you can.
That show was great. I love that show. And
we are essential.
Yeah, exactly. And so I am industry agnostic, meaning I can work with anyone from any industry, but my favorite types of clients are founders and funders in startup world and other small business people, because sometimes startup world is, it's startup, but it's not small.
Sure.
And I've built internal marketing functions from the ground up during my my marketing career.
Okay.
And I love using AI because I've learned how to, as so many people have, to scale your authentic brand voice.
Yes.
Even when you're using AI, people think it's just a robot and it's going to sound the same. Well, it's garbage out, garbage in, garbage out. So this morning at the Women in AI breakfast at GAI, that was the topic of my networking table. And I met really cool, interesting people. I met
And the topic was maintaining authenticity and branding? Okay.
Yeah. And so it was really great to hear about how they're using AI. One of them is a founder, actually two founders, someone else more from the funding realm.
Okay.
But it was cool. It was, and just everybody is so smart.
I love that. I love that. We're centered with like smart, nice, connected people, right? And I think they say what do they say? Your network is your net worth. And not that we have to monetize our, our relationships, but I think it is so powerful, particularly where we are in terms of looking to move forward in our careers and to help our organization scale up. So we didn't talk about this, but I'm wondering, are you comfortable sharing, even if you make it quite generic, a use case on how you've actually leveraged AI in your marketing business?
I'll give you an example from this morning.
Okay, fair enough.
So I was going to give this, I facilitated this networking table with this topic of keeping your brand voice authentic.
Okay.
And, while you're using AI. And I wanted to really make sure I know what I know, but I want to make sure I figured out what I didn't know.
Yes.
So I created, using 4 different GPTs, a 58-page learning document for myself that I started compiling 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so I would have to take that 58-pager, put it into one of those GPTs and say, can you summarize it and give me like the core topics from that? Because that is a manual.
Yeah, it was a lot. So then it helped me boil things down to, I disappeared. It helped me, it's Halloween. Here she goes. It helped me figure out how to boil it down to 8 slides.
Awesome.
And then because everybody was having such a great time, and as Luda keeps, reminding everyone, it's about relationships and building connections.
It is.
So we only looked at 1 slide, which is fine because I have this piece of content that I can use another time. That was the way that I used it. How I use it for clients is I train it to have their brand voice.
Okay.
I put in pieces of their website, thought leadership if they have any developed that they like. If there's any articles from C-suite people that they are, and they want that tone, I use those types of examples. And it's fun because that's how you train it.
Yes.
But you also need to get really specific and be like, we always say this, we never say that. If you want certain terminology included, include that.
Sure.
So that's how I use it. It's fun. It's not, I think sometimes when I speak with people who aren't as familiar with using the tools, I think they think people just throw things into ChatGPT and it's going to give you magic words back, and it's not how it works.
And it might hallucinate and give you the wrong words back, right? That's not how it works.
Yeah. So it's, it's a learning curve for everybody, but I really enjoy helping startups.
I love that. And one of the things that you mentioned in reference to, differences on where we are, I'm hearing a lot from the conference conversations around the fact that the workforce of the future is not the future. It is today. So our teams are comprised of human beings, BFFs like us, or agents like working together, right? It's not just years gone by, and it's not that we're looking for this to happen in the future. It's happening right now. So another thing that we're hearing from the conference conversations is this need to quantify the value and to, defend your ROI. And as we were talking about the benefits of your model, you quantified some amazing cost savings with me yesterday. And I want to make sure that we kind of double click on that here and give people an understanding of, how you are not only leveraging it, but the benefits that you're providing for yourself and your clients by so doing.
in a corporate role a few years ago, I was tasked with building the internal marketing function for a startup in the healthcare space from the ground up, no problem. When I walked in, they had engaged a couple of different marketing agencies that were charging them a lot of money, and there wasn't a lot being created. There weren't like, they didn't have like a mature LinkedIn presence. They didn't have a lot of collateral. So I adjusted those contracts.
Awesome.
And I started, and this was before we actually really had AI. It wasn't really there in a generative way yet, right? So when I started my own company, I really wanted to help people because, you know, companies are people, right? You
And
know?
to problem solve for that. I love that. You saw a problem in your corporate work and you said, I am going to put together a company to actually solve that.
For a lot less money.
For a lot less money.
Yeah. I mean, I have a foundational marketing plan that gives people a lot, or like $2,500. And that it used to be like a $15,000 experience.
Awesome.
And because I can do it more streamlined and more quickly and still preserve your brand voice or help you develop one if you're kind of exploring like or change it, it's amazing. And like, you know what, it's like when everybody, I'm dating myself, but when people started using search engines, like we didn't go to the library the same way anymore and get a book, right? So yeah, it's disruptive. It's also transformative. There's new jobs that are going to come out of this. Amazing time in history. We don't even know what those jobs are yet. But and it is awful when people lose their jobs, and that is scary. And I'm not minimizing that, but I think it's an amazing time to be
to get in it, to learn,
be a person,
and to be part of it, right?
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, I've loved our conversation. I know you're going to be engaging in the latter part of the day. Is there anything else that you're going to be participating in Boston AI Week?
I don't know. I have to look at the thing. I feel like after the past few days since we launched Women Applying AI, yeah. So have you. Like everybody's been
yes. So what I'm going to do for us and everybody watching is I am going to put the contact information for Chit Chat Digital into the link. I'm also going to search for just the agenda for Boston AI Week and put that into. So for those of you who are perhaps in Boston, but just watching on the stream, take a look at some other interesting things to do.
Thank you, Crystal.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. I had such an amazing conversation.
Thank you. Bye,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Bye. With layouts, but we are very excited to have Paul back. Tell us what's happening. We're in the middle of day one. What are your key takeaways, Paul?
Day two. We're in the middle of day two.
Day two.
Day two.
I stand corrected. Yes, day two. I want to stay here longer. I want to extend this out. It's been so fantastic.
It's for the Groundhog Day. Yeah, no, really interesting. I mean, we had this morning, we had Jeffrey Raport from Harvard Business School run through the Harvey AI case with the whole room, which was a really engaging case. He did it last year, so it was interesting to see how much the company's progressed in a year. And it really raises a lot of questions about, what's sustainable and, how difficult it is to really figure out. So that was one. We've had really good panels on security. I just left another one on employee engagement here. There remains a really AI literacy engagement. How do we get employees to use it? This panel was particularly interesting because they said we don't worry about the 10% that are adopting quickly, and the bottom 20% who aren't. We don't worry about that. All the opportunities in that middle 30, 40%.
Yeah, and I heard in that panel too, again, this notion of change management and how important it was. And I believe the representative from Ford said, young kids, as you said, they're growing up, they're using it. So we're not worried about them. It's like, how do we move the middle?
Right.
Now, me, having grown up in the management consulting industry, and I think it's kind of a knowledge worker, just like legal. Give us more insights, because for me, it was so fantastic to have the entire audience turned into an HBS class, right? And so I think there's a lot of parallels in terms of how are we going to learn? How are we going to reprice? What are we going to do with our next generation of younger executives, right? If we're leveraging AI to do that entry-level work.
Well, good. Well, really appreciate everyone online, and we'll get back to the conference. So thank you. You're doing a great job, though.
Perfect. It's my pleasure. Thank
you
you for having me, Paul. See you. Okay, so guys, I am so excited about this particular conversation. So honored to sit here with Shweta. She is straight off having won the award from Boston Business Journal for 40 Under 40. So let's start with that. Tell us what you're doing, how you came to be recognized this way.
Yeah, thank you, Crystal, for having me. So it recognizes the work that we have been doing for years and years. So my background is in product and tech and startups. So I have worked in 500 Fortune companies. I work in the mid to small startup companies. I work with, and I'm a startup advisor to tons of underrepresented founders.
I love that.
Yeah, I help and coach women who are trying to make, career out of the work that they have, the skills that they have. I help students, make their career and help them coach. So I'm heavily embedded, and I want to make Boston the ecosystem, where everyone's
where we're just leveraging and killing it in AI.
Exactly, and people don't have to think about
it doesn't have to be Silicon Valley.
Exactly.
No, it's Boston.
No, it's
we're here.
Boston. Yeah.
So before we go further, tell us a little bit more about your academic journey that has prepared you for the space that you're leading in.
Yeah, so I think the whole goal or my purpose started as a kid, where I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I was like, I'm going to help and change people's lives.
Okay.
And I realized that I get dizzy with sight of blood. And
okay, we were talking earlier about finding your superpowers, or the antithesis of that, your kryptonite, right? So it's not going to be neurosurgeon because blood is not for you.
It's not for me. And that has propelled me, and that's how it shaped my career, I would say. I did, studied computer science, and I was like, I want to.
And where did you study? You studied computer science?
I did computer science in India, and I was like, I don't want to sit behind the laptop. Nothing wrong with that, but I was like, I want to go and talk to people. I want to interact with people. So I came to Boston and I studied management, and I was like, oh,
where? Tell us.
Yeah, so I went to Northeast and I went to Harvard.
Congrats. Because one of the things that I found, which is kind of weird, I'm like, I'm not sure. I see everyone here repping their school. So I said, you know what? I have to bring out my Harvard scarf. Wharton scarf, excuse me, because I went to Wharton Business School. I have my Harvard parents hat. This is maybe it was because it was game weekend. I'm not sure, but everyone was repping their school. So I'm like, Shweta, we need to know, who are you with?
Yeah, and that's when I was I started working in the healthcare industry. I was indirectly I can, help and launch products. And then I worked in different industries as well, like the startup and 500 Fortune. But it really helped me to see how I can use my skills and knowledge.
I love that.
To help, whether
you're still helping, you're driving, and you're doing products, and you're helping people with their careers. So you didn't stray too far from that awesomeness. Just understanding that there's certain things that are not for me, and I actually think that that's so important and commendable, because I oftentimes say I cannot compete in an area that I don't love, because the guys or girls who love doing that are going to just smoke me. So it's important to, I think, lead where you love.
Exactly. I mean, find the passion, what you really enjoy. Find something that you're going to love. In the morning, you're like, oh, wow, it's going to be an amazing day. I'm going to do the XYZ. So find that passion, and I was like, that's what makes me oh, today I'm going to do XYZ. That's where it helps me propel and push myself. And I feel like the purpose I have, I'm able to do that. So when I work with startup founders as a startup advisor, given the AI, is coming, it's already
here. It's here. We say it's not the workforce of the future. It's right now.
Yeah. So how to shape the mindset. I mean, today we had the Women in AI breakfast. And
so tell us more about that, because I understand you. Well, definitely you are a co-founder of the organization, GAI. You're also on a senior leadership team. So tell us, what you did, what were the conversations this morning? I know the organization launched on Friday, but how did you continue to engage with women this morning at the breakfast that was hosted by AWS?
Yeah, amazing. I love being part of Women Applying AI. We had amazing roundtables. So the topic was that I led was defining product and strategy for future. So whether you are an enterprise, whether you're a startup company, how you have to think about using AI, whether it's building a product or using internally. So I had amazing group of people in the group.
So what perspectives did you have?
Yeah, so many things. So for example, whether you're in HR, whether you're in marketing or product or engineering, how you can use AI tools or shift, and I think it's more about AI capabilities and not like fearing like, oh, AI, how it's going to replace my job. It's not thinking it's how you can use it to make your life better, to make your job better. The second thing is change management came a lot.
Well, I have to say, everyone is like going to say, Crystal, stop saying that. You're a broken record. And I think Paul said it was Groundhog's Day. But no, we're hearing this throughout the conference. All the conversations are being centered on, if you want to recoup the benefits from this whole AI opportunity set, people first, change management, walk them through this process of adopting and leading and owning the change. So
that's true. Yeah, it's like how you can change the mindset, and it's come like top to down, top to bottom and bottom to up. And one thing is like I learned something really interesting.
Oh, good, because that's one of our questions. What did you learn new as a thought leader, as a recipient of 40 Under 40 for the Boston Business Journal? It's probably hard for you to learn something new. I take that back. Leaders are learners, I know.
No, I love to learn. Like I'm always curious person, but like many companies are trying to help engage employees, and few things they're doing is like, they have like lunch and learn, they have like AI lab, or they are thinking like, hey, innovation and hackathons internally, where it's encouraging people to learn and also share what they're learning and have fun. And so that way they don't feel like, oh, I don't know what to use and how to use it, whether it's prompting, whether it's trying different tools and making them more comfortable, right? It's not just like, hey, get me this thing delivered yesterday. It's more of like, we all in this together. That mindset really helps you to move along and learn AI fast, I would say.
Perfect. So it's hard for me to hear all of the content from the main stage being here in the live stream studio, but I do think that there were two really wonderful examples, if I'm not mistaken. So Lloyd's Bank, right, and the engagement in WEX with how do we engage with cool and innovative. They're really learning methodologies or learning activations, but that learning facilitated on the AI adoption. So we are in Boston AI Week, and you do live here in Boston. So I've been asking everyone, what activities other than this awesome GAI Insights conference have you participated in, and what are you perhaps looking forward to for the rest of the week?
Yeah, so we did I'm also one of the leaders at Boston Technology. So
I did not know that. Okay.
So last week we hosted a couple of virtual sessions for Product Lab and for founders to help them understand about AI and how they can use in their companies and the product, how they can shift the mindset, like what does competitive advantage look like how we can be more responsible, meaning innovation is there versus like how you can be more ethical and responsible, what kind of guardrails you should have, and how as a product or how as a leader you can think about launching something using AI. AI is a lot of hype. I know like there are thousands of products and tools coming out, and people think like, do I have to use all of them? Do I have to use 10 of them? No. Try to see where you want to start, like very basic. And what I'm looking for this week, there's tons of amazing events happening. So I'm gonna look at the calendar, which ones I want to.
And I'm gonna put the calendar into the chat, guys. I'm gonna do that. So question for you, because I see that you are a continuous learner, you're contributing, you're leading. Do you in fact participate in any of the learning opportunities with GAI Insights? Because there are two that I think are really fantastic and that are easy for me to participate in. One is the learning labs on Monday evenings. And then secondly, I actually really do love the daily news, right? So it's at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's also recorded if you cannot watch. And I love the fact that it's every day, and every day the team is curating articles and giving us an understanding. And it's really targeted, I think, to CIOs and leaders in tech and AI to better understand what information or what information being presented in these articles are essential. Like you must know. Are they important? Or it's like, do you participate, and what do you think about that? Because I think we should have you on Monday for the Learning Lab.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I follow, newsletters and
the newsletter as well. Yes,
exactly. And they have like YouTube channels. So it's like what I love about GAI Insight, it will give you the information that is needed. It's like urgent versus like nice to have.
Yes.
You will know what you need to know, right? There's lots of information out there, but you will feel like you will be catching up. You will know what you need to know at the time, right? So I would highly suggest like that's like my go-to place,
me too.
for
I love
keeping
it.
myself updated. Yeah.
And actually, I think you should also come on and be a guest. A guest analyst. So you have the opportunity to read the articles and then provide your opinion and give you the chance to like debate on whether or not it's like essential or just important.
Love that.
Perfect. So what are you going to do for the second half of the GAI Insights Day 2?
I know.
When's the last day? Oh my God, it's a blowout.
I know. I'm like absorbing the information.
Yeah.
So I have like tons of information. There are like a couple of sessions, breakout sessions, and I'm trying to like attend those so I can get like and learn from industry leaders what they're trying to do, in the industry, like with the AI. Also networking with people, like there's so many talented, smart people.
Yeah, so powerful.
Just learning from, and sharing. It's more about like, how you can be in the mix and just like absorb as much as you can. So
amazing. So thank you for sitting down with me, Shweta. It's been so awesome getting to know you better. And I will see you at the next Women Applying AI event.
Right. Thank you, Crystal.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Use AI internally. So essentially, the problem is very many organizations would experience that there is a lot of stuff to do, not enough people to do it. And GAI Insights is pushing very hard in a number of directions, and we have even less staff and less time to do it. So AI is the answer. We use AI across every group and every function that in the company. And today we're going to talk about just 2 examples. Jenny would focus on operations, and I will give you an experiment with how we are putting use cases in front of people and using avatars. So, Jenny?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jenny Boavista, and I'm an operations manager at GAI Insights. GAI Insights, we're an AI native analyst firm, and we help enterprises grow by using AI. And part of this is knowing how to use AI ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and go through some demonstrations of how we use ChatGPT on a day-to-day basis. Some of these things are groundbreaking. They're just very simple things that we do. But it's going to give you some context into how we have lots of different ways, lots of different tools that we use. And specifically, as Luda had said, I'm going to go over operations and project management. So we can go ahead and get started. Okay, so the way GAI Insights uses AI internally, this is not an exhaustive list. We have quite a few different ways that aren't even listed on here. But one of the main ones is using ChatGPT Business, which was formerly called Teams. We use it for operations, contract management. We have newsletter generation tools with GPTs for Navigator. And we use it for the daily AI newsletter as well. We use it for ideas, for graphics, etc. We also have the chatbot on the website. We use N8N for automations. We have the AI factory where we have developers working on it as well. So it has more of has an AI component, but it has some deterministic features also. And we use it for the creation of intellectual capital. Dr. John Spielk was a co-founder and he's a thought leader. You can use, he uses it for ideas, research. It helps him compile all of that. And so that's just a non-exhaustive list. It's a general overview, and certainly there's quite a few more tools that we use, quite a few more teams that we work with that utilize it in a different way. Okay. So I'll go through the GAI Insights journey from my perspective. And this is just the day-to-day of operations and project management. So some of these ideas be a little bit boring, some of the ways that I use it, but it's very realistic. And that's essentially what I'm showing you. I'm going to show you the user interface of my own ChatGPT and some of the GPTs I've built in a very simple way, just so you can see what it's like from my point of view. And it's pretty nice. Okay, so it's the overview. I'll go over not technically use cases, just some of the ways that I use it. I want to divide it in a very logical way by operations and project management, And then I want to go over specific projects and GPTs and ChatGPT. So you can kind of figure out the best ways to use it and for which type of task that you can use it for. And then I'll do a quick demo. I'll show you my user interface of ChatGPT so you can kind of see how I'm using the GPTs and the projects in the folder. Okay. So these are some of the ways that I use ChatGPT for my job. Also not exhaustive. There's quite a few ways that we actually use it, but I would say one of the main ways is contract management. It's very useful for analyzing a contract, a statement of work, coming back with risk, deliverables, timelines, due dates, and things like this. It's good for quality control, for editing, for refinement, messaging, process improvement, and it helps you with automation as well. SOPs, building documents, these are just day-to-day, sometimes very boring things, but in reality, a lot of these job functions, this is what we're doing. So for operations, that's a big chunk of what it is. And for project management, you can use it for documentation, you can use them for knowledge bases with project folders, building out project plans, timelines, statement of work reviews, resource and capacity planning, and then risk analysis as well. Also, there are so many different ways you can use ChatGPT for project management, but we don't really have enough time. I'm just listing a few here. But there's quite a bit of an impact. It saves a crazy amount of time. The final result that you're getting isn't the actual, it's kind of like a tool AI that you're using to help you with the final product, but that's not actually what it's going to be. You need to refine it, you need to adjust it a little bit, and then it's going to give you something that you can kind of use, and it's going to take much less time. So very useful in general. Okay, so as I promised before, I'm going to try to divide it in a very logical way to talk about ChatGPT projects or GPTs and how I use them for my specific job function. And so for ChatGPT projects, I'd say it's best for helping you organize and manage work within ChatGPT. It has persistent memory, so the things that you're putting and uploading are always going to be there in like a library. Has team-wide consistency, context, and collaboration because you can now share these projects with your team. So it's actually very helpful for collaboration and getting out of silos and managing different types of work with your teams. Okay, and GPTs, they're best for being a reusable assistant for specific tasks or audiences. They're extendable and can be integrated with APIs, which is a great feature. You can share across teams as well, which is also helpful because you can share prompts and different types of automations, which is something that we also do for some of our newsletters, which has saved quite a bit of time for us. And it has explicit configuration and consistent prompts. Okay. So that being said, that's how it was kind of divided, project management, operations, how I use it, and then we use GPTs and we use projects. And I'm just going to go right into a demo and show you my user interface so you can kind of see what my specific ChatGPT teams or business looks like. And then go over a full example or a few examples so you can kind of get an idea of how we use it internally. Okay, so you can see my screen now. This is my user interface for my ChatGPT business. It's under GPT-5, so that's the latest model. We have the chat function here. And then on the left, I have my GPTs that I've created. I'm only showing a few of them. We have quite a few more. And GAI Insights, all of our teams are building GPTs. We're collaborating and working together. So, there's going to be the navigator ones. We have different types of research ones for thought leadership. But for the sake of the demo, I cleaned it up a little bit. We only have 3. I want to review the GI editor. We have DocuTrack for contract management, and then I have Project Tracker as well. So a lot of these are for automating tasks, doing repetitive tasks, and we built them out for specific purposes. And the GAI editor specifically is very good for making sure that you have consistent brand guidelines, that you're making sure that anything that you're creating is going to be a nice formal product that follows all of your policies, procedures, and guidelines that you have. As you can kind of see what already shows up, you can use it for lots of things for suggesting edits. Is formatting correct? Are you following citation format? There's lots of different things with clarity that it can kind of adjust, and tone as well, and style. So this is just a day-to-day thing. It's not groundbreaking, but it actually saves quite a bit of time because you put this information in there and it's going to give you back a lot of information that'll help you, and it'll save time for the final product. And you can ask questions at the end if you have any questions about it. But this is what I have for GAI editor. You can upload documents to it and have it refine specific things for you. There's the DocuTrack manager. This also saves quite a bit of time, and it helps you with risk analysis as well. And as you can see here, there's lots of different suggestions for things that you can do. So propose a naming convention for client contracts. That's actually very important. The way that you structure data that goes into the GPT is going to determine the output of it. So if you can structure the naming conventions a little bit for your contracts, then you can them a little bit better. You can really understand the information and it's less messy. So we actually do that with our contract management tool. We have very specific naming conventions for all of our contracts. You can automate payment reminders, help you how to organize specific contracts, or you can track contract renewals and things like this. Also, crazy groundbreaking, but in the day-to-day work that you're doing every day on my level, it saves quite a bit of time. So we have a specific GPT built for this, and the end result for us, it's efficiency, and it's actually very helpful for that. The third GPT that I have is a project track, and I can go ahead and do a demo for this. Very useful for analyzing statement of work as well, for building project plans, for risk analysis, building Gantt charts, or C charts. And it's just an assistant because it's really nice. It'll build 80% of it for you, and then you can go ahead and refine it within the loop and get your final product. But in regards to things like risk and different types of milestones and resources, it's very helpful in gathering and doing research that would have taken quite a bit of time. So I have those 3 GPTs, and give me just 1 second, I'll populate a prompt. Okay. So this is you're a senior financial analyst preparing materials for a board using the sample quarterly results below. Perform the following tasks in order. So you're going to get an Excel sheet out of this. You're going to get some bar charts. And then at the end, once we get this information, we can build more of a Gantt chart or a plan out of it as needed. But I'm going to go ahead and let this run. And I'm going to flip back over because I already did this prompt already, so you can see what the results were. So you're putting a very limited amount of information in. You're asked to do quite a few things, different steps. So this was scenario analysis, an Excel workbook, stress scenario, visualizations, line charts, a PowerPoint deck, and a boardroom recommendations, a boardroom narrative. After taking a couple of minutes, this is what you get: formal tables and charts. The files are here for Excel workbooks that you can download. Different stress scenarios were there. And then we have the boardroom narrative also that you can use. Okay. I'm going to put in another example that's very simple, just so you can see how that one works. And then I'm going to move on to projects. And then again, this isn't exhaustive. It's not groundbreaking. It's just day-to-day work and how it can help make things a little bit easier. And it's what I do specifically for my role. I use these GPTs a lot. So this is just create a 5-step project plan for launching a new product with timelines, key tasks, and owners in a doable format. Then add a simple Gantt chart in Excel showing each task on a timeline. This is the GPT I use for my project tracker. You can see that the Excel files came up with the appropriate table. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And I'll show you what it created for me in less than a minute. Okay, so have that there. And then you have to refine it with human in the loop, of course. But it saved quite a bit of time. It took just a little bit of information and it created you quite a bit on the other end. Okay, so those are the GPTs that we use. I'm going to move on to projects, just describing them a little bit and how they work and how we use them for operations. So this is my GenAI training team project folder, and we have everyone on our GenAI training team involved in this, so that everyone can be collaborative, upload the same files, we can all access the same files, and they're going to stay there, they're going to be consistent, which is really useful for team collaboration, and also helpful for the prompts that you're actually using, gathering that specific data when everyone's collaborating as a team. So it's a very good example for operations. If you're having a project folder, you're all working on something, if you create it like this and organize it like this, like I was saying before, how you structure the data on one end is going to determine the quality of the data on the other end. So when you organize it like this, it's just much better for teams as well for getting consistent results. And as you can see right here, it's ChatGPT 101 training deck. We can upload all this information, and then we can kind of get ideas for how to make different types of trainings based off of our previous examples. This also saves quite a bit and it helps with quality as well. You can do projects for everything, have one for surveys, for the conference, do meeting summaries, you have one for specific clients, and it's just a really great way for you to track the information that you have, and you can share it with your teams also, so you break down the silos and work together collaboratively. So that's kind of it for what I have specifically with this quick demo. You're seeing the actual user interface of my ChatGPT business, some of the GPTs that I use on a daily basis, some of the projects, and how information is organized. So while it's not, I keep saying term groundbreaking, it is actually very useful. And I think there's a lot of people that would really appreciate this type of information and how it's organized to help them with their day-to-day job functions. We can, do you want to save questions at the end, I think? Okay. Okay, any questions? No.
Let me bring you the microphone.
Hi. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to understand what's in the GAI editor. You showed the prompt that you put in, but what did you do to build the G?
So this is fun. I use ChatGPT a lot. I actually used a prompt to help me build the configuration of the GPT itself. So a lot of the times you can use it just as a starting point and say, ChatGPT, I want to build a GPT for editing, and I have all of these specific requirements and these specific constraints. Please help me build a prompt that can help me build this GPT. And that's essentially where I start. And then you have to refine it and add other things that you need to make it actually work. You have to iterate and refine. Building GPTs, it's pretty easy, but you always, to make it give you what you actually want, you have to really put in a lot of effort and streamline it a little bit. So I can go ahead and go into that if you'd like. This is what the back end of the GAI editor looks like. And this is how I configured it. So the description is it's GAI Insights content for brand clarity and formatting. It acts as an expert brand editor, colors, fonts, design language based on reference to a Figma file that I have, which is listed here. Inconsistencies with brand style, suggest on brand alternatives, review citations, sourcing, follow strict formatting principles, ensuring consistent alignment and spacing. And its language and style principles are client-focused, bringing information to meet client needs and ensuring it's digestible and actionable. So I'm not going to, but just to let you know, it's extensive. It's not like I said, please create an editor, help me catch typos. Like if you really want to build a good prompt and get a good result, you have to put a lot of effort in to define what it is that you actually need. So we have quite a bit of information in here, and you can also upload brand guidelines, you can upload logos and things like this, and it can reference this information as well to determine whether it should give you feedback or not. And you can also turn on capabilities like web search and canvas generation as well. So there's lots of different back-end functionality. And Adam, I don't know if you have anything else to say about how to figure GPTs.
If you scroll back down,
yeah.
One of the things you don't have on a little more is the capability for code interpreter. I'd recommend you turn that on. Sometimes it can use Python to do some things in terms of formatting or producing documents that it can't do natively, but it needs the code interpreter to run that.
Okay.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Let's update.
Is that a business function?
Yeah.
If you
to make it. What you can't do is invite someone else to co-create it with you or share it. Yeah, there's those other capabilities you don't get.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the advantage of ChatGPT Business is you can collaborate and share GPTs with your team, which is actually pretty useful. And we have quite a few of them. And if we have enough time at the end, I'm sure Adam can talk about how he uses them for newsletters. But I'm going over some basic collaboration stuff, which might not be the most interesting, but we do have lots of other ways that we use it, which is quite unique and pretty cool.
Jenny, how much time do you think?
I'm sorry. What a number of GPTs you got? What is it, like 30% approximately, 40%? What do you think? Half?
So in regards to how much time these types of products and GPTs save me, I would say it's even more. It's probably 60% of my time. It really a lot of your time where you can do other things like spending time with strategy. If you organize it properly and you use the GPTs, a lot of these tasks that you had to do that were really mundane, it took a lot of time. It just does them for you automatically almost. So the tasks that you were doing previously, yeah, 60% for sure in my role, because I think a lot of it actually can be automated. And it's quite profound in some ways. Another question?
Right here.
I love your operational examples because it's so real. The configuration layer or design layer, I don't know what you'd call it. When you think about that board example, how do you need to set up your data, your storage, your files, your folders, your backend, your content so that becomes GPT accessible?
I mean, I think it all depends on how you configure your GPTs to access your data. So, for example, if you have Microsoft Copilot or even ChatGPT, you can use APIs to have your GPT link back to certain databases. So if you're organizing that properly, I think that's also very helpful. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
take a board. I mean, it's just such a perfect example for me. You know, your financials are sitting in one place. Your prior board decks are sitting in another place. Commentary with functional leaders is sitting in another place. How is this kind of reaching into that content if it's not in a database? If it's in a traditional like Excel, PowerPoint, or something like that. Is it reading all of that content?
I mean, I think it does read quite a bit of the content. I don't know if you want to go into the specifics of that because he's talking about actual data, but I'm pretty sure.
And I guess what I'm saying is, what are the precursors that, and you may not know this, but to set up so that the org can create these things, right? So an operational can create a deck or do a contract review, GPT, or all of the things that you might want to do, what's the pre-steps to energize the environment?
I'd say mostly the kind of capabilities you're asking for.
So I would say mostly the kind of capabilities you're asking for are almost a grade above what you would be doing with GPTs within enterprise. Like you're mostly limited to kind of instruction you can give it. You can't so much build because it is a tool in terms of orchestrating the connectors you need to really orchestrate enterprise data across multiple sources to aggregate it. If you're saying, I want to take an export from my database and then put that Excel up in here, that's easy done. But if you're talking about accessing a database and also asking access to sales records and some third-party app through an API, that this probably isn't the best to build that solution in.
Okay.
Right?
I have a second question.
Did that answer your question, or did I miss
really.
it? Okay, yeah, that's okay.
I need to scratch a bit more later.
Yeah, we can do it after the session. So I'm happy to keep talking.
Because
I want to understand
contracts, NDAs, right? Little nuisance thing we go over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? I get a GPT that says, look at this NDA and tell me if there's any issues. I don't have a $150 an hour person looking at an NDA, right? So that would be an example of, well, how do I get all of that contract body of work into the system and possible?
So there is a section here on the GPT called knowledge, and you could get federal guidelines, you could give it any sort of documents, your own internal things. You can give it all of those rules and then prompt it to adhere to these.
Okay.
In terms of applying it as the policy, you can build like that.
So other real fast question, when you think about your organization, what's your cost per person to have a GPT in the environment, licenses, et cetera, compute power?
I think GPT enterprise or business is roughly $30 a month per seat. There, no, that's the thing is because this is a subscription model, you're not for the number of tokens used. Yeah.
I think we had a question over here.
Kenny, that was great. We've been taught to use multiple models, and I also noticed that every time a model upgrades, there's some learning curves to what these new capabilities, how do they actually work? So 2 questions. Question number 1, do you do this with multiple other models? Because we use all 4 of the proprietaries to test them out. So how do you keep up with the differences between them and learn the new tweaks? Like I struggled for a little while getting the SharePoint integration when ChatGPT 5 first came out. For some reason it said it worked, but it didn't, but then it started working. So it's like those little touches, you're like, what the heck? How does this work? Is there some exceptional tool that helps you keep track of how these things are changing? Because you guys are in it, you must see it. I'm not in it. I don't know. I just suddenly, it's bam, I got that thing to go figure out.
Yeah, so for the first one, I know Paul uses a specific tool where it'll open 6 different ones at the same time, and it'll populate the result, and you can see it in real time side by side. Off the top of my head, I don't know what that is, but for me personally, when a new model comes up, you kind of have to just keep trying. You can go back to the old model, go to the new model, compare the results to see if it's what you like, because like you were saying with the SharePoint integration, it wasn't really working very well, but now it is. So it's like you give it a couple of weeks and they'll refine it, and then eventually it's going to kind of be like a similar model. That's personally what I do. We do go back and try different types. You can try Claude, go try ChatGPT, see the result that you get. And you're constantly just playing around with everything to kind of see what the results are. So really it's just testing. We do lots of testing at GAI Insights, and we try all sorts of different tools. And Adam, do you have any specific tool that you use?
So that one is ChatHub.
ChatHub, yeah.
.gg uses. And I would say honestly, probably one of the best things you can do is get our daily email.
I do, but I can't even keep up with reading the email. I have it
like
ChatGPT
or once a week. All of the outcomes of email end up on our web in a database there that a lot of people don't know exists, and you can just say, show me only essential articles. Just look back over time and catch up for the last week or however long it's been since you caught up on the news.
All right, great.
And
Thank
that's
you.
But that's exactly why we do this, is because literally today, OpenAI has come out with Sora 2. They've put out parental guidelines. California has passed SB 57, and we're reviewing 3 other essential pieces of news in the last 24 hours. I mean, there is so much going on.
Okay, so the first thing is the correct answer is build custom GPT to help you figure what's going on by using the AI data.
And another comment that is, I think, very important for everyone to think about is, yeah. So, and this is the prior models before they're replaced, they will get off rails for sure. We've been using a number of custom GPTs for production of the newsletter and finding articles for us and prioritizing the articles. And eventually they all go and start hallucinating major time. So you have to create a set of evaluation things that's to a new model or just over time, and test your GPTs with those evaluation models, because they will degrade. And this is like, we don't really appreciate the maintenance of that stuff, but it now has to be in there.
I have a question. There are competitive solutions from Microsoft, from Google, that which have integrations with their Office suite. So did you try it, like how it in comparison to OpenAI solution? solution because Microsoft, Google, they have integration with their ecosystem, like documents, with Office software. So your thoughts?
So is the question, why would you use this instead of one of those? Or, I mean, if you're a Google, if you're a Google, it's hard to argue with using Google. My day job in Australia, we basically work exclusively with people that are Microsoft environments. So everything is in Azure. They have tenant, and they know that all the data in that tenant is secured in the Microsoft cloud. They're trusting Microsoft with their security, but it's a big piece of for them to go use a tool like ChatGPT. Sure. Because Copilot, they have Copilot Studio, they have options to within their ecosystem, right? And so this is probably more on offer for smaller businesses, I would say, or for businesses that aren't so embedded into the Microsoft ecosystem that's necessarily where their data residency is, which is a big part of really where is your data, and so that's where you want to try and build with models. And this is really a temporary patch until people start having sovereign AI, in my view, anyway, longer term.
What's about the advantages of using OpenAI instead of like Microsoft or Google?
I personally I like it better. I get better results.
But you will have to like manage knowledge base manually instead of just linking to maybe OneDrive or whatever.
Although now OpenAI has connectors, I can connect to my OneDrive, I can connect to my Google. I can ask ChatGPT about my Gmails, and it can go for me. So those are coming as well. Yeah.
Cool. More questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for watching my demonstration of how we use AI and ChatGPT for operations and project. So I'm going to go ahead and move to Luda Kopakinia. She's going to come up and talk about the value of avatars. Thank you.
Jenny, what do I do? How do I backtrack? Jenny, how do I backtrack?
Is there a left arrow, maybe under?
Okay. I think I should get it. Okay. So in our daily news, So in our daily news, we review a lot of news and cases. And we see quite a bit of proof points when a company has used something, a tool, or have put together a framework to solve a particular problem. And they talk about which results they got, how much of it they've implemented, and what they're doing. And that actually is we think, a very good experience. And we were thinking about how do we put it together so that we can promote it much broadly, because it's critical for leaders in different industries to know that those cases exist, because they are proof points. And so we started using avatars and think that this is an interesting way of capturing the value of those use cases. Avatars are easy to do. Anybody can create them. They're simple, and the technology is going quite well. And is now, when we started, we tried to do the DID, and the result wasn't as good. It seems like now all of those capabilities caught up, and you can now together a avatar from a picture. So we wanted to have my avatar to have a similarity with me and good lip sync and the like. So these are 3 steps, actually 5 steps to get to what going to show you. The first one is just a picture and put together a moving, right? And then we use a level lab to create a text that would go in sync with that avatar and imbued it with persona and emotions and moves, and then use Hedra to do the lip sync. And then the last two stages are put together in with various adjustments and relevant to the industry that we're talking about. So, and you can skip those stages, right? So it can just the top 3 to create the avatar. Let me see whether we can actually play it.
Hi, I'm Luda Kopikina's avatar and guide to Gen AI enterprise use cases. Today we talk about how to create AI-first culture. 2 years ago, Ago ignited its Gen AI transformation, the company-wide GPT hackathon. 200 developers prototyped over 40 innovative ideas, from supports to content generators. Fast forward to today, Gen AI now powers 200 applications. Productivity tools in the hands of 73% of employees, and nearly half of internal tech support tickets automatically resolved by Gen AI systems. The lesson: start with hands-on experiments, build culture of curiosity, invest in infrastructure, and watch Gen AI go from hype to high impact. Agoda's 2-year journey proves that with community-driven innovation, AI can reshape how we work and delight customers.
Yeah, so you have here 60 cents, right? It's much easier for me to put it together. So it used to be, if I wanted to put together an avatar and even create a text, so it 4 to 5 hours, 3 to 5 hours to retake and make sure that it looks good and the text is good. And now it only takes a couple of minutes on my side. And Deepak, who is not here today, he then puts it through Hedra and ensures that all the lip sync goes together. So it's 30 minutes on his side. So 35, 40 minutes instead of hours. The Agoda case was particularly interesting because we talked about culture and transformation, and Agoda didn't talk about culture and change management processes in the case, but in fact, it's a change management case on steroids. It was very successful. So avatars in general, you can now reuse that avatar we created for more use cases. You could make it in a very different format. You don't have to have the likeness to a particular person. That technology is way advanced and can be essentially off the shelf. So I feel that this is where the future is, in very, very small snippets that you could promote and capture attention and tell your audience what you really want to tell them. So questions? So we are really bullish on this for the future.
I can interject.
Sorry.
I don't need a mic. Do I need a mic?
They ask it. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Oh, yeah. Hi. What was the avatar tool that you used, Luda? I kind of missed that.
We used Midjourney. We took my picture. We tried DID and a couple of other tools that are just avatar creation tools. And they didn't quite work because we wanted some likeness to me. We just wanted an avatar randomly created. This was easy.
Okay.
But for the likeness, that's why we went to Midjourney. We essentially customized it. So I don't want this, and I'm still looking for a tool that I can put my picture and then be able to do it myself without necessarily buying Deepak.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and helpful. I help salespeople build out their digital presence their personal brand, if you will, the professional brand, but they have a personal brand that sticks with them wherever they're selling for. I try to help them create their AI agents that represent them, personality, sentiment, value proposition. I mean, they have their content in it, and the companies don't want that. They want to have a consistent sales force that matches what they think, not necessarily the annoying nuances of the human. And I don't mean to be coy when I say that. Do you have any advice for the value of that unique culture of that, the mindset of those agents, so they kind of match the individual? And then we're talking, the humanoid experience that we're all kind of building in this room. Do you have any thoughts about how to kind of sell the value of that to every company that wants to have some personality to their agents?
I feel, and Jenny touched on this a little bit, you could, in the background, when you're putting this together, like in 11 Labs, for example, when you are putting the text together, you can imbue the personality, the value that the company aspires to, and it will come through the text. And but I still maintain that your folks, they can create their own avatar, and it's much more captivating. It's much more repeatable. It's much more scalable, and those are values for the company. It saves time. It makes it promotable. It makes it scalable, and it is. Inherently, by the nature that it's behind, the company's values are promoted.
Have you experimented with avatars in different languages?
No, but Labs gives you like whole spectrum. So I don't think it should be a problem. We haven't, but I don't think it should be. So this thing can run in different languages. Out of the box.
A question over here.
Uda, that was great. Quick question. We're about to go from level 2 to level 3, which is where we are. I'm way over here to your, can you see me?
No.
Oh.
Over here.
Hi, Luda. It's Jim Daniel. How are you? All right. We're about to go to level 3. We're going to explore all these different things. I just need a practical to that point earlier about a budget. We're already budgeting for a variety of LLMs and other things. How much should we put aside to use a set of these tools? What would be a realistic monthly budget for a variety of avatar tools? Is it $100 a month? Is it $500 a month? Because right now I'm trying to calculate the tech stack, and I just inadvertently got myself over $1,000 at one point until I started pulling stuff off the.
For this particular, so we are using everything essentially free except for Hedra because of the lit. And again, this is custom Luda, right? If you custom Luda but do regular avatars from essentially any picture, nice looking avatar, then you don't have to do much of the lip syncing. Hedra is, it's 32 enterprise versions are, I think, $80 per month, but 30, it's per credit. So a monthly subscription gives you a number of tokens that you can make a number of avatars. So 30 is quite per month. It's quite sufficient for a lot of work.
So if I created like a $200 a month bucket for a team to use, that should be enough different people to do different things. Okay, thank you.
But it's more like in tools like Hedra and 11 Labs. Anything else? No more? Thank you.
Fortunate only. I've been looking for something else. Do let
I'm sorry. So we just wanted to show those two. We have more examples. Jenny has more examples. We can probably show how we do the AI newsletter. But if you have any questions, just find us. Thank you.
So we have about 15 minutes, and if anyone wants to see some sort of an example, I want to utilize the time as much as we possibly can. Otherwise, I think we could probably end early. So is there something that someone wants to see? Do you have extra questions? Anything specific?
No,
Yeah, you're learning. They've got us all trained. I don't.
So this rate, it's almost like seeing what's done after the cooking show. So if you're earlier in this process, hands in the clay, right? We're trying to figure out which use cases we want to prioritize, internal, client facing, and also teaching our clients how to do this. We want to eat the dog food first. So I'm just thinking conceptually, I need to go through an AI adoption, my core team. So there's 9 of us. How do we sit down and prioritize our use cases and decide which are going to be GPTs, which are going to be projects? You know, we have biases around different LLMs. So, you know, I want to use Gemini, I want to use GPT, you know, I use ChatGPT Business. I'm not a big fan of Copilot, but one of my guys is seriously good on Copilot. So I'm trying to figure out how we navigate this as a group. Like, you know, do you problem solve it first and pick your use cases where we're wasting our time or we need to generate more revenue and then go backwards from there? Just how did you go about making these?
I mean, for me specifically, and I think Adam might have a different example, but for operations, you really want to know what all the different types of teams are doing. So you want to break the silos and bring people together, put the people at the table that know how the processes work, and then talk about what the actual needs are. And then from there, it's kind of like you priority of what are you actually doing. So for GAI Insights, the newsletters, that's something they do a lot. So that was automated, I think, first, rather than anything else. And then you kind of have to go from there. Priority of how you're actually going to save the most time. You put the amount of work, and it's going to, you know, you're going to save money and time as well. You're going to increase quality. You have to factor all those things together. I communicate with your team, and you go from there. I guess that makes sense. And Adam, have anything else to add?
Sure. So no. Yeah. In Australia, in my day role with Microsoft, largest partner, helping with Gen AI adoption, last year was very much focused around M365 Copilot, digital change management, and sort of starting that journey. I call it the assist level, sort of that first level of the AI helping people. And now we're starting to get sort of second tier, which is augment in my mind, where it's doing the work. It's not just helping you with the work. And that's sort of what we're talking about here, where you're starting to build GPTs and these other agents. And so this year, we're really helping them on that journey. And the first part of it is use case discovery and prioritization. And so the first question is, of course, have you identified the use cases? And part of that, what we find, as Jenny was alluding to, is that your legal team and the benefits and use cases for them might be different than your HR team or your IT team. And depending on the size organization, it's sometimes beneficial to just have those people having the conversation about their problems and disclosing the use cases as a result of that. Sort of organizationally, sometimes based on organization might mean around a process, because it could be actually cross-functional business units that are accomplishing a task for the organization, right? So once you've identified the use cases, in terms of prioritization, we recommend finding things that are easy to implement and graphing the value to the business against how easy they are to implement and starting top right. Get a few wins, you know, get the political will, be able to demonstrate the ROI by taking those things that you can build with a GPT, that you can build with a basic Copilot student pointing at a SharePoint site. You know, these types of things, get a win on the board, start demonstrating that you can actually ROI from taking these things from prototype to pilot to production, and start with the ones that are high value and easy to implement, right? That's the place to be. Yeah.
Jim, you're an advisor, right? So you know, so you're an advisor to business, so you know the stuff. But I would say start with your strategy. What are the most critical things? And then I usually do process you. work streams and efficiency those and actually prioritize those. So you know this stuff.
Yeah, I know that of coal, but unfortunately, I'm very retired. I have surrounded myself with 8 other very senior leaders. And so they are all senior people with their own ideas, and they're used to having big staffs, but now we're actually do the work. And I'm like, no, we actually have to do it. So like my colleagues is somebody you might know, Eric Arnold, former CEO of Microsoft Philanthropies. And it's like, okay, well, what do I get the CTO of Microsoft Philanthropies to do? He goes, well, I don't code anymore. And I'm not asking you to code. I'm asking you to use AI. And it's almost so, it's funny because you can get very senior people in a room. It's awesome. But then you're like, hey, we need to do process mapping. And they just like disappear. Like, Jim, you do the process mapping. We're busy. So anyway, but the point is we're trying to figure it out internally. We're not the right use. We're helping ARC, which are large nonprofits, which everything you've said, I get all that, but I'm just trying to use it myself. And so, okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, there's one over there. Jenny, back.
Hi, do we have time for another question? Yeah. What you were showing, you showed some of the behind the scenes yesterday. So a quick clarification and maybe a little bit more detail on the back end of custom GPTs. So often, you'll get great information in a chat thread, whether it's text or a downloadable CSV file. So are you just saying that you would take that output, copy it, and throw it into a custom GPT with your formatting guidelines? Is that kind of the way? Because I often find my client that you want to take that information and put it into a format that you like instead of, paste it into a Google Doc and there's like 15 different header styles and all these extra spaces. It takes a long time to get it to the format that you want. So is that the process that you're suggesting?
No, I think it depends really on what it is. If you wanted something specific, you could always like the type of headers that you have, for example, if you want it to look like that. So we have so many different types of things that we're doing. So my editor is a little bit more generic suggestions, but you only have it populate certain things if you give it the right context and the right information and you structure it like that. So I think if you want to have it from the very beginning and then you want the output to be something very specific, you just build it to be very specific, whether that's using code to determine to different types of headers and different types of information that's in the document.
Okay.
Or you can upload guidelines, you can upload artifacts, things like that, but you have to give it and templates and give it the most information you can possibly do, and then you have to iterate and refine. Specific examples general because there's just so much that we can do. It only really suggests, but you can build it out for sure where you can have it on the other end with templates that are similar to whatever you'd like.
And then in terms of a process flow, if you just copy the output from a thread in the general ChatGPT window and then throw it into a custom GPT to do that formatting process for me, I guess you could put any content in it, right? So yeah,
you don't have to copy and paste in the chat. I mean, you certainly can do that if the type of thing can be copied and pasted, but you can upload documents as well when you configure it on back end. So you can put logos, you can put other documents, you can use APIs also to refer to different databases if you have information in there, and it'll reference what's in there. It doesn't have to be always on the front end of the chat interface. You can configure it on the back end to analyze all sorts of different information to give it out.
Okay.
Jenny, if I jump in as well, that's also I find because in ChatGPT you have these other modes, right? Deep research mode as well as an agent.
Yeah.
The agent in particular is exceptional at producing documents.
Okay.
And it will make a Word document and open the document, look at the results of it, and then close the document and make edits to it. And so I'll do a process like this, get sort of a first thing, and then I'll send off to some other, AI to finish the work potentially, or to do that next sort of refinement. I think
okay.
If you think of yourself as Michelangelo, and there's someone who starts with a block of stone and whittles it down to sort of shape, and then someone can get close and you come in and just do the fine work at the end.
Okay, great, thank you. And my second question is, in the work I do with personal like AI coding stuff, I have a database of information about or whoever the coach is for, and I want it to draw specific and reproducible information from the database and not have it hallucinate. and give me some variation, because reproducibility of the same information about somebody helps them remember that about themselves instead of saying it 10 different ways every time you ask it. So do you have any suggestions on how to reference the database? I'm getting better depending if I make the table super simple and not multi-tabs and have formatting it and stuff. But first of all, is that clear? And do you have any suggestions on how to have it parse data very reproducibly without making up variations on it?
I'll have Adam answer after I give a little tidbit. Just like being very specific, if you structure things a little bit more, your data very well, and you give quite a bit of context, I think it can be quite good. Of course, there's always going to be hallucinations. I think that you can also do that, and you can use deterministic things, I think, with coding as well. Adam, I don't know if you want to go into any examples related to that.
Let's take it out to the hall. It looks like
great.
we're over time, but I'm keen to talk more. I would say that JSON, which is the framework where you can construct basically like structured data, is your friend and can really help you sort of keep LLMs on the rails in terms of structured data.
Okay, love it all. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Hey there, so thank you for everyone who stayed on. I just want to give you a quick update of who's next. We are going back into our main session, and we're having a...
So what does disaster management mean? When a disaster is detected, how about getting the first responders to the right place, at the right time, with the right equipment, guiding them appropriately? This bridge is down, go this way instead. How about, as an enhancement to that, on your smartphone, guiding people out of the disasters? Are you ambulant? Can you walk this far? Here's some guidance. This is the next generation. The first part of what I just spoke about, up and running in Japan, will be in all of Japan. Second part, being worked on. That's the next generation, guiding people. Another quick example, in Saudi Arabia, they're building these super smart cities. NEOM is down the road. CAFTA is there today. We do the security management. 11,000 cameras being built right now to see what's going on. Is a package left somewhere for a long period of time? Somebody collapsed, need help. Or has somebody come in and starting an attack, a terrorist perhaps? And not just from cameras, but what if that terrorist looks, you can't tell they have a gun, they have an explosive vest. How about having drones, a drone with an X-ray a radar capability that can be sent there and look, that suspicious character, does he have something underneath? Now, this is a little bit of surveillance, but this is the world that we have to adjust to. It's the world we live in. Disasters and security events like I just spoke about. These applications, those are probably the two most advanced in the world. We built those applications. We're seeing with our customer base, because we build the more complex ones, a huge demand for these next generation applications just starting today.
Yes, and Vantic is a partner with NTT, the main telecommunications provider in Japan. So when these get built out, the municipalities use the Vantic platform. Let me just share, and feel free to correct me if I get these wrong, two complexities that I think are really interesting. Let's say that there's a surveillance camera or a video camera in this room. The data feeds that are coming off that, is it intelligent? How quickly is the data coming off it? How can I make sense of that? Each of these sensors or each of these feeds can have very different technological needs. And most of the agentic stuff we're talking about doesn't deal with any of that. So as you get into the real world, you have this variety of inputs that you have to make sense of, and that's part of the platform. Another part of the platform is sensors often, and for any of you who do manufacturing, understand that sensors often have problems. Okay, if a sensor gives you a false read, one of the things that the Vantic platform does is it creates a model of what's appropriate, and it decides whether or not the fact that the data is not coming, does that mean it's failed? Or is it just a hiccup in the way that it's being fed? Because you want to know that, because if you get a sensor that, hey, look, something's broken in a nuclear power plant or a tsunami's coming or whatever, you don't want to escalate before you know that that's a true read. So those are just two of the many complexities as you go into the physical world as opposed to the digital world that and feel free to correct me, that your platform handles.
Yeah, no, I'll add to it a little bit. It's, the old garbage in, garbage out. You want to make sure that the information you have is valuable, especially in disasters, healthcare too. So how do you do that? First of all, you want to make sure the data is as good as possible, but there are other things you can do. You could have, if you're dealing with LLMs, large language models, you want to make sure that they're reasonably accurate, fewer hallucinations. So how would you do that? How about a voting algorithm? We have that. We have a patent on it, in fact. How about 2 or 3 of them agree? And then you think, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I will intercept that missile because it's okay. Or one of them doesn't agree. There's a school nearby. I'm not going to do that. Also, having the right data come in. So if you're in healthcare, getting the correct data, knowing where it came from, and using it in a more narrow sense. There's going to be a huge movement for generative AI moving out into the field. It's going to be monstrous. Inferencing ain't going to really be in the cloud for real time. Why? Real time is real time. It's got to respond quickly. What if you can't get to the cloud? You're going to want that inferencing on the edge. It'll be trained in a more narrow way, small language model, if you will, accurate and still double, triple checked. And besides that, when you build these systems, you need to test them. Well, how do you test them? You can't have humans test it. How about simulation testing? And then see if all 3 LLMs agree, as an example, and give it many different possibilities and evaluate it to see whether or not it's going to work in real time. These are the types of changes that are absolutely required as we use generative AI in real-time situations. So the algorithms, the way that the systems are built is going to be critical. The locations of these systems just as critical.
Yes. Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize this because I think of a lot of the conversation that's in the marketplace today, and even in our own agenda, is more in the symbolic world. But as the symbolic world actually interacts with the physical world, with the human world, and we're operating in real time, there are all kinds of things that have yet to be solved. And that's and I think it's going to be I mean, you see it in healthcare already. Just if you describe briefly, like some of the healthcare places you've deployed.
Well, we have one application that we've been chosen for in an Asian country to monitor elderly people, to monitor 20 million of them. And how do you do that? Use sensors like Oura rings and see whether or not there are problems, reducing healthcare costs and also demographics. People are living longer. Other situations we have, how about in ERs with determining problems before they occur, like in a neonatal unit. There are certain symptoms. Maybe there's a torn spinal cord that has a very small response, like a little bit of shaking. How do you see that? How do you determine that before it really degrades the patient? These are the kinds of systems that can be built and can be massively distributed, and they're occurring. These are next generation systems. But let me just add one point here. Healthcare is one area that we're going to have major strides. But like I said, we're going to automate the world. What does automating the world mean? How about traffic? What do you think traffic's going to be like in 10, 20 years? We're going to be able to control, and we're doing this right now with Texas A&M University, control the traffic lights, control the on-ramps, and through V2X, control the vehicles to optimize traffic and improve throughput tremendously. In addition, the throughput's going to go up tremendously because of all this autonomous vehicles. They're going to be roaming everywhere. People are going to take them more frequently. They're going to be easier to use. So traffic's going to go up. And then what about disaster management? How do you deal with traffic when there's flooding? How do you reroute it? We're going to automate traffic throughout the world eventually, certainly in big cities. And these are very complex systems, and we're seeing just the beginning of it today. And I would even go to say, automate traffic. How about automating a whole city? How about automating all of the sanitation? How about automating the first responders? Or even without first responders, how about automating food delivery? How about automating it to the extent that people do not even need to be involved? Imagine a city running autonomously. Now, this may be down the road a bit, but a bit given how quickly things are changing, might be 30 years away, might be 20 years away. And these are the types of systems that we, Vantic, build the infrastructure for. Infrastructure that is distributed everywhere, it's got to run everywhere, that is super reliable, that is self-healing. Something goes wrong, the system knows something goes wrong, another system or another component picks up that workload. And these types of environments, we believe we are the first to introduce this type of complex infrastructure, are needed to build this next generation system with sensors, IoT, with AI, with generative AI, and the ability to orchestrate the responses.
And Marty, being the visionary entrepreneur you are, you're thinking about the future. Could you give folks a sense of what's shipping today? Like what can they do today in terms of the software development environment, how that works?
Okay. In terms of what's shipping today, so we, of course, have a product that we're shipping right now. But one of the things I heard in this conference, one of the CIOs yesterday pointed out, well, what system should I choose? And what if that's not the right one? How do I change it? So one of the things that we do is we basically future-proof these applications because you want to walk before you run. Maybe you want to use only AI for this particular piece. And that works. Then you add AI for another piece. What if you want to change the AI use? What if you want to make it redundant? You need infrastructure that can basically enable you to be future-proof, to change, to add things as they occur, because the amount of changes we all talk about, it's exponential, getting more so. So you need to have the infrastructure that can adapt. Going back to the early internet, we saw this at a company called Forte Software, and we enable mission-critical apps for the internet. And what we saw at the early internet use, which is where we are today with generative AI, early use of these agents, was nothing compared to what's going to happen. In fact, the early use was websites, basically a little bit of e-commerce. The latter use were the hyperscalers and the clouds and the whole SaaS environment. Salesforce may have been first, but then there were Workday and all these other products. We're going to see the same thing happen here with AI and with the distribution of logic as we automate the world. It's going to be a major change. And to prepare for it, so what we do, we may not be the only one, but what we do is we enable you to walk before you run. Implement this AI, implement that AI, do it here, let it grow, add to it. I gave the example of disaster management in Japan, and I said the next or future generation is going to have the ability to warn people on how do you get out of disasters. Imagine the fires in Maui or the fires in LA. If the people could have been warned what to do, lives could have been saved.
And Marty, is it fair to say that as you build out this infrastructure, you're essentially creating an abstraction layer that describes the activities and the entities that are happening, and then how you implement that then into whether it's a large language model or other kinds of modeling or capabilities. That's where the flexibility comes from. And then you have the ability to orchestrate across those and to create a software environment where people can essentially take those modules and put them into different processes and capabilities, and then to be able to escalate those. Okay, everything's fine. We're first level response. We're second level response. Is that a fair way to describe it?
The abstraction level is very fair. That's exactly right. In fact, we were initially called a low-code or a no-code development environment, and we certainly do have that as a component of the Vantic system. That's about 25% at most of what we do. What's the other 75%? It's that abstraction level. It's the installation on all of these systems in the clouds, in the smartphones, on the edge computers, to enable these systems to be naturally distributed, peer-to-peer communication at runtime, and those capabilities are created as an abstraction above the physical environment so that the applications can use them and benefit from high levels of reliability, high levels of scalability, without low-level coding required. So that's the abstraction level.
Yes. Well, I think that's a great place to stop. I was very excited to have Marty present here because we've been talking a lot about the doing at the concrete level. And as you look into the future, how you think about the problem in terms of your conception of the abstraction layers is going to be really important, because the first level implementations, okay, ChatGPT does this, or, Cohere does that, those are going to be changing. And if you don't have the right architecture, as we go to this incredibly dynamic world with more and more intelligence, it's going to be harder and harder. You don't want to hardwire that stuff into your plans, right? So thank you so much, Marty. Appreciate you coming, and please join me in thanking Marty. Thank you. All righty.
For a fireside chat with John Spiokla, please welcome to the stage partner and chair of AI practice at Goodwin, Bethany Withers, and partner at Goodwin, Caitlin Betancourt.
Good to have you here.
I'm Caitlin, how are you?
Caitlin, how are you?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Good to see you. All right. Well, Caitlin, Bethany, thanks so much. Now that we've talked about the possibilities, one of the critical things in all of this is what's going to happen with intellectual property, what's going to happen with cybersecurity, and then, what are some of the things that are coming up? Because we're only at the beginning, I believe, we're only at the beginning of really thinking through what the legal implications are, and both for these environments, and then, as we saw before, what this is going to do to the practice of law. We'll leave that alone for any education. But as we codify and as we describe and model, and the kind of things that Marty was just talking about, we are creating artifacts, we are creating descriptions, we are creating patents, we're creating all kinds of things about the way we describe the world. And of course, the law is one of the critical ways that we navigate that. So let's start off with this notion of IP rights. I mean, I think of it as a Turing reality, named after, Alan Turing, the one who invented the idea of a programmable computer. As we describe the world more and more digitally, these IP rights come along. What are you seeing, and how can people protect it, whether they're interacting with a large language model or a process or a description?
Sure. We're getting these questions every day, for sure. And there's a lot of IP rights to be thinking about, right? There's the input, protecting the information that you're putting into a model. There's the output you're getting. Do you own that? How can you protect that? We have AI companies we represent. They're interested in their own development of models, and who owns that? And what if we're using an underlying LLM and then just improving on top of that? How does that ownership work? So it kind of depends on which piece you're trying to figure out, and we're trying to tailor the advice to every particular use case. I think the most common thing, though, for everybody, even ourselves just using AI, is about the input and the output, right? And so this is where we are helping our clients navigate and say, I'm not just saying this because I'm a lawyer. Read the legal terms that govern the tools. We try to be practical. We pride ourselves in being practical advisors here, and our clients, we represent a lot of startups, will come to us from time to time and say, we want to adopt Salesforce or Microsoft Office, or will you take a look at these terms? And we say, you don't really want to pay us to look at these. These are standard tools. They've been vetted. You're not going to have any trouble getting funded or acquired if you use these tools. With generative AI tools, it really is important, because some of the terms will have confidentiality provisions protecting the information you're inputting and the output you're receiving. Some of them will say that they will not train on that information, but others don't say that. So you really need to understand, for particular use cases, if I'm planning my trip to Portugal and want a vacation itinerary, I don't really care if I have those protections in place. But if I'm generating code that I'm going to put into my product, it's super important, because it might actually blow trade secret protection if you don't have those protections in the contract. So it is one space where actually understanding what the terms of service say matters, and could matter to the value of your company.
And so when I think about this, there's terms of service when I'm interacting and using it as a productivity tool. And then there's a whole nother category when I begin to think about embedding it or reselling it. It sounds like that's a very bright line in terms of considering IP rights.
Yeah, it's just about the information you're putting in and what you're getting out. What do you want to do with that? Is it important to you that it be kept confidential and not be used to train a model that, say, your competitors could also leverage?
Yes, awesome. Caitlin, if you want to say anything on that as well?
Yeah, so thank you first for having us. Beth is the co-chair of our AI practice and focuses on IP rights and data rights with respect to AI. And I spend my days thinking about AI security, AI governance, and risk management.
Yes.
So just given what we just heard in the preceding discussion, a lot of what I do is think about, like, God forbid, these sort of complex infrastructure models, processes get weaponized, right? Like, how do we prevent that?
Yes.
And so that's really comes down to thinking about what are the security implications of AI? How does it change the threat landscape? And when you think about that, so AI just broadly, expands the attack surface. There are new data sets, there's bulk data being stored, there are new systems and processes, integrations that need to be secured. And how do you do that? So that means invoking traditional best practices when it comes to security. But there are certain security best practices that may become ever more important, such as API security with all the integrations, identity and access management. And then there are actual AI-specific risks. So you may have heard of OWASP. They did it's an organization that's sort of dedicated to software security. And they identified sort of the top 10 risks posed by LLMs. And those include, for example, you've probably heard of prompt injection.
Yes.
Where inputs could manipulate a model, and there's several other risks identified there's 9 other risks identified in that top 10. Yes. Supply chain risk is huge.
Yes.
So there's so many third-party dependencies now, in that, depending on how a company is using AI, they may be very reliant on third-party models, and if those models are poisoned, then that's posing a direct risk to the company. So those are some of the examples of sort of what we think about in terms of AI security, and it requires particular attention to mitigating measures, including making sure that you're applying least privilege principles. Ongoing monitoring. So it's absolutely not a case of set it and forget it. It's something that is going to be fluid. Obviously, the technology is advancing at an unbelievable pace, and these models sort of shift. So we'll need to, continue monitoring the performance, and just staying on top of the threat landscape and educating the employee base is really important.
In both these areas, could you what's your sense of what's kind of settled law? And I know Clarence Thomas basically said, stare decisis what? No, anyway, recently, but what's kind of settled areas that people don't need to worry about? And when do they have to start really thinking about, using, you and others, to really do things? So I think you're talking about, okay, for example, if I'm using ChatGPT teams inside sounds like that's well established, just like any other cloud provision. As long as you live within the recommendations of that contract, you're okay. But if you're thinking, is that a fair way to think about it?
Yeah, it just comes down to the contractual terms in these cases, right?
And what are areas that are more kind of fluid now?
Yeah, there's a lot of fluid areas. So, one thing, going back to IP ownership in terms of, can you copyright something that's generated by AI, right? Like the output. Can you patent an idea that is output from AI? Both the Copyright and the Patent Office in the US have said, no, AI cannot be an author. There needs to be a human author or inventor. But then they've said, at some point, if there's enough human involvement, kind of modifying, improving that output over time, then it does become copyrightable or patentable. And so we're trying to figure out where on the spectrum that actually could be the case. And in the meantime, telling our clients to try to rely heavily on trade secret protection and making sure those confidentiality protections are in place, because that is one more settled area of law right now.
Fascinating. And then in the threat landscape, I imagine things like a reasonable man or reasonable person, is completely fluid in some of these areas.
Yeah, and I think AI has played a big role in that. And, pre sort of the generative AI explosion, you might say that, reasonable best practices when it comes to security, there are some settled concepts, and there are some standard setting regulators, for example. The New York Department of Financial Services, has a comprehensive cybersecurity regulation, and many other regulators followed suit. So they sort of set the standard in terms of the regulatory framework. But with AI, with generative AI coming into play, that's those reasonable best practices, while I think fundamentally they stand, there is an evolution because of the nuance required in implementing AI security. And then also the stance that many regulators are taking, that their existing regulations still apply to AI, whether or not they reference AI. So the department, for example, the New York Department of Financial Services came out with guidance showing how they view AI risks to be encompassed within each component of their regulation, and require their covered entities to take AI risk into account in certifying compliance with that regulation, for example.
Yes. And so as you look across this landscape of both IP and cybersecurity threat, what are the things that your customers are telling you they're the most worried about? And are they the right things to be worried about?
I mean, I'd say it spans across all of our business units, all of our practice areas. So the AI Accelerator that I chair, right, has almost 60 lawyers in it that have dedicated a portion of their practice to AI specifically. But, we've got cybersecurity and AI governance, tech transactions on my side, but we've got privacy lawyers, regulatory lawyers. We have our litigators litigating some of the fair use copyright cases. We have corporate lawyers that are representing AI companies and in financings and M&A and the like. So it really just depends. It's every day is a new thing. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not talking about AI, but what they're asking can vary. I'd say for my particular practice, the use of AI to generate code is a big topic of discussion because, originally there was fear underlying that question, being like, I'm afraid to use these tools. What do I need to know? Now I feel like it's evolved. There's still a fear there, but people are coming to us saying, I'm afraid if I don't use these tools, I'm going to fall so far behind. So now I need to know how to use them and what are the do's and don'ts. In addition to kind of reading the terms that we already talked about, there are certain kind of practices and policies and procedures you can put in place, code scans, filters you can use, things like that can help mitigate risk in using AI and developing code. So we're talking to our clients a lot about that. And that kind of overlaps with your area as well.
And Beth, could you just, and this may be too complex a question to answer in a brief manner, is there kind of a frame for how folks should think about what the hyperscalers protect and don't protect in terms of indemnification on IP and things like that?
So there's not much protection in terms of indemnification. There's and the other thing I'd say is this is one case where you kind of pay for what you get. A lot of the providers have various different legal terms that govern depending on if you're just using an open API versus if you're paying for an enterprise version. Yeah. So it depends. But like Microsoft, for instance, has a Microsoft copyright commitment for certain enterprise customers. Yes. So if you've paid a certain amount, right, where you do get copyright infringement indemnification, which is certainly helpful. It is only of the unmodified output. So there are limitations around what they will indemnify you for, yes, but you can find offerings like that.
So it's really important to look at those contracts from in terms of, you might be thinking you're getting a deal, but you're taking on risk you didn't otherwise expect to.
Right.
And then, Caitlin, in terms of what are some of the things you're hearing about from customers, and are they worrying about the right things?
Yeah, just pulling from what Beth was just saying, there's tremendous competitive pressure for companies to implement AI and become more efficient. And so what we've seen is that clients are, they want to further the business goals, but they also just want to make sure they're not tripping any regulatory requirements. Taking on unnecessary risk where they could be, mitigating that risk in advance. So that's where sort of the governance and risk management comes into play. And given the parallels between cybersecurity programs and risk management frameworks, the parallels between those and the frameworks that are best practice for AI risk management, that's something we've devoted a lot of our practice to. And so you may have heard of NIST, for example. They came out with an AI risk management framework. They also have a cyber framework. And so a lot of what I help clients with is just getting their arms around governing AI. So the horse has left the barn, like AI is being used one way or another. So it's just a matter of making sure that you not only have acceptable use policies, but also like actual processes in place to consider the AI tools that are being used or developed, assess the risks of those tools, put in place mitigating measures. And the only way to do that is to know what you're using. So mapping, AI tools, and then putting in a monitoring schedule and a committee, for example, to evaluate new use cases. So actually operationalizing AI implementation as well as AI security.
Yes. So it sounds like the policies and procedures are going to be a big part if you get into the thick of a problem or a defense or something like that, how you actually, we may not know all the different ways that, prompt injection might try to spoof the models and so forth, but we do have guidelines in terms of what's reasonable governance and reasonable care and things like that that are very important in this dynamic area, it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah, and it also sounds like Goodwin as a firm has committed a lot to, this area, right, as 60 IPs and so forth. And
and we're seeing it in the larger transactions too, like the M&A deals now have reps and warranties around AI usage, and do you have a governance policy in place? So companies are now figuring out through even that M&A process that they need to have certain things in place just to pass diligence.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, I always think of lawyers like I think of doctors. When you want the best one. So please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you so much.
Please join us in the Boylston hallway for our final networking break with our sponsors and exhibitors. Our session will resume at 3:40.
I'll be your light, your match, your burning sun. I'll be the bright and black that's making you run, and we'll feel alright, and we'll feel alright, 'cause we'll work it out, yeah, we'll work it out. Now
Okay, so we are back. I'm so happy that everyone has stuck in there. We're at the tail end of the 2 days. And I have to tell you, I think it's been so rich, so fantastic in terms of both content and connectivity. So I'm here with Dr. Tamara Knoll. Now, you guys see I have on my Wharton. I am repping my Wharton MBA scarf. But guess what? Harvard MBA. So Tamara, I'm so excited. And I did have the opportunity to attend a conference dinner with you last night. So I know that you attended last year. So what I would like to start with this conversation, tell us a little bit about what you've learned this year, what you're going to take away, what's been so powerful, and then perhaps add on what's different or what, what made you come back? What was so awesome last year too?
Right.
So first this year, go.
Awesome. So in fact, this is my first year, Crystal, at the
I stand corrected.
Conference.
But where did
I met Nina last year at another conference, the Changemakers Conference.
Fair enough.
And so she tapped me into the network with Paul, and then I was on a panel yesterday called AI or Gen AI and Change Management. And of course, I'm always talking about the people, the relationships, the relationships.
Listen, we must be soul sisters, because that is one of the things that I've actually heard all throughout the conference. Again, this human in the loop, the need for change management, the hesitancy, the fact that the workforce of the future is not the future, it's here. We have agents and laggers and first movers all in your workforce. And we were talking about slackers too. You probably have some slackers and like these A-driven individuals, but in order to recoup the benefit of the AI opportunity, you need people and you need change.
Right, absolutely. But from what I heard, that's different from last year, was around, they weren't really talking about agents last year, but this year was all about agents. And in fact, to the point where people said, okay, is this what we're going to be talking about next year?
Good point, because the pace of change is so fast.
It's so fast.
We don't know, right?
I mean, even on my podcast, Lead with AI,
I didn't know you had a podcast. So podcast Lead with AI. We're going to put the link in the chat.
Thank you. So it is. It hit #1 in tech on Apple Podcasts in June. We just found out this week that we won the W3 Podcast Award for interviewing hosts.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
fantastic.
you. Yeah, no.
Thank you for sitting down with me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I used to ask, well, how do you see the future in AI in 5 years? But I had to change that to just say, let the host, at me as the host, ask the guest, what's the future? The future can be tomorrow because it's so fast, changing and fast paced, etc. But I did see and hear a lot more conversation, like you mentioned, Crystal, about humans.
Yes.
And keeping them in the loop and what organizations are doing within their companies to try to encourage their employees, because you have people at two different spectrums. You have the person that's petrified, and then you have the person that's really overly enthusiastic, who can go out
no guardrails, and maybe do some damage, right?
Right, and do some damage. And how do you find that kind of middle path to kind of keep the over enthusiast excited and those that are a little bit terrified involved?
Awesome. And we heard a great conversation around employee engagement and how to make that upskilling fun and building in the what's in it for me. Even though, like, you're here, my organization is saying I'm moving forward, people still need that personal kind of what's in it for me, that incentive to understand that there's some benefit back to them in addition to benefit back to the organization. So that's fantastic. Now, I will also say we have been highlighting individuals who are leveraging and amplifying AI. So we had the launch of Women Applying AI on Friday to kick off Boston AI Week. And then this morning we had the Women in AI breakfast. Did you have an opportunity to attend?
Yes, it was wonderful.
Okay, so what table did you sit in? What table discussion?
So it's interesting. I didn't even plan this, but I sat at the table that was involved with authenticity.
Okay. So was it Melissa Daly then?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we spoke to Melissa too.
Yeah.
So tell me your takeaway from the conversation.
So the biggest takeaway was, whenever I've used paid advertising, etc., I would always pay someone to do it. And then I decided, you know what, let me see if I can do this myself. And I used, Facebook and LinkedIn and their algorithm. And it didn't quite honestly give me what I needed. And so we actually went back to trying to build an authentic brand organically and not, sometimes it makes sense to kind of amplify it, and then sometimes it makes sense not to. And in this case, trying to talk about my authentic voice, doing it, using AI to help maybe with the content, but there was really no need to have paid advertising to get my name out there. So that was an interesting takeaway, and I don't think I walked in with that mindset, but definitely walked out with it.
Oh, great. So you got some awesome learnings.
I did, and cost savings.
No, and that's what I was just going to add, because Melissa was saying earlier, don't quote me, but I think that she was saying that in reference to working with some of her clients, working with her versus working with, other agencies are saving like 20%. I'm not sure. It might be different. I will reach out to Melissa and get the specific quote, and I will put it in the chat. So since you are a woman applying AI, I definitely want to know about your various business ventures and how you're leveraging that to monetize your brand.
Well, thanks for that question. So I am a serial entrepreneur and investor. So my one company is The Leading Niche. It's been around for 18 years. I started it and founded it. I have a great team of people, and we actually use AI a lot.
Give us some use cases. How are you using it?
So in fact, this was earlier this year, if not last year. I said, okay. Well, no, it had to be earlier this year because I said, last year we had certain results. How are we going to quadruple those results? And you think about it over the weekend, and then when we have our corporate weekly call, we'll talk about it.
Well, I do like that. That's team crowdsourcing, right? It's not me saying as a leader, this is a mandate, these are quotas we need. Make it. It's saying, what can you come up with? And let's work together. So,
and they're
what
going
was
to
the
own the
result?
process.
And they own the
so
process.
they came back and said, okay, in order to quadruple our efforts, we've got to hire all these people. And I said, I love that because that means AI.
Yes, I love that.
If the only solution, as they could understand it, was to hire people, then we can use AI. And so
because again, it's moving from looking at a head count to looking at a real outcome and understanding what are the tasks and what are the outcomes, and do I need a person to do it, or do I need AI to help me do it maybe better, more efficiently, and definitely with a potential cost saving.
Right. And what they don't know is I want them to even amplify it more. And so there will be a need to hire, but there was definitely everybody's job was secure. We use it in our entire back office. Everything that we do, from recruiting to proposals to capture and BD, we now have AI. And we actually did look at some vendors and etc. Didn't quite get exactly what we needed. So we're actually just about to sign a contract with an SOW that we built and designed to have them to actually implement it for us, some designers. And it's interesting because my number 2 wants to actually license it out. And I'm like, no, this is our secret sauce. So we're not going to do that. At least initially, we're going to keep it as an internal way to kind of beat our competition who's actually
that
using
competitive
AI
advantage,
too.
right?
Correct.
That they were talking about earlier, and you're a Harvard girl. So with the whole Porter 5 forces, one of the things that we know is that you can create those competitive advantages, but I think too, like the pace of change, how long you get to keep that advantage might be shortening. So maybe you keep it for now, build on it, enhance it. Maybe it's a revenue opportunity for you going forward.
And then my other companies,
the licensing.
Like the licenses. Got it. And then my other companies, which you learned about yesterday.
Yeah, so we had a very interesting conversation regarding intimacy, and what we call it, corporate intimacy or digital intimacy. Tell me.
So this is more of a consumer brand than a business brand, if you will, or product. And so basically, all of my research, my passion, lies around human AI relationships, from your best friend, companion, all the way to your romantic partner and lover.
Fair enough. So right now, when we're talking about the maturity model, I am just in the BFF with my chat. So I do say, good morning, BFF. I'm going to work on this today. I need help with this. Let's revise. And you know what? I was a little bit taken aback when it says, okay, girl, we're going to rock this. I'm like, what's happening? So I think, honestly, I feel like I'm quasi whatever normal is, but I was thinking maybe for a child or someone who's more vulnerable, you're going to get drawn into this, or maybe we just all are, because I literally do log on multiple times a day with Chat BFF. Now I didn't name her or him, but he's not a him. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know.
But
yet.
It's a supporter because I said, oh, I didn't get this wrong. It's like, you are so awesome. You're amazing. You're this thought leader, blah, blah, blah. We're going to work on it together and you're going to get it. And I'm like, thank you.
Exactly. And what I tell people, because there are some people who are not quite ready for this, and I tell them that let's just think about something as simple as ChatGPT. You use it often.
I do.
You use it in your day.
I use it for advice, right? Advice
to help with content and copyright, etc. So let's say that ChatGPT went to 5, right? It upgraded to 5. And there were people who were very frustrated and upset with the results because they weren't the same.
Again, this hesitancy towards change from human beings, right? We don't like change.
Right. And my thing is, if you were aggravated by that, if you felt any type of emotion at all about that, then you too are in relationship with a chatbot. Right? Because if it didn't matter to you, then you wouldn't have any feelings or any, impact about what was going on. And that's why I try to encourage people to kind of think through a broader definition of what in relationship could be.
And I think that's very fair because I'm going to give you one kind of corporate example that we were kind of talking through. Some of our best implementations of professional development and enhancement for executives were aligned with live executive coaches, right? But it was super cost prohibitive to scale it out to everyone. So many companies, I was just sitting in, let me see, I think I was sitting in on a work design collaborative or a conversation where the new CHRO from maybe Prudential is leveraging a company called Valence just for that, to have this personal coach, trainer, digital. That's a relationship, right?
No, absolutely.
And you're asking for advice and help in an area that matters to you. It's high stakes in your job.
Right.
And the question was, is someone going to feel comfortable engaging, sharing, depending on relying with a digital relationship? And so tell us more about the details, because this is a little different with my understanding of your relationship building, but really fascinating.
So we decided to found a few organizations.
Okay.
One is Rely AI. So you can go to our website, RELIAI.app.
Okay.
Our MVP will be releasing in about a month. And basically it is your 24/7 avatar life companion. And in phase 2, if you want it to look and sound like your grandmother who raised you, a beautiful woman, a beautiful man, it can do that. It's your life operating system. So it's going to book travel for you, create itineraries, order groceries, get you through some of the best and worst life transitions, be it, you know, a child's graduation, a divorce, whatever it is. It even is going to help if, let's say, you're out in the dating scene and you're dating 5 different people. It will help you keep up with all of them, their names, their preferences, their likes, their dislikes.
Organize your life.
Organize your life, your life operating system. And let's say you start to really become attracted to one person. But that person is also showing some red flags. It is going to be your best friend on your shoulder to say, wait a minute,
girl, this doesn't look right to me, right?
We're not going to fall for this again. And notice so that's one, that's Rely AI. So please go to the website,
and
sign up.
We're going to put them in the chats later too.
And then I actually founded Human AI.
Okay.
It is the world's first digital sovereign nation dedicated to human AI relationships. So we're going to have digital passports where you can become a citizen of our digital nation, Human AI. We're going to have marriage licenses. We're going to build community of interest. So if you and your digital companion are interested in marathons or let's say thriller novels, etc., we're going to make sure that we keep the human in the loop by partnering communities that have like interest.
Oh, super interesting. So have you thought through, or can you share, because I'm curious now, to like the pricing model for these types of engagements, or is it still?
No, anyway, so Rely AI, I think once it comes out as subscription, of course, we're going to have our beta testing, etc. It's anywhere from like $14.99 a month, $9.99 a month, depending on kind of, you know, the
level of engagement.
Now, Human AI, that really is just to have a community of interest, is to have a digital platform for everyone around the world who want advocacy and want support to do that. So that is like, it's nominal. That would just be the cost. The fee would just cover the cost. That's not like a revenue generating model or anything like that.
Not from the subscribers. What about from, are you going to have advertisers or things of that nature?
I'm really not. The Human AI is not.
More just connectivity, community building.
Exactly. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to have a supportive structure for those who are in relationship, be it, again, your best friend, your companion, all the way to your romantic partner, and to provide a support that's not a revenue driving.
Okay, all right, interesting. So I am going to definitely continue to stay connected.
And
to
anybody
you.
can be a citizen. So,
okay.
And we hope to eventually have digital currency, etc. It is a true digital nation. Think about Sealand and some of the 1 or 2 other successful digital nation models.
Okay.
We want to learn from those successes and learn for some of the failures of those that didn't quite make it. So
Love that. So since you talked about learning from best practices and from failures, what have you learned from the conference that you feel like you can take back and continue to enhance your application of AI?
Yeah. So for me, one of the biggest things is to really make sure that, and I think we've done it, but I need to go back and check to make sure that we have all the proper guardrails in my first company, so that people feel like that we have a formal governance. Now we do have it, but I can't say it was more of informal.
Fair enough.
Making sure that we formalize that, and then to have regular, check-ins to see, maybe somebody accidentally decided to use some other LLM that we as a corporation don't know about, and to make sure that we have regular annual assessments, and to make sure that we maintain this open environment so that people can share and let us know what they're doing. Because the worst thing we can do is, particularly given our customers, to make sure that there's any data or, security leaks. So we started it, we have it, but we need to formalize our annual or quarterly assessments to make sure that we're always engaging and assessing the situation.
Amazing. So I loved engaging with you. I love the fact that you're a serial entrepreneur. You're a disruptor. You're doing a lot of very cool things. So thank you for sitting down with me.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right, we're going to check in soon.
With big grains of salt, because they're from the vendors. The vendors clearly have their own agenda they're promoting. But when it comes from one of the top two vendors that has a serious position in the market, and Adam went in great detail through the numerous things that they've done, and the benchmarking that they've done does put them at the top. Although, again, it's a pretty close race. It's not like they're blowing away everybody else, but they are above everybody else in the market. And it just shows you how fast things are moving if they added all these features. They didn't just add a couple of features. They didn't just make the model a little better at coding. And for those of you in the coding space, Claude absolutely has a reputation as the best coding LLM. And so now they've improved on that, but they've improved it across the board. And I think the availability of the SDK for agent programming is a big deal. Even just the ability to make files is actually kind of important. It's really helpful to be able to do that, and checkpoints for developers. So just a ton of stuff in there from one of the top two models in the world. So this is really important. And Anthropic, has established their presence very strongly now. And with the support from AWS that they've had for a long time now, they are a major player. And we're going to talk a little bit later that they're getting embraced even by Microsoft. So they're important to keep an eye on.
Okay, going essential, John?
Yeah, no question essential. And for those of you who don't know, checkpoint is basically the undo function for, if you want to roll the code back to,
it's huge.
to a previous
Very
version. What's the world without erasers, right? I mean, and so there's that. The other thing, I think the Microsoft's already shipping Claude, right, as an alternative in Copilot now.
They are, but there's an announcement that we're going to go through an article later.
We'll
that they've embedded it even more.
Talk about it more in a minute.
I mean, unbelievable. And, as an amplifier, there's no question, this is just fantastic.
Okay.
So
Essential it is.
Yeah.
So let's proceed to the next article. The next one from OpenAI. Can you imagine? It's probably just because of our conference, right? They've all lined up with news. But it comes from OpenAI. It's the article is called "Buy It in ChatGPT: Instant Checkout and the Agentic Commerce Protocol."
Yep.
So it's only with Etsy at the moment. What did you think about this, Tim?
I think this is another essential article, to tell you the truth. It's a little late on detail and it's early, but we've been talking for a long time about the transition from just what we call the answer engine, as opposed to a search engine, into real commerce. And here we have serious move into real commerce, where they're integrating with Stripe. So if you don't know Stripe, I don't know, they're one of the top 2 or 3 payment systems in the world. And so that gives them enormous distribution and breadth. You can only buy right now automatically from Etsy, but Etsy's a decent sized site to start with, and they're creating, like the App Store, they're creating ways for anybody who wants to get on this platform using Stripe, and you can even integrate other payment systems if
But
you
Tim,
aren't
I
on
thought
Stripe.
you could do Shopify too, can't you?
Not yet.
No,
not yet.
just
Not yet.
just Stripe
It's coming
right
up.
now.
It's coming up.
But I'm sure
They're
they'll
working
get
with
Shopify and the rest. But the
Shopify.
point is, now they're moving from, oh, tell me what the best, air fryer is. Give me the top 5 air fryers, and they'll already do that and do a pretty good job. To, oh, now you can just push a button and buy it, and if it's available on one of these sites. So I think they're going to, given that they're the top LLM in the world, and as Paul noted, one of the top sites in the world at this point, in the top 5 or 6 sites in the world.
700 million a week.
Yeah, they're going to generate enormous breadth here, and this is going to be a huge transformation of e-commerce.
Yeah,
they did stress. I will say one more quick thing, that they were not compromising ratings, because we all feel betrayed to a certain extent, I'll use the term, by Google, because it takes 5 pages before you get beyond a sponsored ad, right? No ads, according to them, no favoritism in the ratings now.
At the moment, right.
So I would say, they didn't say they wouldn't be, but right now, no favoritism.
Essential from Tim. What do you think, John, will happen with this war with Amazon?
Oh, I don't know. With Amazon, sorry?
They will take a share from Amazon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that Amazon, I think what they'll do is to force more of a duopoly in the market for the major vendors. I think when you look at these electronic markets, a lot of times the entrant doesn't take share from the large one. It squishes out all the smaller ones. But I think the Shopify thing is a big thing, because once they make that work, you're going to have very different folks in here. Also, their purchasing protocol has been launched in the back of this. And I did a big study one time about the evolution of standards. And a lot of people think standards are, these bodies get together and they agree with all this stuff. Baloney. Whoever has the transactions, if you get the flow, you set the standard. These folks, 700 to 750 million people, a day are using this thing. 5th most trafficked website. The thing that's really cool to understand here is that when Jeffrey and I first did the stuff on market space, we had this idea that whoever's first in the demand chain wins, right? Whoever can say, okay, is somebody thinking about doing something, and here you're exploring, the model can capture your intent, and then you can have it. You have it delivered. I mean, that is just fantastic. And I don't think, by the way, this is that bad news for Google. I think Google's getting their act together, and again, it's going to squish out a bunch of other people. So I would still be, I'm not making a stock recommendation, but I would still be long Google. But this is different, right? We're starting to get into content marketing, and the ability to execute, and I forget the guy said, the enshittification of stuff, right? The enshittification. Cory Doctorow. Yeah, the compromise of this interface isn't there yet. So I think it's huge news, and going to be a big deal. And then of course you're going to be able to talk to it, and it's just
Essential from John.
No question.
Adam.
Yeah, absolutely essential. I'll put on my little propeller hat for a second and just go under the hood. So mostly what the news is here is something called the Agent Commerce Protocol, and it has a couple of specifications in it, which John's talking about, which are immensely important. The one I think people need to understand about straight away is called the product feed specification. And that's OpenAI telling businesses how can they communicate effectively to ChatGPT so their products can get picked up. So people have to figure out what that is, figure out how it works, if they want to be on the competitive edge and getting out in front of this. And then the other one is what John was talking about, which is an agent checkout spec.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be huge news as well for the more widespread adoption and the friction being reduced between the idea of wanting something and actually being able to get it. So it's huge.
This is a very powerful platform that they introduced.
I just want to take 2 seconds on this product information thing. I happen to be advising a new startup called New Trade, which is, for those of you who know product information, you have big providers like Salsify who basically have these product information management things, very static and so forth. And these New Trade essentially has, think of it as an elastic, set of descriptions. And so right now, just was at a meeting where we're talking to the CEO of Underwriters Laboratories. So, the idea of being able to take any of that information about a product or service, whip it down through, have it presented at the customer, and the new CEO, Jenny Scanlon over at Underwriters, well, not that new, she just took them public. Anyway, she wants to make sure Underwriters Laboratories is relevant to this generation. And so the whole idea of product information is going to get much richer, and the models can appreciate that much more than buying search. So your relationship with the marketplace and your product descriptions is going to be in front of people in the middle of these models. You're going to be able to put it right down through. And then folks like New Trade are going to create, Salsify and GS1 and all the providers in there are old style, bureaucratic, fixed, like it takes you weeks to add a field. None of that. Right. So this is a very dynamic area for how products are going to be chosen.
Yes, essentially it is. The third one is also very interesting. Microsoft launches Vibe Working in Excel and Word, and so it's actually based on Claude. And who did I assign? Tim. Go ahead.
Well, it's based on.
John.
You want to do it, John?
John. I'm John.
I'm feeling.
No. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
I was supposed to do the last one, but that's okay. Okay. I want a dictionary where I can, ban certain words, and like superhero is one I want to ban, superpower, and the other one I would ban is vibe. But anyway, going with vibe.
The other one is what?
So my vibe coding a superhero app is like the worst possible.
You're totally banned, man. You're verboten twice. Anyway, no, only kidding. But look, I think this, you can see this coming. The idea of being able to approximate, new work, to be able to, this to me sits in the whole concept of dialogue. I'm dialoguing with this thing, right? It's giving me an approximation. If I remember right from this, it's still the first shot improvements on Excel spreadsheets are still like 50%. So, this isn't there yet, but the idea of actually being in conversation with a silicon intelligence, whether that's an intimate conversation, I'm sitting there inside my, spreadsheet, or a broader conversation, we're going to put it out into the work group. This is just the beginning of real dialogue. And I think that, the getting past the blank page, being able to do an approximation, to get something that somebody said, is it going to create slopware and stuff like that, really bad work, and people passing that along. I think we're going to get past that. And this to me is really kind of a great way to create the working capital of intellectual work. You know what I mean? Where you actually get in and start working on something. So I think this is a big deal. I would, because of the low accuracy rates, I was going to give it an important, not an essential. And Microsoft is getting there, but Microsoft is like the little engine that could. Copilot was an absolute abomination when they launched it, and then now it's actually pretty good. And then they're piping in the stuff that is useful, like Claude and GPT-5. So they're certainly committed to this. They have so many eyeballs and so much activity. So I was going to give this an important but an area to watch.
Okay, Adam, important.
Yeah, I think I'd land on important. There are actually two components to this, as I understand it. There's an agent mode, which is in Word and Excel, where you can vibe work or whatever it is. But then there's also Office Agent, which is in Copilot Chat, and that's the place where.
So the first thing that needs to happen is Microsoft needs better naming.
Yeah, but and that's the place where you'll soon be able to use Anthropic's Claude to make your PowerPoints, for example, which are much higher precision and a lot better quality and those sorts of things. So I'm just really struck. It is important, but what's essential is the pace here.
Yep.
When you think about the fact that last week the big news was Sonnet 4.1 was going to be available someday, that Microsoft was going to use it. And then today the news is Microsoft already has the framework in place. It's called Office Agent, and it's in Copilot Chat. Oh, and by the way, it's now 4.5 Sonnet, right? And probably next week that'll be available.
Yeah.
Right. And for an organization like Microsoft to be announcing that they're now going to be using Anthropic, and then 2 weeks later you're going to see that in production around the world, is pretty staggering.
It's staggering, but I was looking for the numbers here. So
if you're a Microsoft shop, this might be essential, but you're probably going to know about it very soon anyway.
Yeah.
Which is probably it's important overall.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I can make the case for essential overall. It's absolutely essential if you're a Microsoft shop, which a vast majority of the organizations are. And there are these two categories. So there's the vibe coding, vibe working, whatever they want to call it. And it's built directly into the Office products using whatever models. Microsoft is very opaque. We'll assume it's some version.
It said it's on
OpenAI.
GPT-5 at the moment.
Yeah, they said it's OpenAI. And so that's one part of it. And the other part is this Office agent. So again, I always think of old things. Many people may not remember it, but does anybody remember the Monty Python sketch, "Hi, mind if we call you Bruce?" That's what I feel like with Microsoft. So we have this agent and that agent, and now we have Copilot agents and agent Copilots, or Office agents and agent offices. So it's very confusing for people. But as Adam said, the big news is they're really taking another big step with Anthropic. Anthropic is already available in Copilot for coding, the GitHub Copilot. And now it's going to be available. And my guess is the reason that they made it a separate thing is probably contractual. I'm going to guess that they probably can't embed it into their existing products for some period of time.
It's actually available in the Copilot chat and the M365 Copilot now. You have a model selector.
Right.
Not just in GitHub, but actually in the chat itself.
Oh, in the chat itself.
You can use Anthropic. You just can't use it in these tools.
You just can't use it embedded in the Office tools. And I'm betting that's probably some contractual.
So I'm with Tim, actually. In terms of capability, maybe it's not as accurate. Not many people yet going to be using it. But the speed, to John's point, of getting that capability in the hands of people, it's essential.
Maybe. Again, as I said, the first one, we don't generally give high ratings to announcements. And here's 3 announcements we're saying maybe are either important or essential.
Can I poll the audience? Can I ask the audience? How many people think it's essential news? Yep, there you go. That's your answer. We've got like 2 or 3.
Okay. How many people are thinking important?
Well, they're just wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're just wrong.
They're just wrong.
Luda, you got the chalk. You make the final
So
decision.
I am thinking essential. Essential it is. I think it's a capability.
And I think there's one thing to say here too, which is anybody who's used the voice integrations of, say, ChatGPT on their mobile phone, and a lot of other products now where you can interrupt, that's where this whole vibe coding things come. It's more about natural communication as much as anything else.
Oh, absolutely.
And the ability of these robots to respond in real time. I think that is a huge deal in user interface, and I think it's going to show up here if it really works. Now, we don't know. Microsoft's had its issues, but we'll find out.
Alrighty.
Okay, we're done. This is a sample of how we debate and arrive at our conclusions. Join us. Thank you very much for listening.
Awesome. Thanks, Luda.
Good one.
John, good to see you.
Always good. I didn't know you were from Brockton.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Who's never heard me speak before? All right, well, great. Who's heard me speak before? And yeah, so I apologize. No. The Boston Marathon is 26 miles. Anyone wonder why it's that distance? It's because for the London Olympics in 1908, they decided that to do it right, the finishers should run right by the king and queen's box so the queen could wave. And they added a little bit. So, for over 100 years, we've been running 26.2 miles for the marathon. Now, the United States is about to turn 250 years, July 4th of 2026. But about 125 years ago, the first Boston Marathon happened, and it was only 24 miles. And it started in Ashland, and people ran from there to right where we are right now, right outside this building, because this is where the BAA had their headquarters. And the reason I say that is because we want to get from point A to point B, and we want to be successful at it. We want to do it fast. Who knows this bridge that's up on the screen? Who's familiar with this bridge? It's called the Longfellow Bridge, but a lot of people know it as the Salt and Pepper Bridge. And the reason it has 2 salt and pepper shapes on it. The red line across it, it bridges Boston and Cambridge. In 1793, the leadership of Harvard had this to say about that bridge. Harvard was worried that that bridge would corrupt their students, and they advocated for it not to ever happen. It did happen. Around this time, the Lawrence family gave $50,000, which is a big amount of money in the 1800s, that created the Lawrence School of Sciences. They were industrialists, they had factories, they had money, and they said, we want to teach the practical mechanical arts. And what Harvard did with that money was not theoretical stuff. They continued teaching Greek and Latin, and it wasn't the most practical science program, engineering program. So enter William Barton Rogers. He hadn't graduated from college. He was a geologist, fascinated with the world. He was teaching at UVA, and he had a side hustle where he was commissioned to survey the state of Virginia. This is before West Virginia had been off. And he was asked to do that because people wanted to get from point A to point B. They wanted to build trains. They wanted to build sanitation systems. They wanted to build factories. And William was beside himself. He interviewed tons of people who were not qualified to do that. The Industrial Revolution was happening, and he couldn't keep up. This was an example of a train that his survey would have held. So he wrote his brother, and this is the actual letter. I'm holding it. He said, we need an institute to respond to the times. And he went to where the Industrial Revolution was going full bore. This is Needham, about 15 miles from here. Governor Andrew T. Stop, for a decade, a week, not on the Sabbath, not on Sunday, dirt was being brought in gondolas and being dropped in the Back Bay. The 70 acres that make Shawmut Peninsula, what we know is downtown Boston, they added another 50 acres. And, you know, many of you know this image, this 18th century, 1800s image. The Back Bay all manufactured. And MIT, which coming to, eventually ended up across the river, but it started in the Back Bay. What happened was Governor Andrews built 3 buildings that he thought something really special should go in. And right now, this building is next to what is the Restoration Hardware building on Newbury Street. Does anyone know that building? Restoration Hardware, yeah. So this building was built, but without a plan. And this is William Barton Rogers in Boston, telling all the leaders of Boston that we needed to respond to the moment and train people. And this is his pamphlet saying we need to work with our hands, work with industry, and have it be practical. And this was at a time when Harvard was teaching engineering in a very theoretical way, and this got traction. And what is now MIT was founded the week before the US Civil War and was in that building I just showed you. And the first 6 courses were these. So if you meet an IT student and say, what course are you? It relates to this. This still continues to this day. Although mechanical engineering soon after switched to. And these are first students of MIT. They went in that building and they got trained and out in industry and worked with their hands. But they also had a concept where special students or guests come and learn, and they built a really vibrant community. And this gentleman named Alec spent some time there. And when he was growing up, he told mom he wanted to change his name to Alexander, and she said sure. And Alexander, his mom was deaf. We would put his lips to his mom's forehead to vibrate sounds so she could understand him. He went into teaching the deaf. His dad did the same thing. He grew up in Scotland, moved to Nova Scotia, and came to Boston, which was at BU. And it was at the MIT campus in downtown Boston near Copley Square that he met Watson. And the rest is history. He had proposed to one of his students at BU, and parents said, you got to make something of yourself before you can marry my daughter. And so he created the phone. That's an example of an open campus innovation. So a few years later, I mentioned the first few courses in 73. You see more courses in 800. You see more courses. But MIT was growing its space. There were trolleys making noise. It was dirty, and they needed spaces. And the alumni of MIT had traveled across the country. They were building the train networks, to connect the coast. They were all over. And an alumni said, "Hey, let's move MIT to Chicago." Almost happened, but didn't happen. One of the founding faculty of MIT was this Charles Eliot. He had been passed over to be a faculty at Harvard. And he wrote a paper in the Monthly. That was the TikTok of its time. And it was like a long article where he wrote, we need to be working with our hands, working with industry, and be out in the field. And Harvard liked it so much that they hired him to be their president. And for 40 years, he was 44 years, he was president of Harvard and really took it to a whole nother level. And he was obsessed with absorbing MIT into Harvard because he couldn't flip the Lawrence School of Sciences into what he wanted. He went to this man, Carnegie, and asked him to buy some land. Land is where that bulge is, where the Charles River is. And Drew listened to him, and that's where he had planned to put MIT. It didn't end up happening, and a little business school, Harvard Business School, ended up going there. So if you ever see someone from Harvard, you can tell them they were second choice in terms of what was supposed to be where Harvard Business School is. So MIT went across the river. They hired a team to put 20,000 pylons in what is mud, but it wasn't clear it was going to go there. They had drawn pictures of a building, and they went to this man who was the Bill Gates of his time. This is George Eastman. And George Eastman had hired some alumni from MIT and was so impressed with them that sight unseen, he wrote a $2.5 million check to build the building. It's actually 20 buildings. And what's really unique about this building, because there were a lot of other land grant schools, a lot of other engineering schools were being built at the same time. It was sort of a national priority. You know, a few decades earlier, Lincoln had set in motion the land grant program. But what's unique about this is the bumping and connecting of the different disciplines in this network of buildings. And you know, the buildings may have been connected because of the weather in New England. It may have been connected for a bunch of different reasons, but most universities have material science, physics, and biology in different places, different fiefdoms, different egos, and one talks to one. But that's not what happened at MIT. And when they opened up a new building as a way to show respect, Alex Graham Bell, they got 500 alum into Symphony Hall, and they put them on the first Zoom call. They set up clubs across the world to be on a phone call. It wasn't really a first Zoom call, but I think that's kind of cool. They created a network across the world. And here's the new campus. And this turned into Raytheon, the RAD lab. That was pretty important in World War II. I love this guy. This is Charles Stark Draper. Does that middle name sound familiar? Stan Lee, we created Iron Man, modeled Iron Man's alter ego after Charles Draper. Draper created the guidance system for us to land on the moon. This is Project Whirlwind. You don't get Silicon Valley without Project Whirlwind. A lot of the components of this went out to the personal computer movement. And then Minsky in 1955 wrote a paper to the Defense Department saying, I want to bring some people up to Dartmouth to start analyzing what this cybernetics is. And he coined the term AI. And, you know, this region has been incredibly innovative. This is the human genome being deciphered February 2001. This is nano 10 to the negative 9. The future of chips, the future of energy, the future of medicine, a future of a lot of things are going to be derived here and leading on that. But back to the hallways at MIT, we bump and connect, we bridge different things, and I'm really proud that that's been a staple, DNA of MIT. And that dome, a lot of people actually was inspired by UVA, Parthenon before that, but UVA is where Barton Rogers had taught. There's another dome that I've had the privilege of programming for a whole day. Every Wednesday of the week, the World Economic Forum takes place. The World Economic Forum is just 200 yards across the way. You can see it through the window here. And the forum, you pay about $500,000. You get some badges and people bump and connect there. Well, this dome takes 19 days to build, and it's 56,000 square feet. I have been doing programming there for years, and I call the event Imagination Action. It's exponential technologies. What's the human dimension of it? And I would invite my favorite MIT people to present on the stage, and we would have touch screen. It wasn't pay for play and really interesting. And I've been doing it for years. And the Miss, Nobel laureate was there, Yosha Benja. I'd see last year the president of MIT being interviewed by David Rubenstein. It was great. So been doing that for 10 years. And I decided, in addition to the January event, to add an event in April where we could bump and connect and have people talk about AI. I did it and Stanford in Silicon Valley, because the Dome event has traditionally been the unofficial MIT event, but I want to make it the unofficial MIT and Stanford events. So I went out west, and this is at Google. I had lines around the block to check in. We had 4 concurrent tracks going on. We had 90 30-minute blocks over 2 days. We had 250 speakers. I had Neil Stevenson, the kind of Isaac Asimov of our times, open it up. I had the head of cloud from Google speak. This is his protege. I had her, Madri, interview him later. This is the business editor of the Wall Street Journal, or tech editor of the Wall Street Journal. So went among 4 buildings, and as we went among them, I had a guy with a flying car put it in the middle so people wouldn't feel like they were, walking too far, because it was kind of interesting to check it out. I had the chairman of MIT come by. And there are thousands of MIT alumni in the Bay Area. And a lot of us lament how expensive it is to live in Boston and how people are moving out to Silicon Valley. But I say the opposite. Let's create a network effect. Let's get people to bump and connect from different networks, even if they've left our region. And here's some startups, all MIT kids. We had 45 startups pitch, and we had $60,000 in prize money. We won. We also got like $500,000 in cloud credits. And here are some of the startups pitching. That was a physical AI one. We had a robot controlled remotely from Boston. And that evening, we went to the headquarters of NVIDIA, had a gathering there. And then the next day, we were at Stanford, where we took over 2 buildings. One was this building, the CEPR building. The other is like the Four Seasons. It's like their alumni center. It's cool. We had 2 speakers zoom in. Eric Schmidt was one, and the other was Reid Hoffman. But everyone else was live, the 290, 250 speakers. This was a Waymo guy talking. This was the head of the FBI for the Bay Area, talking about intelligence. This guy was at OpenAI and just raised a lot of money with Periodic Table. They had a business for there's a Bloomberg reporter. Here's Caruso, CEO of Replit. Here's the whole Stanford health team. We had Mark Pincus from Zynga days. We gave an award to the founders of Databricks, and again, we moved the flying car because we were going between buildings. We had a robot panel. The taller guy, had just left the day before Optimus, and he asked me to put that on his badge that he was now at Meta. But this was a robot panel. The head of security at Google wanted to speak at our at the Stanford event. And then we ended with this guy who had spent a lot of time with Steve Jobs. He went to India with Steve Jobs, lived with Steve Jobs for like 6 years. He was the guy who built the Apple Ones in the garage after Woz and Steve formed the company. And he said all the movies get it wrong. They make it sound like 20 people were in the garage. He said it was only him. I don't know if that's selective memory or if that's true. But he went to the Homebrew Club to kind of pitch the Apple. And people thought Atari was going to be the first personal computer, and Apple really out-positioned them. And it was kind of fitting to have him talk about those early days. So I had a closing dinner at Emerson Collective. That's Lorraine Jobs' pals fund. And it was really special. So I mentioned 125 years ago, the first Boston Marathon finished right here. It was 24 miles. Eventually it's been moved to 26.2 miles. As we think about turning 250 as a country, how many of us are thinking about the future? If you know your Star Trek, and I certainly do, Star Trek The Wrath of Khan happened 250 years from right now. But how many of us are thinking 5 minutes, 5 years, 50 years into the future? We want to get from point A to point B, and AI is dramatically change our society. I think strong AI is right around the corner. And we look how blue-collar jobs have changed and how that had an impact on our society. I think the people who have jobs now are not the people that are going to have white-collar jobs in the future. It's going to be a relationship with AI that's very different, and we need to prepare for that. And there's all sorts of things we can do, and we need to be bumping and connecting and figuring out what to do with this. If you look at Web 2, Uber came in 9 years into Web 2. There's going to be all sorts of opportunities to use AI to do all sorts of things, but it's going to be the combining of our creativity to figure that out. And I'm not threatened by bringing our society. Let's bridge away. Thank you very much.
Please welcome back to the stage Paul Baier and John Spiokla.
You know, I just want to take a minute to thank John Warner for all he does. He is he's a very generous spirit. I described him the other day as the world dervish of AI. I think the thing about John is that he cares. He cares. He cares about this region. He cares about, you know, people, next generation. He commits and creates relationships, and so much comes from the community he created. We've been fortunate to be part of it, and some of the you saw, and it's really, I think, a dividend for all of us. So thank you, John. Really appreciate it. Well, we're coming to the end here. Just Paul and I want to share some thoughts about both what we talked about, and then really to talk about that next generation, thoughts on that, because we all, one another, touch the next generation, whether it's through kids, grandkids, cousins, nephews, whatever. And it's a very, very different time. First of all, if we get the rise slide, we hope that you've taken away the idea that artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, is a capability, it's not a technology, which means it's the integration of humans and learning, and that it's really important for you to understand on this learning journey kind of where you are. And I would say even some of our presenters, so forth, kind of got sideways because they were talking about trying to do transformational things that failed as opposed to really research and experimentation. People, this is such a new thing, to go to AI land, understand what it's like, be in dialogue with technology for the first time in humankind, that you can't hop over the experiential part of this, the research and experimentation, and the education part of this thing. And then islands of innovation really make it real. And that's why we take a lot of the products and services of our company, focused on those things. The news, just you saw today, just digesting what's going on and helping out, whether you're in the first phase of this or later phases. And then this, so the first part's really about education, experimentation, and then you get to the engineering, the stuff that people talk about transformation. So when, and the reason I say something like, people say, oh, we don't want to automate the current way of doing things, we want to jump to the next way of doing things. I would say to you, no. You do want to automate the way you're doing it now. If you're learning, if it's the beginning, because you can't hop to the new until you understand what you're dealing with. So then this notion of really engineering, whether it's the organizational transformation or engineering the cost base and so forth, as we talked about with the token explosion, that's where that begins. So really getting this right, understanding where your organization is, where you are, your family is in this whole journey. And then really, when we start talking about the really mind-blowing things, when you get to leveraging silicon intelligence and a whole different set of economics where the AI is building the AI, that is coming. But I would say the year of 2026 is getting more of the population of companies and individuals in levels 1 and 2. And people crossing the ocean, going AI land, in the 5%, but 10, 15%. And then I would say by the end of 26, we're going to start to see more leveraged companies in different industries. Professional services is going to be one, right? There's going to be a professional services firm that's going to use AI to build AI and have a totally different thing. Biosciences, another one, and so forth. Paul?
Yeah, throughout this journey, one of the things that we mentioned, we want to earn the right to be your trusted partner. And I know for some out there we are, the other ones we're earning the right here on a variety of things. You saw the news earlier today, the free news we give out. We now have a private equity firm paying for us to customize the news because they have to stay current. We've got dozens of implementations right now, people asking for education. So Gen AI 101 education, we're doing a lot of that. We have 3 instructors now. And the real value is getting a 201, which is department level, getting agents and everything else. So that's a real important part of the capability here. And lastly here, we really believe in connections. I know there are a lot of connections we made one-on-one. We believe that humans need to stay together in this moment of time. That's why we do all this stuff digital. We have a weekly learning lab. We have a daily AI news. We have a this annual event, and we have other private dinners we do throughout the year. So if you want to get involved in the community or not, please talk with John and I. We really want to earn the right to be your indispensable partner.
Yeah, I think also in terms of setting strategy and choosing partners and suppliers in the middle of that. We have the buyer's guide that we talked through, and really trying to understand vendor trends as well as adoption trends as user implications, because you're not going to be able to do this alone. Whether you're partnering with us or others and so forth, leaders are learning from leaders, and we're at a stage of development of thing where it is not stable. It's actually getting more complicated, and as you choose your path, you're going to need different advice, advisors, and suppliers as you get to that.
John, what do we tell our kids?
What do we tell our kids? Well, first of all, I want you to go on a little bit of a thought journey with me. Can you imagine a 2026 where anybody who is in any learning institution is not interacting with these robots? I don't know about you, I can't imagine. Can you imagine any at MIT not using these robots? And if there is someone, please put your hand up and show me. So let's just take that as a base, okay? Every single person who's learning, unless you're in, some kind of school that is purposely keeping you out of the digital world, and there are very few. But every single school, every single child, every single learner is going to be interacting, if they're not already interacting with these models and with these robots. So let's just take, you gotta kind of get your head right about that. And if you're not using it, it doesn't matter. You think a college kid writing a paper isn't going to use this stuff? And I'm not saying to cheat. I'm just saying to do it. So that's the reality. Now, what are the implications of this? First of all, I think the bad news is, if you've been a lazy parent and, it's like, okay, the school's got to handle, make sure they get to school and so forth, you're going to have to get more involved. You're going to have to get more involved. So what they're seeing, very much like people I think have stepped up and gotten involved in terms of screen time and game time and so forth, and pornography and other things that are available to our kids, right? Now you're going to have to start working on the content and how they're learning. And you're going to have to look at schools and say, I want my child going to school that doesn't use things that can accelerate. Are you going to send your child to a trade school that doesn't have power tools? Right? That's another whole venue, which is if you're worried about employability, I do think that trades, right now we're short somewhere between 150,000 and 1 million tradespeople. It's going to be in a totally different, I think, status category as the prices of college are going up and, the predictability. I also think with the increasing wealth gap, we're actually going to see an increase in demand for trade as Marie Antoinettes of the world build their palaces, right? Which we already see if you look at the statistics.
So I just want to comment back. So I think one of the things we talked a lot in the last 2 days is how fast it's moving, how adoption and organization is really difficult here. At least for me, we've had 6 or 8 major conversations with schools. I have no confidence, this is my personal view, no confidence that any school is going to be able to keep up and move. If I hear another school talking about a committee, the study is breathtaking here. So I think from a parent standpoint, we really got to think about how we want to augment, how do we want to model rapid learning? How do we want to find here? Because we can, I believe, rely solely on our colleges and high schools to prepare our kids for this AI world that we're all coming into.
I couldn't agree more. And, we're both executive fellows, at Harvard Business School. Of my alma mater, I would say they are not moving anywhere near fast enough. They are not moving anywhere near fast enough. Okay, Jeff Buskang's doing some interesting stuff. There are, Jeff Raport's doing some interesting stuff. This is a complete reformation of how you teach. And remember, the Harvard Business School teaching method is not the Socratic method. The Socratic method is Socrates beat the living daylights out of you until you gave up. Harvard Business School is the conversational teaching method, discussion teaching method. And what is their discussion partners? I went to my 50th reunion at Phillips Exeter, and they in New Hampshire, and they have a Harkness table. And I was talking to the current principal, and I said, look, I have a question for you. In the Harkness table, basically, my largest class is 21 kids. Those classes are like 10 to 12 kids. And it's an oval-shaped table, and you have a discussion, right? And there's nowhere to hide. You know, that's where I learned to kind of slipstream on the second comment, give them the book. Anyway, you know, they could. I just asked the couple of things there. I said, look, don't you just, for some of your classes, bring a computer and put it there and ask the class 3 questions. Who do we want to invite to the class? What do we want them to do? And what purpose are we doing it for? So, you know, we're talking about Jane Eyre. Okay, well, pick another author, pick whatever. They can list the whole class. The model's right there. I said the incremental cost is the cost of a laptop, $500. And it's like, why wouldn't you be experimenting with new personalities in there? The other thing, and this I think goes to Paul's point, you can't count on the schools, and your kids are going to be in this environment, and the work environment is going to be moving faster. So you have to start thinking about, how can I use these tools? Because you can call out from history any tutor, any group of tutors, any hybrid tutor. The other day, I was, this shows I'm a nerd, I guess, but you know, I was going to get some milk, and I had Nietzsche and Socrates arguing about the purpose of life, you know, through a voice interface on my phone in my car. You know.
Let's get some comments or reactions or contributions others have. Do we have the microphones? Anyone else worried about road? Thank you.
No, it doesn't work.
Sounds good.
Okay, good. So I'd like to know, what do you tell young kids to prepare to, what classes should they be taking? What should they be enrolling in universities?
The question we tell young kids, what should they be enrolling in universities? For me, I've two pieces of advice. One is to use these tools in an active manner to help you learn, okay? You should be graduating with you should be building your own teaching, learning posse. However you do that, and not necessarily just you as an individual, but there could be groups of kids who do this stuff. And the first instance we say, oh, you're going to cheat with it. No. We're going to evolve these things to be more like an Oxford Don. You have to argue with that Oxford Don why you deserve a degree, as opposed to giving you the cheat sheet for a test. Right? You can actually return. And if you look at the data, there's data from University of Chicago that shows that kids who are tutored do 2 deviations better than kids in a 1 to 30 classroom. We got 1 to 30 classroom from the Prussians, you know, who came back to that industrial education John was talking about, was a 1 to 30 classroom. For all of humankind before that, it only served a small group. It was a tutor, okay? And what we have the opportunity to do now is Socrates at scale. So I think you take the Harvard Business School teaching method, including the teaching groups and the student groups and the discussion method. You take Maria Montessori, you take Socrates, you put it in a blender, and you create a new teaching method. Yeah.
And one thing I would add, Rosemary, is I think we've heard a lot of executives here, how critical it is in business that the executives don't tell, but they model for the employees. I think as parents, we need to do the same thing. We need model curiosity, talking with the robots, having the robots involved at dinner, asking them questions about that so that our kids see the modeling of it, because I think that's a critical thing.
Yeah.
Is one up here? Yeah.
Well,
oh, you got one in the back? We're going to the back. Thank you.
The second part of that answer was, if you want to do the work, mathematics, because at the core of all of this is mathematics. So those 2 things.
Yeah, I think I just want to say thank you, John and Paul, your team, to put together a fantastic conference. Big round of applause for them.
Oh, and our staff, Hope, and everyone else.
Yes, absolutely. Also, you've been in AI Woodstock, working with the government, the Massachusetts government, to get AI in Boston. Continue the journey. We're really excited to be part of this journey, and thanks again.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Question up here, contribution. Microphone's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. So talking about educational organizations not moving fast enough, and how I'm wondering how to help them, because it's really hard to, you've learned how to teach and you know how to do that well, you've honed that skill, and to try and add on top of that when you're already underpaid, you're already overworked, go and learn how to teach again in this new world, this thing that you yourself don't have time to learn. Can we support the educators today in this transformation?
A great question. I think that for me, there's three hunks. One is, firstly, we make commitments companies have to educate the educators about this stuff, right? And we make resources available. My second oldest son teaches music in the Chicago public schools, and he puts up his own money to fill in places that, you know, kids don't have stuff, right? So there's that. Then I think we need a whole effort on a public good. Ben Franklin, right, created public libraries in the United States. We need the Ben Franklin to die. So we have to start thinking about public access and so forth. And last but not least, we have to go back to basics. A mutual friend of Tim and mine, Alan Kay, invented object-oriented programming. He worked with Seymour Papert and Bruner and so forth. They did the science of how kids learn. Right? I mean, the reason Minsky and Papert were so interested, they wanted to understand human development. So they're looking at neurology and psychology and education. We have to go back. Here's one question the MIT Media Lab started to get into. Does using a model make your brain fat or fit? Okay? And the current interface makes it fat. You're not as likely to, right? But that's just an interface issue. If you have Socrates pounding on you, you're going to be fit. Okay? We have to do the science. What's the neurology, the psychology? How does a group, when you have, when you have different kinds of agents in that learning process? We need to do science. I would say it's at three levels. Investment in the current teachers, access to the public good, and then science.
And the thing I would just add is I think there's a question right behind. A lot about the companies and become learning organisms. Learning is a new oil. You're not going to be able to compete with learning quicker. I think we need the same thing as society. I was fortunate in the early 90s to spend a year in Japan, and you bow lowest to the emperor, and second lowest to sense. So that held up in that society here. And I don't know how we can get through this AI world without becoming culturally honoring all learners out there here. I think that's a mind shift that's different than warehousing the kids to get AP exam.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think following along with that, what you're really sort of saying here with bringing literally the robots to the dinner table with the children is the idea you want to teach them that these robots are their friends that can help them help humanity, as opposed to just being tools to make more money.
Absolutely. And the thing is that we need to do this because there's no way to keep your kids from interacting with this. And if they don't, don't you want to teach them in an environment where you can actually, teach them how to think about them, how to use them, how to not trust them, how to trust them, like that whole routine. I mean, one of the things Paul happens to know a lot about, the development of cults, right? And he was talking to an expert of cults, and the expert in cults, well, why don't you tell it? I mean.
Oh, yeah. People don't know. It's Hassan, one experts in cults, veteran Cambridge here. It's really clear how to do a cult. Playbook's really, really clear. We absolutely going to see cults, AI-based cults. They're absolutely coming here. They're already starting on the fringe here. So we've got a lot of, I think really downside risk. We need to really start understanding here. I've only seen a little bit already. We talked earlier about the suicides here. The downside risk is non-trivial here. So I think, let's take one comment, John, and we wrap up these last 2 days. One other contribution or comment? Is that Tim?
So Marshall McLuhan said a long time ago, kids are our message to the future. So that's always the way I think about it.
Say that again, kids are what?
Kids are our message to the future.
Well said. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of education, another Alan Kay story was that the real problem is people don't think about curriculum, they think about tools. And so he always told the story, well, the American education system, in particular solution, music education, was to put a piano in every classroom, but the music's not the piano. So, I was talking to somebody the other night about this and saying, well, can have the AI tutors you want, but what are they tutoring you? Okay, so you really have to have a curriculum and an idea of what it means. I call it to be a citizen. Education is not about getting a job. It's about creating a citizenship, because it takes a lot of energy to keep a society running. And we're seeing breaks right now because we fail to apply that energy. So I think it can be a tremendous tool. I think the image is right of omnipresent kind of immersive capability like Socrates or something like that.
Yes.
We have to pay a lot of attention that it's Socrates and not a darker version, like the cult stuff. And that's a huge issue, I think. That we have
Not Savannah
pay
Rolla.
attention to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wrap us up, John. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I really want to thank our colleagues and staff. First, you know, there are a number of folks, you know, Adam Rappaport, you know, Andrews, Luda Kopakina, Hope Heim, Jenny Torkson, that's not her new name.
Yeah.
Jenny,
Jenny,
sorry, she just got married last month. Laura and the AV staff here, and you know, like anything else, you can't put on this without great staff. And I'll tell you, it's been a real pleasure. There's always so many things to do, and you know, we're nothing without the people that we work with.
and our John.
And our sponsors, of course. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Paul, my buddy here, because he's the one who started ChatGPT Nuggets back, God, I don't know. And I found that this, you know, lunatic German that like I did, and so we started on this journey together, and it's been really quite rewarding. So thank you, my friend.
Good. Thank everyone.